Welcome to One World Sports Radio. My name is Jenna Sill, and with me is Ravi Nair. We are watching from South Africa on TV the first ODI between the South African women's team and the English women's team.
Yes, indeed. Hello. Glad to be here. This is, of course, the first time these two teams are meeting since the World Cup semi-final, in which South Africa suffered a bit of a defeat after having played so well through the tournament. But they've won 3 on the trot against Ireland, so it should be fun for them because they're in form right now, whereas England coming off a loss to Australia.
Yeah, definitely in form. The first ball has already been bowled. South Africa's captain Sunellis won the toss. They decided to have a bat first, and Catherine Brunt, who didn't play in the test match against South Africa, has taken the first ball. It was full just outside the off stump and swung away from the right-hander Andri Steyn, who's opening the batting with Laura Wolfart. And Catherine Brunt in again. Second ball. This one back of a length outside the off stump. There is a bit of a shout as the ball missed the outside edge of Andri Steyn's bat there. But the players and Heather Knight has sent it up for a review. This is a very exciting first 2 balls.
Is Andrea Steyn a makeshift opener or a settled opener for South Africa?
Well, we do know that Lizelle Lee is the usual opener for South Africa, but obviously with her retirement that was announced earlier this week, Andri Steyn has taken that role on. She does open the batting for the South African emerging side, so she is a proper opening batter. She's been sitting on the bench for a little while now, and I do believe it is her time to shine in the Momentum Proteas side.
Excellent. Even Laura Wolfart is not necessarily an opener, is she? She started at number 3, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. However, she's grown significantly in the role. I mean, she is South Africa's opener, I think, in my opinion. She could bat anywhere in the lineup and perform, I believe. But these
of course
two...
is true, but...
Yeah, the decision has been overturned. So the third ball of the over has been bowled, not overturned, remained, not out. Andri Steyn did not get an outside edge on that one. And the third ball of the over, full and straight and just driven to mid-on for no run. Score still none for none.
Right. Don't forget that you can contact us on Twitter at Gorilla SA and watch us as you're watching us possibly right now on YouTube at One World Sports Radio, or, of course, listen to us on TuneIn or from our own website, onewsr.com. And don't forget, if possible, Patreon us if you feel like. Help us keep the show on the road.
Yeah, that'll definitely be helpful to keep us going. Fourth ball of the over was also a dot, just defended outside the off stump. And the fifth ball bowled now, full on leg stump, and Andri Steyn whips it around her pads, gets it out to a fine leg region. Tammy Beaumont on the boundary over there doing the fielding. But the South African batters go through for a single, which takes Andri Steyn off the mark after facing her first 5 balls. And the more experienced Laura Wolfart at the crease. She's played 78 matches, scored 3,039 runs with an average of 45. That is unbelievable. She scored 300s at the best of 149 against Ireland in 2017. And she has definitely been a run machine for the Momentum Proteas in the last year. And she starts off nicely, looking nice and confident. The last ball of the first over, it's back of a length outside the off stump. She's on the back foot, looking confident, just punches it out into the offside. No run taken, and after the first over of this first ODI between England and South Africa, 1 run, no wickets yet, and Catherine Brunt took that first over.
Is that your dog, Jenna?
Yeah.
That I hear in the background. Oh, lovely. What dog is it?
She's a bit of a mixed breed. We rescued her.
Oh, lovely, lovely. No, I rescued my cat, as you may know. So luckily I've got her sleeping in another room so she won't be moaning and meowing over here. But I do love animals. So I was going to say something, but I've forgotten now. The perils of being old about this match.
Yeah. Well, while you
But
think, I'm going to go on. Natsova is taking the second over, and it's short wide outside the off stump, and Angie Stain gets bat on that, plays it between gully and second slip, and just gets that out for a single down to third man. She's on 2, and the team total also on 2. Laura Wolfart back on strike. Sorry, Ravi.
no, continue. I'm still trying to recover my mind. Old man blues I have right now. Oh dear. They've gone to Natsova for the opening over. Yes, what I was going to ask is what do you think South Africa's thinking is behind batting first? This is a day-night match, and it's in the county ground Northampton. But why do you think South Africa, having won the toss, decided to bat first?
Yeah, well, I listened at the toss and Sunelius after deciding to bat. Mel Jones asked why, and she said it seemed like quite a flat track. And so far it's proven to be decent. As the batters are looking nice and confident. Laura Wolfart with that classic cover drive, third ball of the second over, and she hits that straight through the covers. A beautiful cricket shot. And I suppose this is potentially why South Africa wanted to bat first. When Heather Knight was asked what she would have done if she had won the toss, she also said she would have batted. So definitely a popular choice on this ground here. But yeah, exciting to see lots of runs being scored today.
Yeah. Perhaps they don't trust the floodlights at the Northampton County ground.
Maybe not. As Laura Wolfart goes on the front foot once again, another beautiful cover drive, almost identical to the previous ball, and that goes for another 4. She's on 8 of 4. The South African total 10 for none after 1.4. She's over pitching too wide outside the off stump. Natsova really needs to pull her length back a little bit. Just control that kookaburra.
Yeah, Natsova doesn't have the pace of her partner, her wife now, Catherine Brunt, on the other end. And she can't afford to bowl loose balls like this. Catherine Brunt can get away with it, but Natsova can't.
Yeah, she can't. She pulls it back quite nicely on the 5th ball, and it's driven out into the covers, but a very good stop by Sophia Dunkley there at an extra cover position, just diving to her right and stopping it to her left, stopping it with her left hand. No run taken for that, and Natsova will go in for the last ball of the over. She's past the umpire, this back over length just outside the off stump. A much better delivery here. And just defended off the back foot by Laura Wolfart for no run. And that's the end of the second over, 10 for no wickets. Angie Stain on 2 of 6 and Laura Wolfart on 8. A couple of very impressive cover drives in that over.
I've always thought Sophia Dunkley looks awfully gawky or uncomfortable as a fielder. I don't know about you. Maybe it's when she's in the outfield and scrambling for the ball and trying to throw it in. There's just something that looks wrong about her. It's not that it makes her a bad fielder, but she just looks gawky and awkward.
Yeah, she's actually a really good fielder. She's taken a lot of catches. She's quite agile in the field. Yeah, she's definitely one of the British players that are up and coming. She's young, she's very talented, and she's definitely a player to look out for. As the first ball of the 3rd over, Catherine Brunt, it's just a dot ball as Angie Stain lets that go through to the keeper, Amy Jones.
Yep. Well, you say she's young. She's not that young, you know. She's already 27, I think, Sophia Dunkley. But she's just new to the team as such. She's, and the thing is, she's part of, or one of the spokespeople or sponsors of the 8th program in what's the dog doing now? Trying to get in.
Just walking around on the wooden floor. The second ball of that over, sorry, Ravi, I'm just going to interrupt you there. There's an outside edge by Angie Stain, and there is a drop in the slips, that first slip. and it just goes through. The South African batters go through for a single, but that is definitely a missed opportunity there by the English team.
Oh dear. Who was that
Third.
again?
Yeah, I didn't see who exactly was that slip, but this time learning from Angie's mistake, Laura Wolfart just shoulders and arms that one, lets that go through to the keeper. No run off the third one. Yeah, it was quite low near the slip fielder's left foot, and she just lets that one go straight through the hands. Catherine Brunt actually thought that she'd caught it, but just gone through the hands there. As the
Oh
fourth
dear.
ball of the over, full and straight, and defended out to mid-wicket by Wolfart for no run.
There must be nothing worse than being a bowler and thinking that your fielder's caught it, only to realise that she's dropped it.
Yeah, it would have been a very good catch had she taken it, but unfortunately not able to hold on to that one.
And I mean, the fielding standards in women's cricket are so much better now that we just expect them to take these catches now regularly, don't we?
Yeah, we do, and we should expect them to, because there's really shouldn't be any difference between what we expect to see from women's cricket and men's cricket. The standard of cricket, I mean, and the intensity of play should be similar. These athletes are professionals, and yeah.
Yeah, no, I first started watching women's cricket about 10 years ago. And even then, even though they were becoming professional, their fielding was all over the place. But the standards have improved so much, we expect it of them now.
Yeah, we do. And that's the end of the third over as Andrew Steyn just defends one out into the leg side for no run. The score 12 for no run. And Angie a little bit more shaky than her partner Laura on the other end, as she has given a chance. She was dropped in the slips on the third ball of the over. And an unlucky missed chance there by the English team.
Yeah, I mean, Laura Wolfart, when does she not look steady?
Yeah, very true. Natseva is in again, fourth over of the game, and it's just back over length on the leg stump, and Laura Wolfart just takes that around the pads to a square leg position. They go through for a single. Laura's on 10 of 10 deliveries, and her partner on the other end, Angie Steyn, on 3 of 9. Yeah, Laura looking very confident, going at 100 strike rate.
Yeah.
Nice and confident. Yeah.
And Andre, with nearly the same number of balls, only has 3.
Yeah. Natseva in second ball. This one full on the off stump and just defended to mid on by Steyn. Yeah, it's a bit interesting and slightly worrying, because we know how comfortable Laura Wolfart is opening with Lizelle Lee. And just this little transition, this change for her to adjust and to bat now with Angie Steyn at an international level. I think she's will be quick to change the way that she goes about it, but definitely both capable batters at the crease, as Steyn just defends one a little bit shaky, but manages to get back behind it.
Well,
13 for none.
In the women's game, a runner ball is excellent stuff in women's ODIs. You can't complain about that. I mean, you can expect that later down the order, some of the finishers, as it were, will score at more than a runner ball. But an opener scoring at a runner ball is just absolutely fine.
Yeah, it is. And these opening overs here are very important, because we know that England has Sophie Eccleston, who will come in these middle overs and take lots of wickets. So it's important for the Momentum Proteas now to hold their ground and to make sure that they get there with wickets in hand, so that the brains and the skill of Sophie Eccleston doesn't take too many wickets and put the team in danger.
Yeah, the way you said she's just going to come in the middle overs and take lots of wickets as though that was inevitable. Don't play down South Africa so much.
That is what she's good at, and that's what she's known for. So hopefully the South Africans have prepared for that. Just watching the next ball, there was a missed opportunity, a bit of a run out chance as Angie Steyn just played that out with soft hands to the fielder at point, and they scampered through for a quick single. Had the fielder taken the throw and gone at the striker's end stumps with a direct hit, that was potentially a run out, but she threw the ball back to the keeper, Amy Jones. And no wicket was falling there. After 4 overs, the score 14 for no loss. Angie Steyn on 4, looking very shaky. She's faced 13 balls, and Laura Wolfart on 10 off 11. Calm, confident as usual.
What do you think of the playing 11s, Jenna? Because there are actually less or fewer debutants than in the Test match. Because we've got back Danny Wyatt and Trisha Chetty and people like that, rather than having the all new, all singing, all dancing teams we saw for the Test.
Yeah, interesting. I'll talk about that after this ball. Catherine Brandt back into the attack, her third over. She's bowling to Angie Steyn. It was short and wide. Angie tries to cut that, but finds the fielder at point for no run. Yeah, I think that the fresh new faces of Test cricket was purely because it was Test cricket and that South Africa hadn't played Test cricket in 8 years. So there was experience in that Test team, but not Test experience, more ODI experience. So just to run through the lineup, Angie Steyn and Laura Wolfart. I'll do that after this ball. It's a full on the off stump and driven out to mid on. There's a misfield, and they'll come through for a quick single. Angie Steyn has to cover some ground very quickly there, as it is a direct hit, but she did make her ground. There was a good recovery by the fielder at mid-off, just going back to collect the ball after the fielder at mid-on missed it. But luckily, the South Africans got back in time. Yeah, just to run through the lineup, Angie Steyn and Laura Wolfart, then Lara Goodall and Captain Sunelis, Marizan Cup, the experienced batter, all-rounder actually. Chloe Tryon is back. There's a shout for LBW. And Catherine Brandt is very animated. She's such an aggressive player as this crashes into Laura's pads. But the umpire shakes their head, not out.
So continue. Tell us the 11s.
Yeah. Chloe Tryon is back into the South African team. She didn't play the Test game. She had a bit of a calf niggle. I think that was what the press release said. And then Nadine de Klerk is in the middle order. Trisha Chetty, not Sinalo Jafta. Tumise Kukune, Ayabonga Kaka, and Nonkululeko Mlaba. So Shubnam Ismail is not in this team for this ODI, as the next ball is just defended to mid-wickets. For the Test match, the press release said that she had a niggle. Yeah. Who knows, really?
Do you think she's still... Well, fair enough. South Africa has been in England and Ireland for nearly a month now, haven't they?
Yeah, they
have.
They
played 3 ODIs against Ireland and then the Test match against England.
Full and wide outside the off stump, driven out, but fielded by Sophia Dunkley in the covers. Yeah, and Shubnam Ismail bowled really well in Ireland. She took a fifer, and then in the other 2 games, 2 or 3 wickets as well. I'm not sure of the numbers exactly. But she was very effective against Ireland. Obviously a stronger English team, so we would expect her to come out and do something similar. But maybe they just resting her to let her come back later in the series or potentially for the Commonwealth Games. But I suppose we don't know what's going on.
This is one of the series that's taken on the model of the Ashes, isn't it? Where every match counts, not just the Test. I mean, they're on 2 points each, but this is a multi-format series. So they have 2 points each so far, but they're going to get, 2 points for an ODI and 2 points each for a T20 win?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. 5 overs are done, and the score is 15 for no loss. Angie Stein is on 5 of 15 and Laura Wolfart on 10 of 15. Natalie Silva will be bowling her third over. She's got no wickets for 11 runs, and 8 of those going in that first over that she bowled. 2 beautiful cover drives by Laura Wolfart, and she brought it back nicely in her second. But she's in for the first ball of her third, and it's outside the off stump. There is a bit of away movement off the pitch, as that's just left alone by Stan. Goes through to the keeper for no run.
I didn't realize that Laura Wolfart was still only 23 years old, given that she scored so much for South Africa.
Yeah, and, she is still really young, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's crazy young, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Angie Stein, yes, that's what I like to see, as the second ball of the over is just whipped off the pads by Stein, and that goes through a vacant square leg region for 4. And she'll be pleased that she's able to get some bat on ball here. She's not looked too comfortable so far this game, but that bad delivery by Natseva, just making sure she got as many as possible.
That'll settle her nerves as well, won't it? The first proper scoring stroke.
Yeah. A very similar delivery here by Natseva, and it gets the same result. Stan just whips that around her pads once again, and a little bit fine of square leg, but 4 runs nonetheless. That will take her score up quite nicely. She's faced 17 balls now, and she's on 13. Much better strike rate here. Those 2 loose, 2 full, and too much on the legs, definitely taking advantage of that. Natseva brings her length back a bit, but is not quite on the money with her line, as it just bounces up to hip height, and Angie Stein just takes that around the corner. They'll go through for a single. She's on 14 of 19. She'll put the young 23-year-old experience of Laura Wolfart on strike.
Yeah, Andrea Stein is about 2.5 years older than Laura, though not as experienced in the international game. But Natseva is bowling quite badly, actually. I'm saying this from an England point of view. She's given 2 fours in a row, twice already now, once to Laura Wolfart and once to Andrea Stein.
Yeah, I was surprised to see her opening the bowling, actually. I was expecting Kate Cross to come with the new ball. She did take the new ball in the test match, but with Anya Shrubsole retiring, I did think that she would potentially take it in white ball cricket as well, but going with the experience of Natseva. Come through for a quick single, as Laura Wolfart just plays that out into the covers. They go through for 1. She's on 11 now, and that's the end of the 6th over. 25 for no loss. That was a big over of 10 runs there for the Momentum Proteas, and much needed for the confidence of the batters at the crease.
Oh, absolutely. They've upped their scoring rate from 3 to 4 point whatever. So that was a fantastic over for them, even though it's just the start. But these first 10 overs are the power play, aren't they? So they really do need to make the most of the chance they have. And there are 4 overs left. It's good to see both of them in the runs.
Yeah. And speaking of that power play, I think previously for the Momentum Proteas, Laura Wolfart would kind of take an anchoring role, and Lizelle Lee would make sure that she capitalized in these first 10 overs. Obviously, with her not being there, Angie Stein and Laura have a similar style of play where they kind of take their time and anchor the innings. With both of them doing that, it changes the whole dynamic of the first 10 overs, and they have to make sure that they're hitting the ball hard, but while both of them aren't perfectly comfortable hitting over the top the way that Lizelle Lee did, it kind of changes things.
Lizelle Lee used to like to give it a bit, didn't she? Let's be honest.
Yeah, she definitely liked the sound of bat on ball.
hard on ball.
Hard, yes.
She was one of the great power hitters of the women's game, along with people like Deandra Dottin and funnily enough, Danny Wyatt, who's in the England team, in the England playing 11, who loves to hit it over the top.
Yeah. Yeah, and she was the 2021 ODI Player of the Year. So her retirement was a little bit of a shock. Yeah, but I don't think a terrible thing for South African cricket. Obviously, it's not great to see her go. And there's a shout for LBW as it crashes into the pads of Angie Steyn, and the umpire lifts her finger, and that will see the end of the South African opener through bat and pad. They're not going to send it upstairs as Angie Steyn shakes her head and just walks off.
What is it with the women's cricket? They don't review LBW decisions. Every man I've seen would review that immediately.
Yeah, that was definitely going on to crash into middle stump. It clipped her back pad just above the roll, but that was definitely plumb. So going up there, I think would have not been a
But
great decision.
no male cricketer I've seen ever believe that. He just goes, review immediately. Let's see that. I don't ever believe an LBW shout.
Yeah, so that's the end of Angie Steyn deciding not to review that. I believe a good decision. So that's 6.3 overs gone. The score 26 for 1. And at the crease, Laura Goodall will join Laura Wolfart. Laura had a really great series against Ireland, and she'll be looking to replicate some of those runs today.
Yeah, the problem that we discovered with the men's game, England against India, was that after thrashing the Netherlands in 3 ODIs, they suddenly came up against India in the T20s, and they lost the first two because it's all very well beating a slightly weaker team, but when you come up against the stronger teams, it can be a shock.
Yeah, very true. She's played 41 matches, total runs of 686 with an average of 23. She has 3 50s and a best of 93 not out, and that was the tour prior to this in Ireland. So a player in form, and hopefully she can do that against the stronger bowling attack of England. And her first ball back of a length on middle stump, and she just defends this out to mid on. This left hand, right hand combination of the two players from Western Province in South Africa is exciting.
Yes, that could unsettle the England bowlers as well, which is lovely. Werner Erasmus reminds us on YouTube that Laura Wolfart made her debut in February 2016 before she turned 17 in April 2016. So that's a good reminder how experienced she is. She's been playing for over 6 years internationally.
Yeah, she has. Definitely a young, very talented player with lots of experience. And thank you, Werner, for that comment. Just a reminder that you can subscribe to One World Sports Radio on YouTube, tweet us at Gorilla SA, and send your comments on YouTube or Facebook. You can also support us on www.patreon.com/OneWorldSR. As Catherine Brandt is in for the last ball of the 7th over. It's full outside the off stump and defended into the offside by Laura Goodall for no run. She's faced 3 balls, not off the mark yet, but that's the end of the 7th over. The score 26 for 1.
And Linux Leah, or Leah Schneider, says, ooh, nice. And then, hi, Robbie. I thought you need to say hi to me. I'm not seeing you here, Leah. You know that. So we're getting quite a few comments. Well, we're getting some comments on YouTube at least, none on Twitter so far. So I'm keeping an eye out for that. Please tweet into us at Gorilla SA. Don't forget that the Gorilla in Gorilla SA is spelt with a single R, not a double R, as is customary. This keeps it trademarkable because it's a non-conventional spelling, as it were. Not that we've trademarked the spelling, but just in case.
Cool, thanks for that, Ravi. And this is what I've been waiting for. Kate Cross coming into the attack. She's played 47 matches, total number of wickets 62, with an average of 24, an economy of 4.3. A very exciting bowler here. And it's full outside the off stump. Laura Wolfart goes on the front foot and drives that out through the covers. The Englishwomen give chase, and Sophia Dunkley will wrap that one up just before it gets to the boundary. The Momentum Proteas come through for 2, and Laura Wolfart goes up to 14. The team total 28.
Yeah, I think Natsivil was obviously tried as an experiment just to see how it worked. Um, because Heather Knight has a habit of, in T20s at least, of changing up her bowlers every over for the first 4 overs. So that is just, well, I don't know. She probably thought, let's see how Nat Siver does as a steady bowler. But Kate Cross is not unsteady in any way. There's nothing shaky about Kate Cross now. She has lots of experience.
Yeah, not at all. She just pulled that one back a little bit, back over length outside the off stump and defended to point for no run. Laura Wolfhard facing the third ball of Cross's first over here. And this one, good length on middle stump and defended by Wolfhard to mid wicket for no run. Yeah, I think sometimes important, especially in T20 cricket, not to let the batters settle to a specific type of bowler. So just changing up the speed of the bowlers and just bowling different variations, different bowlers is never a bad idea. So to bring Kate Cross in, not is a
in
good thing.
T20s, Heather Knight does that, but I'm surprised that she chose this tactic for an ODI. But it might just be part of their whatever data. Maybe data rules women's cricket as well today as it does the men's cricket. And they've heard about this, you bowl this to so and so and you'll win or something. 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and with an analyst on staff, it's definitely becoming more and more part of the game than it was before. As the third ball of the over, the fourth one, Wolfhard just throws hands at it, it's full outside the off stump, and she gets a single out to third man. Lara Goodall on strike now, her fourth ball, and it's full on middle stump, and she plays this out into the leg side. That'll go between mid wicket and mid on, and it will race away for 4. She's off the mark, 100% strike rate, 4 off 4. A well-controlled shot. She played that down. Tammy Beaumont puts in a dive at mid on, but is unable to stop that one.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont and Danny Wyatt are usually England's gun fielders square of the wicket, one at deep square leg and one at point. But I don't know how the field is set up right now. Why Wyatt and Beaumont are not more involved, because they're the best fielders England has.
Yeah, and Tammy Beaumont was fielding at third man in the first couple of overs of the game. Potentially an injury. We don't know. I'll give a little rundown of the fielding positions at the start of the new over. There are 8 overs done, 2 left in the first power play. The score 34 for 1. We saw the back of Andrie Steyn. She went for 13. Laura Goodall at the crease now on 5 of 5. Laura Wolfhard on 15 of 22. Catherine Brunt will continue from her end. She had the wicket of Andrie Steyn. She's got 1 wicket for 5 runs in her 4 overs, and a very aggressive bowler.
Why is it that people like Catherine Brunt are always called aggressive? All the bowlers are surely aggressive. They're trying to take wickets at the start. But
yeah, and here she's
always called aggressive.
Here she's done it again. Full and straight wraps Laura Goodall on the pads, and the British girls go up for that one. Umpire sticks up her finger, but Laura Goodall not convinced. She sends this one up for a review. Could be going down leg stump, but the umpire was really quick to give that one out. Catherine Brunt, aggressive. She is aggressive. She bowls quick, and she is. I don't think there's any other word to describe her. This one, we're just seeing it in slow motion here, just missing that inside edge. We will get confirmation that no bat was involved in a minute, and crashing into that front pad below the roll, so no problem with height.
Yeah.
Ultra edge on screen now. There's no sound wave as it passes the bat, so no bat involved. Kind of caught on the crease, Laura Goodall, not going back, not going forward, just jumping back. Pitching outside leg stump, and that'll be overturned. That turns the decision over immediately. As we know, LBWs cannot be given out if the ball is pitching outside the leg stump. But Catherine Brandt definitely into the South African top order.
Yep. We have a tweet. Leah says, all right, here's a tweet for you, because I was complaining about getting no tweets. I am fanning about in the kitchen, cleaning up for my 40th birthday yesterday, so I'll probably be a bit more active on YouTube. Well, happy birthday for yesterday, Leah. I forgot to say happy birthday to you. Thank you for listening, of course, as always. We love to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Leah, and happy birthday for yesterday. As the second ball of the over just played out into the offside by Lara Goodall for no run. The score 34 for 1 after 8.2. And Catherine Brandt running in with her third ball of her fifth over past the umpire. And it's outside the off stump. There's an outside edge and it's caught in the slips. There was a chance on the first ball of the over, but she wraps it up, this Catherine Brandt, and a lot more convincing there. There was a drop catch in the first over of the game, but this one cannot be sent for review. And we see the back of Lara Goodall. She scored 5 of 8 and able to continue her form, the form that she had against Ireland, where she scored all those runs. But things like these happen. A good catch at knee height for the captain, Heather Knight. She's standing at a second slip position. No first slip in place, but there was Sophie Eccleston standing to her left in a third slip. And Lara Goodall visibly disappointed with herself.
Well, she would be. Flashing at one from Catherine Brandt is not a good look, is it? You know that she's an aggressive bowler, as we have to call her, the aggressive Catherine Brandt. Poor thing. She's, 35 now or 36? But she will live her life as aggressive bowler Catherine Brandt. Aggressive Yorkshire woman, in fact. Poor thing.
Yeah, I have heard though that off the cricket pitch, she is a lovely person. So she does play hard cricket. But
no, she's 37 years old. She celebrated her 37th birthday just 9 days ago, Catherine Brandt. So, yeah, but you know, Marizanne Kapp, again, who's a very, as we say in inverted commas, aggressive player or bowler on the field, is apparently a very shy person in real life.
Yeah.
That might be one of the reasons why she's never been considered for the South Africa captaincy.
Yeah, we see the South African captain actually at the crease now, Sunelis. She's had some good form. She scored 45 in the warm-up ODI against England. So not ideal that she's in before the end of the first power play, but we do know that her and Laura Wolfhard bat very well together. And she's also a young player, Sunelis, but definitely a good batter, I believe, in this number 4 position. She's found her feet quite nicely and performed during the World Cup.
Yeah. Well, Jenna, now you're a professional cricketer yourself, and you know all these people pretty much from the inside, as it were, from having played with many of them. Right?
Yeah.
You're wondering where this question is going, aren't you? You're worried now. No, I was asking you, because women's cricket has become more professional now, should we be treating them the same way as we treat men's cricket, which is criticizing them whenever they do something wrong? Fans tend to, in men's cricket, just say, oh, he's useless, he's rubbish, look at that, look at this. But in women's cricket, we tend to be gentler when watching the game.
Yeah, potentially. I'm going to answer your question after I just describe what happened on the last ball of the 9th over. Catherine Brandt into Sunelis, wrapped her on the pads, went up for the shout. The umpire said not out, and they did miss the timer for the review, but we're getting a replay now. There was an inside edge off the bat just before it crashed into the pad, but had it gone on, lucky for Sunelis getting bat on that first ball. Kate Cross in for her second over, back over length, just outside the off stump, and defended by Wolfhard straight back to the bowler for no run. After 9.1, 34 for 2. So just to come back to your question there, Ravi, at the moment, I'm not a professional cricket player. I play provincial cricket. I play for the Titans ladies team.
Okay, sorry.
And no worries. So I do, as you said, I do know some of the South African players, but not well, just from playing alongside them or against them. So yeah, I think that any professional team should always be treated equally, no matter what gender they are, and
Right.
that there are good things that come with that, and there are also negative things that come with that, as that comes with everything in life. So yes, potentially, obviously, as the game of women's cricket becomes more professional, we have to be more critical, and the players have to grow with the game. And I do believe that is happening. So whether or not fans treat female cricketers differently to men's is potentially because I believe that the female and male game is completely different. And I think while there are many things that you can compare, there are many things that are very different as well. So difficult to say.
So I'm not allowed to say that Lara Goodall and Rhys Stein are rubbish because they got out early.
Well, I suppose you can, and that's your opinion, Ravi.
No, of course it's not. I just tried it out on you.
Cool. You always have to try things out.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case. But Natalie Siver was rubbish in her first spell. I will say that. Not that she's a rubbish bowler, but she was rubbish in that spell, wasn't she?
Yeah. And we just see Laura Wolfart's classic cover drive through the covers. Kate Cross just over pitching her fifth delivery. She bowled 4 dots to Laura previously in the over, but then just over pitching too far wide outside the off stump. And that beautiful left elbow, nice and high, beats the fielder at cover point, who dives to her right, but that'll race away for 4. And beautiful cricket shot there.
Leah replies to me, treat them like every other sports person. They're not some delicate flowers. Case in point, I'm pretty sure Brunt could put Root into hospital in a matter of seconds. Well, Shubnam Ismail probably could. I'm not sure that Brunt has the speed anymore, quite the speed that Ismail has, but Izzy Wong perhaps. She's not in this team for England, but she's, I think, the quickest bowler in England right now.
Definitely a young up-and-coming talent. I think it's important, and I speak about it quite a lot, like in a team environment setting, that we criticize play, not people. So yes, we can say Nat Siver bowled really badly in that first spell, but we're not saying that she's a bad bowler, and I think that's kind of what you're trying to say there, Ravi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, God help me, I'd never say that Nat Siver was a bad player in any way, because she's a titan for English cricket. But she bowled dross. She bowled rubbish. 3 overs went for 21, when South Africa are barely scoring at 3 and over right now.
And we do see... we see a bowling change now. It's the end of the power play, so 10 overs done, 39 for 2. Sophie Eccleston here into the attack in these middle overs. We know how good she is, and she has a reputation of slowing down the run rate completely and taking vital wickets. South Africa 2 down already, so potentially putting in some damage. She bowls a left-arm orthodox spin, left arm around the wicket to the right hand of Wolfart, who's on 20 off 29 now, as the first ball of the over is a dart played out to mid-on.
Abdul Rauf on YouTube asks us, will you cover the whole match or leave us in the middle? We'll be covering the whole match, Abdul, but I will leave you by the middle. I'm afraid it's too late for me. Jenna is going to be here for both innings in various stints.
Yeah, definitely a couple of stints. As Wolfart, another dot, she just plays this back to Eccleston for no run. And for the third ball of the over, Eccleston racing through this over. It's full outside the off stump, and Wolfart comes onto the front foot and defends that confidently, making sure to get to the ball just as it bounces and not allowing it to spin. Is definitely a good tactic that the South African batter is taking on so far in this over. Again, it's full. This time on middle stump, kind of gets a bit of the toe of the bat and bobbles back down the wicket back to Eccleston. 4 balls, no runs so far this over. As the experienced
footwork is very important against Eccleston, of course. Getting to the pitch of the ball. Otherwise, you will be doomed.
Yeah, she goes again onto that front foot and just defends it out to mid-wicket for no run.
Trisha Chetty, not Trisha Chetty, Amy Jones would have stood back for the early overs of the seamers. I can't remember. Did she come in and stand behind the stumps for the last few overs of the power play?
No, she didn't. She was back the whole time.
Yeah, because it's a thing. I think that Sarah Taylor made it popular where the wicket-keepers came up even to the seamers. But Sarah Taylor could do that because she was preternaturally good. And Amy Jones tried to copy her for a while and then realized it's not really a good idea. Don't stand up to the fast bowlers, not unless you have reflexes like lightning.
Yeah. Just to cover up, to finish off that over, there are 2 leg byes off the last ball of the over. I'm just pitching outside the leg stump and spinning into Wolfart, just wrapped her pads there and went past Amy Jones, the player we're talking about now. And they went through for 2. That's the 11th over done, 41 for 2. And Sunelis, who is not yet off the mark, she's faced 3 balls so far. Will face Kate Cross in her 3rd over. She's got no wickets for 13 runs and definitely looking consistent so far, but giving a couple away.
Yeah. Now, when you get leg byes taken against you, why is that not counted as a dot for the bowler? Why should leg byes count against the bowler?
It is a dot for the bowler.
So she actually bowled a maiden?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I just wanted Sophie Eccleston to have a little victory over there.
Yeah, I think Sophie Eccleston has many victories throughout her career. As Cross just bowled a first ball dot to Sunela's second ball is a dot as well. Bowling a consistent line, a good length outside the off stump, and just defended off the front foot into the covers, both balls. By Sunelis, getting the full face of the bat behind ball, which is a good sign for the South African captain, but no runs off the bat yet.
Sophie Etherson is another one of those players, not quite as experienced as Wolfart, but who's ridiculously young. She's also 23 only, and for what she's achieved in international cricket so far, you think it's not fair that someone should be able to do this. Besides which, she's about 4 inches taller than me, so I hate her.
Yeah, she is a little bit of a freak of nature, I suppose, if I could say that. Because she's so tall, she gets a lot of turn and a lot of bounce, which is strange for a spinner in the women's game. But she definitely takes full advantage of that and makes sure she gets as tall as possible.
I think she might be the tallest player in the England team right now. Without, what's her name? Alice Bell? Alice Bell is not playing in this game, is she?
No.
Is it Alice Bell I'm thinking of?
Lauren, I think. Lauren Bell.
Oh, Lauren, right. Yes. Not Alice Bell. Lauren Bell. The seamer, who's very, very tall as well. But I'm that old that all women are now becoming taller than me, so I can't really talk.
And Sunelis gets the first runs off the bat as it's full and straight on the pads, but she plays this out to a square leg. But Catherine Brunt, who's fielding at fine leg, covers a lot of ground to save that boundary. The Momentum Proteas come through for 2. Sunelis on 2 of 8, finally off the mark, but looking nice and calm against the seam of Kate Cross.
Do you realise, Jenna, that it's the end of our stint, I think, at the end of this over. I don't know who's taking over. Otto said he would help us, but if he cannot make it, are you going to continue?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, but then you've got the third stint as well, which is what worries me.
I don't mind if you want to stay on, Ravi. We'll work it out now. Don't worry.
Okay.
Cool. I'm just going to run through the end of that over. There was a single by Sunelis. The score after the 12th over, 44 for 2. Sunelis on 3 of 9 and Wolfart on 20 of 34. Yeah, I'm still good to go if you are, Ravi.
No, I'm happy to stay here with you. Otto on the internal chat tells us, Jenna, let me know when you need a break after the 12th over, please. So whenever you feel, because you have to come back again on the 25th over, don't you?
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll take a little break. No.
Yeah, take a few overs off.
Okay. Cool. Let me do 2 more overs and then I'll jump.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Fine.
Cool. Sophie Eccleston into Sunelis. It's full outside the off stump and driven off the front foot to the field. They had extra cover for no run. And there is a slip in place behind Amy Jones now, which is different to the previous over. But once again, second ball defended confidently off the front foot by Sunelis.
Another question for you, Jenna, if you don't mind me keeping on asking these questions. What do you think of Sunelis as captain? Is she still playing as captain with the ghost of Dane van Niekerk hanging over her?
I don't believe she is. I really enjoy her captaincy. I think she's taken it in her stride, and I do think that her style of captaincy suits the current Momentum Proteas team. Her and Danae have very different styles. Oh, and she's driven one through the covers, but there is a cover sweeper. Sophia Dunkley on the boundary there. They go through for a single. Score goes up to 45. So now on 4, which will put Laura Wolfart on strike for at least one more, if not 2 balls of Sophie Eccleston's over. Yeah, so I've really been enjoying Sunelis's captaincy. She's captaining confidently. She's taking charge of the players, and I think she's a player who thinks on her feet. And yeah, I am proud to say that she is the Momentum Proteas captain, and I really do enjoy her leadership on and off the field. She speaks well in press conferences, in post-match chats, and yeah, I think she's a great player.
Right. Do you think if or when Dane van Niekerk returns to full fitness, that she'll take back the captaincy?
Interesting question. Yeah, I don't think I want to speculate too much about that. But my personal opinion.
Speculate to accumulate. Tell us what you think.
I think that the team has been thriving under Sunelis's captaincy, and Sune has, in her personal skill, has also been thriving. So I think that it's going to be interesting to see the presence of Danae back on the field, if and when she comes back.
If and when.
Yeah,
right.
And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not some of the players respond to her being back on the field, and whether it
or how they
impacts
respond
them
to it
positively or negatively. Yeah.
We could have had, if Danae were back in the team, 2 married couples playing against each other in this game. No, we could.
Yeah, we definitely could have. Kate Cross back into the attack. She's bought 3.1, and Sunelis on strike. The second ball of the over. They try to go through for a quick single, but Lus sends Wolfart back. There's a little bit of a chance for a run out on the non-striker's end, but the fielder not making contact with the direct hit, and Wolfart making it back there. The score 47 for 2 after 13.2. And Lus on 4 of 14, Wolfart on 22 of 37.
Otto says he'll take over from the 15th over. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Otto.
Yeah. And Leah on YouTube reminds me that I'm not allowed to call my autobiography The Incredible Shrinking Man, though, as that's a schlocky science fiction film. Yes. Along with The Attack of the 50-Foot Woman and all those great 60s classics. Oh, your dog is not happy.
Yeah, she's really not. It's a shame. It's
What's her
short and
name?
wide outside the off stump. Sorry, I'll tell you her name after this ball. But a good stop by the field at point. Sunelis pouncing on that one, but a very good piece of fielding. Her name is Harley, and she's barking at the neighbor's dog who is walking past.
Oh dear. So Silver fielded that at point. I'm still surprised that we don't have the standard Tammy Beaumont and Danny Wyatt at on square on either side. Silver, and then yes, that was the other thing. Sophia Dunkley now is in the outfield, but she was in the infield earlier in the innings, and she's not an infielder.
Yeah, I think because she's so mobile and she can kind of move around so easily, she can field anywhere really. But we did see Sonelis getting off strike there, and she just played that out to square leg. They went through for a single. The last ball of the over, Wolfart on strike, and she drives this straight back at Kate Cross. A very good cricket shot, but straight back into the bowler's line where she was running. That's the end of the 14th over. The score
Right.
48 for 2.
So Otto's going to take over from you now, I think, Jenna. So you have a bit of a break.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Jenna and Ravi. First ball of Sophie Eccleston's over, the 15th over, and it is full on middle, just clipped out to mid-wicket by Sunay Lees, the right-hander, as Eccleston comes in for her second delivery, 48 for 2. This one on off stump full and defended to mid-on for no run.
Otto,
so the run rate,
if you don't mind, I'll stay with you because I can take, I'm just doing support here, up to over 36 or whatever, because Anis is coming on after that, isn't he?
Yes, we've got the replacements coming on around 5 o'clock South African time, which is in about an hour from now.
Yeah.
And that third ball of the 15th over is a dot ball outside off stumps, and Elise tries to work it onto the offside, but goes through to the keeper for no run. 48 for 2. So no worries, Ravi. Whatever you need to do. We've
I'm happy
got
to keep
some
you
of
company
our.
until then.
Thank you. And this one is driven off the back foot by Sunay Lees to the cover sweeper for a single. And it's 49 for 2, 14.4 overs gone. Run rate now 3.34. Laura Wolfart now back on strike, 22 of 38. And Sophie Eccleston.
Not an impressive run rate, is it?
Not at all. But in the women's game, it's often not too bad, although you might want to see that closer to 4 or 5. Wolfart plays this one to point for no run, straight to the fielder. And Sophie Eccleston about to finish her third over. She's only conceded 3 so far. So excellent work from her. So Nylise is there with her with 6 off 21. Eccleston left arm round the wicket on the leg stump of Laura Wolfart. She works this down to fine leg. Fielder comes around there. Catherine Brunt, it looks like. No, that's not Catherine Brunt, but it's thrown back to the keeper. They come through for 250 up for South Africa after 15 overs. And 51 for 2 is the score. And the players will take drinks.
Yeah, so the thing is that we're not comparing it to the run rate in the men's game, but 3-0 or 3.3 is really not impressive. Admittedly, South Africa have lost 2 wickets, but they should be at 4 at least. I wouldn't expect them to be at 5 this early in the game necessarily, but 4 runs and over, one would hope for. I mean, what is Sunelisa's strike rate right now? She has scored 6 and 21. That's less than 1 run and 3 balls, isn't it?
Exactly. No, you're right. It's a bit underwhelming at the moment. So maybe the Momentum Proteas here following the Otis Gibson recipe, as we like to call it. Keep wickets in hand, go hard at the death.
Right.
So with that, you have to say that Eccleston has bowled really well. Her lines have been good, not giving any scoring opportunities to the Proteas women.
So. She's the number one ODI bowler in the world, isn't she?
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure.
I think she was rated at one stage.
Yeah, but Catherine Brunt, 5 overs, 5 for 2. That's been the real punch in the guts of the South African women so far. They haven't been able to deal with Catherine Brunt all that well. And instead of maybe just seeing her off, Catherine Brunt took 2 wickets, and she took those wickets. It wasn't, that there was some maybe Andri Stein's wicket
Lara
was a bit of a loose shot, and Laura Goodall as well.
Yeah, they were slightly loose, but yeah. By the way, Leah on YouTube says, "Hi Otto, hope you are well. You can wish her a happy birthday for yesterday." Otto, she turned 40.
Yes, so happy birthday. Leah is one of our oldest supporters, and we love you, Leah. Thank you very much for supporting us, and we do appreciate that. So we see a replay here. Andri Steyn, LBW to Catherine Brunt. That was an inducker, and Laura Goodall could feel a little bit disappointed in her dismissal. She just tried to play like a defensive drive type of shot, and it went through to a wideish first slip for a catch there. So, but once again, if you're bowling 5 overs and only conceding 5 runs, the batters are going to come after you because they're going to feel like,
they're going to feel frustrated. They're going to feel that they have to put that on ball a bit more.
Yes, exactly. Exactly right.
Catherine Brunt bowled a magnificent spell in the power play. Grant you that. But I'm still slightly disappointed in South Africa's batting right now. Slightly disappointed. Apart from Fulfard, who's had to slow herself down. She was batting at a higher rate in the first 5 overs, but she's had to slow herself down because she's aware of the jeopardy. If she's out, then it's down to Madison Cap and the others, which is not a good look because you've still got 3/4 of the innings to go.
Yeah, let's just have a look at. Yeah, we can have a look at down the order. Nadine de Klerk, Trisha Chetty, Tumisika Kune. So, and Ayabonga Kaka, not a really horrible batter, but not the best that we've got. But I would say South Africa bat up until 9 today. Tumisika Kune can bat. And she doesn't have great one-day international figures, but she's got the talent, and she's been there in England for a while now. So Nadine de Klerk, new to the team, and of course Cup and Tryon and Chetty, those will be the key wickets for England. I think if they can get rid of those 3, they'll be in control. As the 16th over starts now with Kate Cross bowling to Sunay Lees. Right arm over the wicket. This one is sliding down leg, and Sunay just tries to work that down to find leg, but gets nothing on it. Squirts off her pads, out to square leg for no run. 51 for 2 is the score, and Sunay Lee's facing on 6 of 22.
Leah says, "I like 'at the death' term. Makes it sound as if cricket was invented by disaffected teenagers from Northern Europe that are really into metal with no production values."
Kate Cross bowls the second delivery and completely flummoxes Sunay Lees there, goes through to the keeper for no run.
And she also says, "Thank you, Otto, for the birthday wishes."
No, it's our pleasure. And thank you, everybody, for listening. Let us know where you are. Who do you support in this match? It's Kate Cross from the top of her mark, right arm over the wicket, 1 slip in, and the keeper standing up. This one is cut by Sunay Lees straight to backward point, no run.
Yeah. You know that I'm supporting England, even though I love South Africa.
Yes. So there's some balance. There's some balance here. And England have started really well after being asked to bowl. And Sunay Lees saying that this pitch looked flat to her as Kate Cross comes past the umpire, and this one is on to the off stump, just defended back to the bowler for no run. Now the pressure is on the captain, Sunay to make her own assessment of the wicket come true, because right now the bowlers are in control. Kate Cross bowling her 5th over. She's only conceded 18 runs. And looking at the bowling figures, Catherine Brunt and Sophie Eccleston, the difference between the two teams at the moment, those two bowlers well on top. South Africa not being able to score off them, and Catherine Brunt taking those 2 wickets as Kate Cross comes in again. This time it's a forward defensive shot to cover, where Point runs around to field and they take a single, 52 for 2.
Yeah, and Nat Siver bowled surprisingly badly in her first 3 overs, and it might have actually ruined England's strategy and got them to bring Kate Cross in early, because she was hit for 4 fours, I think, and 21 runs overall in 3 overs for current economy rate of 7. No doubt she'll be brought back later in the innings. But what I was going to say was that, surprisingly, England have 3 all-rounders, as it were, in their team, in Heather Knight, Sophia Dunkley, and Danny Wyatt, who hasn't bowled, I think, in anger for some years now, but can turn her arm over, right arm orthodox off spin. But
that last delivery of the 16th over was outside off stump. Laura Wolford coming forward to defend, and it looked like the bounce surprised her a little bit as the ball just squirted out to Point for no run. 52 for 2, 16 overs gone. Yes.
So England are going to have to kind of make up 10 overs from those 3. Probably not Danny Wyatt, but Dunkley and Knight might have to bowl 5 overs each.
Yeah, you would want to save Catherine Brunt for the end of the innings, the death of the innings, as Sophie Eccleston continues, loops this one, and it completely evades Sunay Lees, who tries to play across the line, full on middle and leg stump, and takes the leg stump of Sunay Lees. She's bowled by Sophie Eccleston for 7 off 28. And of 26, excuse me, 7 of 26, and we see a replay here. Just done by the flight there, Sunay Lees. The ball going up above the eye line, coming down, pitching on leg, and the left arm orthodox spinner getting that ball to grip and straighten onto the leg stump of Sunay Lees. Brilliant delivery.
Yeah. Sophie Eccleston is so tall. If she gives the ball a bit of flight, it goes over the eye line, doesn't it?
Yes, that's exactly the plan for the left arm orthodox spinner, and it's worked a charm for England. 52 for 3 in the 17th over. Run rate now down to 3.18. And it's not looking good for South Africa.
The way Sunay Lees has been batting in this innings, it's almost a blessing for South Africa that she's out, because they can get a hitter in now. Possibly Madison.
Yeah, maybe she's still in Test cricket mode. But yeah, she's not a very explosive player, Sunay Lees. Usually, she can hit the long balls, but she looked playing very much inside herself as Marizanne Cup comes to the wicket. 127 matches, 2,220 runs, average of 29.6, strike rate of 71.3, and a best of 103. That's her only century. Eccleston took up full, and this time it's overpitched a bit by Eccleston on middle and off stump, driven hard straight to mid-on by Cup, no run, 52 for 3.
Do you know the only woman player who has centuries in all 3 formats? T20s, ODIs, and Tests.
Marizanne Cup defends this one on her leg stump, no run. The only player that has centuries in all 3 formats.
Yeah, Cap has it in 2, but not in T20s.
Interesting.
I mean, there are quite a few men who have done it. Chris Gayle has done it twice, at least, in each format, for instance. But that one driven to mid-off,
no run. 52 for 3, 1 ball to go in the 17th. Yeah.
The only female player to have done it is actually Heather Knight, Not who you
There's an appeal for LBW. Umpire says not out as the ball pitched full on middle and leg. Are England going to review? 10 seconds to go on the DRS timer. Eccleston doesn't look very sure. 3, 2, 1, done. So the time runs out there. 17 overs gone, 52 for 3. Marizon Cup survives. I think that one was sliding down leg, maybe. We'll see. Laura Wolfhard's still there. So there's still some hope. If these two can stick around for the next 20-odd overs, that'll be great.
But Wolfhard hasn't even had much of the strike, has she, of late? That's the problem. She was 24 of 40 balls about 3 overs ago, and she's only faced 1 ball since then.
Yes.
That's not good tactics by South Africa either.
Yes, they're kind of getting stuck. The ladies at the other end have been, allowing England to bowl at them and not striking with any great gusto. Sunay Lees herself, the captain, 25 strike rate, as Charlie Dean will now take over the bowling.
Aha! They had to make this bowling change.
Yeah, so Kate Cross being replaced by Charlie Dean.
Well, after 5 overs,
she comes into Wolfhard, who works this off her pads to backward square leg for no run. 52 for 3.
This is my problem. I was complaining during the test match about this, that the women's cricketers don't get experience of multi-day cricket, and they're not used to bowling 6 and 8 over spells day after day. And then suddenly they have a test match, and they're not only told to play for days in a row, but to bowl 100 overs in a day, more than the men have to. That's silly. It's just a silly way to set up.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that didn't go, to plan, I would say. That first delivery to Laura Wolfhard, or that second delivery of the over, was just whipped out to mid-wicket for a single, and Marizon Cup defends this one to the onside for no run.
Leah sends us this message on YouTube. Well, I'm listening from Hanover, home of the English royal family, indeed. I have no horse in this race, but I tend towards SA because I kind of have the hots for Kath and Ishmael. So,
yes, they are
clearly
extremely experienced cricketers for South Africa, and apparently very nice people as well. As Charlie Dean gets this one full onto the off stump, and Marizon Cup drives this one, but it's straight to mid-off, no run there. 1 ball to go in the 18th over, 53 for 3. The run rate now below 3. It's now 2.97. Cup facing her 8th delivery, yet to score a run off the bat. Dean, right arm over the wicket, off spin, outside, off stump, driven by Marizon Cup, square to point, no run. 18 overs gone, 53 for 3. Yeah, and after that power play that didn't go so well, the next 8 overs, nothing really there for South Africa. A maiden over for Charlotte Dean to start her spell, or to start her match. But these two, Wolfhard and Cup, they need to stick together to give South Africa something.
The second ball of the over.
Excuse me, I'm reading the stats wrong here. Yes, that was the single. You're quite right, Ravi. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
No, now, that's okay. The England captain has realized that spin is the way to go. Eccleston continues, and every over of spin will just relieve the pressure onto the rest of the bowling attack. So South Africa need to make a plan here against the spinners. That first delivery from Eccleston was a dot ball. This time Laura Wolfhard rocks onto the back foot, slaps it through extra cover straight to the sweeper, and they take a single, 54 for 3.
Well, Sophie Eccleston has to have a spell of at least 5 overs. Heather Knight's got 5 overs on the trot out of Catherine's run, 5 overs on the trot out of Kate Cross. Natseva had to be pulled early because she was not bowling well at the time, but she will have to come back and complete that. Yeah, the thing is that
that last delivery outside off stump, driven by Cup, mistimed it. Was a bit of a fuller delivery, no run. She faces again Eccleston round the wicket, left-handed, defended by Cup. No run, one slip in. Now you see with the fielding positions here, England being able to keep a slip in while the spinners are bowling in the middle overs as Eccleston comes in again on Midland leg, full and driven back to the bowler for no run. The dots are just being strung together very nicely here by the English ladies.
Leah, regarding her having the hots for Cap, tells us, please don't tell Dane. I don't want to cause drama. I don't want to cause drama. Leah, I'm afraid it's too late. Anyone in the world can listen to us. And if Dane Badniak has heard you, then she knows what you think.
Yeah, and Dane might be listening because she has done some commentary for Guerrilla Cricket South Africa and One World Sports Radio. As that last ball is just defended by Marizanne Cup. No run, 19 overs gone, 54 for 3. The run rate now for South Africa down to 2.84. And Laura Wolford, 26 or 45. Cup has faced 12 without scoring. And Charlotte Dean will continue. From which end, I'm not sure. As soon as we figure that out, we will tell you. But she comes into Wolford now, who goes onto the back foot, swats this out to mid-on for a single. And the pattern continues. Wolford gets the single, and then the other ladies seem to get stuck.
Yes.
Can't get the strike back to Wolford.
It's as though South Africa have decided it's the boring middle over, so they might as well just trundle along.
Yeah, but they've got to lift the run rate at some point, and they will have a very low total to defend if they carry on like this. And Marizanne Cup goes down on one knee and smacks this one straight past the bowler, 4 runs. And that is a classic Marizanne Cup shot. What a strike there by South Africa's stalwart in the middle order. She did it in the test match. Is she going to rescue South Africa again today? Well, I hope so. Because if they're going to be defending 100 odd against this English team, they'll be in deep, deep trouble. There's a lot of experience as Dean continues to Marizanne Cup. This time she just drives it down to long on for an easy single. 60 runs up for South Africa, 19.3 overs gone. Run rate back over 3.
South Africa should get to about 200 at least, I think. But that might not be enough.
No, I'm not sure what the records are. It's difficult to tell what a good score would be, as once again Laura Wolford gets a single, faces one ball and gets off strike, 61 for 3. And Charlotte Dean now into Marizanne Cup. And this one is a full toss. And it's driven by Marizanne Cup to long on for a single. So the singles and the boundaries coming now for South Africa. 62 for 3, 1 ball to go in the 20th. Dean into Wolford, defended back to the bowler, no run. End of the 20th over, 62 for 3. Cup on 6 or 15, Wolford on 28 or 48. England in control here, and it's up to South Africa to put the pressure back on the bowlers. Otherwise, they're going to be bowling at nothing.
Leah says, I know you had Sunny in the studio, and you didn't get her to record her wife's jingle. So she's blaming us.
Yes, we miss those jingles. We've all been doing this remotely, and just like everyone else in the world, we realize that we don't have to waste our time traveling. We can just do everything from home. As Cup plays this ball from Sophie Eccleston straight to mid-off for no run. Start of the 21st over, 62 for 3. We still need to figure out how to do the jingles while we're all doing this from home. As Eccleston into Marizanne Cup, full on middle and leg, driven straight to mid-on, no run. 62 for 3 still the score.
The jingles are on one machine, aren't they? really, that we need to get control of.
Yeah, so we need to figure out a nice, efficient way as Eccleston continues to cup, who cuts this one to backward point. She was in two minds there. Marizanne Cup started to come forward and then rock back and cut to backward point for no run. Because the whole idea also, if we're not all together, is that any one of us can drop off, or power can go out, or internet can drop, and then we need to be able to continue. This one slides down the leg side, hits Marizanne Cup on the pads, and sort of a half-hearted, almost appeal. But there's no damage done and no run. 62 for 3. Eccleston now, final delivery of her 6th over. She goes to Marizanne Cup, who whacks this one high and handsome over long on for 1 bounce 4. I was just about to say Eccleston would have finished 6 overs, only conceding 6 runs and taking 1 wicket, but she's now conceded 10. So great stuff there by Marizanne Cup, and the score now moves to 66 for 3, if I'm not mistaken. And just missing her length a little bit there, Sophie Eccleston, on middle and off stump. Oh no, there's one more ball to go. 66 for 3, yes. Final ball of the 21st over. Marizanne Cup comes forward off a thick inside edge to mid-wicket. And they don't take... Did they take a run there? No. And that's the end of the 21st over. So Cup into double figures, 10 of 21. Wolfhard will face the next delivery. First delivery of the 22nd over. She's on 28 or 48.
I told you losing Lees was a good thing for South Africa. Cup has brought some spirit back to this game.
No, she always does. I mean, she doesn't hang around, whatever the format. Takes a few deliveries to get her eye in, and she was pinned down a little bit, but she did manage to find the release shots as Charlotte Dean continues right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Laura Wolfhard, clips this one to the fielder at wideish mid-wicket, almost a mid-on there for no run, straight to the fielder. That's Wolfhard, lines up again. This one is on middle and leg, whipped off her pads by Laura Wolfhard down to square leg, and they'll take an easy single. Wolfhard onto 29 or 50, 67 for 3.
Yeah, it is a pity that Wolfhard is the top scorer in this innings, and she's only got 29 of 50, which is a strike rate of 58.
Yep.
I can't even translate it.
Clips this one off her toes almost to square leg, another easy single. This is much better from South Africa. If they can just keep this up through these middle overs, just get the 6 and 7 run overs going, maybe sneak an 8 run over or a 10 run over in there. That will be all that the doctor ordered. As Wolfhard goes onto the front foot, lovely cover drive by Laura Wolfhard. There is a sweeper there, but what a shot, what a player. Laura Wolfhard gets onto that front foot, swings that beautiful cover drive, and they take a single. 69 for 3. Yeah, this one, Marizanne Cup plays straight to mid-off, no run. Dean now will bowl the final delivery of the 22nd over, her 3rd. She's conceded 12. Cup on 11. Run rate still above 3, and this time it evades the bowler as Cup tries to drive it down to mid-off, no run. Past the diving Charlotte Dean, diving to her left to try and cut that off. Now we're watching replays of that beautiful 150 that Marizanne Cup scored in the test match earlier, a few weeks ago. So, how long can South Africa keep this up? They need these runner ball kind of partnerships now. 22 overs gone, 69 for 3. So it looks like Ravi has dropped off. So I'm flying solo once again. And we see Nat Siver back into the attack. So the England camp think they can chance the 7-run and over bowler, Nat Siver, once again. She will be coming into Laura Wolfhard. Right arm over the wicket. Laura Wolfhard plays this one wide outside off stump to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single. 70 runs up for South Africa.
Sorry, Otto, I've got internet problems. It's raining here in Bombay. I'm going to have to drop out and leave you on your own. Is that okay?
No worries. I'll be fine, and the cavalry will be back as Marizon Cup works this one off her stumps down to fine leg for yet another single, 71 for 3. Very nicely done by these two ladies. Thank you so much, Ravi. I really do appreciate it. You have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Nat Siver in with the third delivery of the 23rd over, and just befuddles Laura Wolfhard there a little bit. She tries to work it to the onside, gets a bit of a leading edge back to the bowler. No run, 71 for 3. 3 overs to go in the 23rd over. Nat Siver looking to restore her figures a little bit off a short run up, right arm over. Beautiful cover drive by Laura Wolfhard, but the sweeper is there straight to her, and they take a single. And so let me get some stats here for you. So giving me the last 5 overs at the moment, but it's been a little bit better, picking up the momentum just ever so slightly. Oh, the South African ladies, as Siver comes in on leg stump, and Marizon Cup tries to hook this shot. It's given wide as it was short and going over the leg stump, going down leg. Marizon Cup just tried to help that on its way over the boundary, but deceived by the bounce there, and there's no run to the keeper. But since it goes past leg stump, it's a wide. 2 balls to go in the 23rd, 73 for 3. Nat Siver into Marizon Cup. What a nice delivery there from Siver, angling into the right-hander. No room to move there for Marizon Cup, and there's no run. 1 ball to go in the 23rd over. Cup is on 12 of 26. England really tying the screws here for South Africa. Siver comes in for the last delivery of her 4th over, and Marizon Cup plays it straight to mid-on. Caught. It was a mistimed shot, looped through the air, and mid-on only had to take 2 or 3 steps to her right to take that catch low to the ground. Good catch, well executed, but Marizon Cup is gone for 12 of 27. South Africa lose their 4th wicket with less than 80 runs on the board. A very good catch there, running to her right. That looks like Kate Cross to me, who took that catch. We'll confirm that for you in a moment. So after the wide delivery with the final ball of the 23rd, Nat Siver repays her captain's faith, and South Africa are 73 for 4. So 23 overs gone. South Africa will be happy if they can get to 200. They'll be very lucky if they can get to 200 off of this from this position with 27 overs to go. So usually you would double the score after 30. So at this rate, they'll get to about 90 or 100 if they carry on like this. And then they should be able to make it to that 200 mark, given wickets in hand. But it doesn't look like it will be enough on this wicket. The South African ladies, as Ravi said, not really shooting the lights out with their batting. So we have comments here from Leah on YouTube. She says, the only thing cricket related a doctor orders is to stop playing because you're not fit. Thank you very much for that, Leah. Thank you everybody for listening. And so, yes, it was Kate Cross that took the wicket with a catch off the bowling of Nat Siver. Marizon Cup, 12 runs, 15 minutes at the crease, 27 balls, 2 fours at a strike rate of 44.4. South Africa in real trouble now, as we see Laura Wolford face the first delivery of the 24th over for no run. This one is misfielded by mid-on, and they scamper through for a quick single, and that will bring the new batter on strike, 74 for 4. Chloe Tryon joins Laura Wolford at the crease. She's played 95 matches for South Africa, 1,486 runs with a highest score of 92. Hopefully she can get that for South Africa today, average of 23.2. So very experienced, Chloe Tryon, the all-rounder. She is right-handed facing Charlotte Dean. Full ball, outside off stump, driven hard by Tryon. Sweeper on the cover boundary will go around to cut that off at deep extra cover. They come back for 2. Tryon was off the mark with her first delivery, 76 for 4. 23.3 overs gone. So she's quite an exciting batter, is Chloe Tryon, very powerful hitter of the ball. Oh, and there was some hesitation in the middle of the pitch between Wolford and Tryon as Tryon faces Dean once again, drives past the diving extra cover. Mid-off cuts this off by running to her left, then there's no run. And she missed the test match, Chloe Tryon. It would have been very interesting to see what she could do with the red ball. Here she is back for South Africa in the ODIs. Dean over the wicket on middle stump, driven straight to extra cover, no run. 1 ball to go in the 24th over, 76 for 4. Charlotte Dean into Chloe Tryon on Midland leg. Dean dives to her right as the on drive goes straight back to the bowler. No run. 24 overs gone, 76 for 4. Wolford on 33 or 56, Tryon on 2 or 4, and Charlotte Dean has bowled 4 overs for 15 runs with 11 dots and only 1 4 conceded. And no wickets for Charlie Dean yet. And her economy is 3.91. So let's see who will continue the attack. It will be Nat Siver that will continue for England. She really brought back her figures there. She's now bowled 4 overs for 25, 1 for 25. She comes right on over the wicket to Laura Wolford, works this off her pads, off her hip rather, down to 45 on the leg side boundary for a single. And who's going to be sticking with Laura here and just getting those singles on the board? Chloe Tryon will face Nat Siver for the first time. So after conceding 21 in her first 3, she then conceded only 4 runs off her 4th, and she's now into her 5th over. It's Nat Siver over the wicket to Chloe Tryon. A check drive there, defended to extra cover, no run. 77 for 4. 4 balls to go in the 25th. Then hopefully after this, we'll have some variety in the commentary as Jenna might return. Some of the other people finishing their day's work will join us. Siver in to try and wide outside off stump, driven powerfully past the diving backward point. Nicely done, Chloe Tryon. 4 runs, 81 for 4. 3 balls to go in the 25th. And Tryon moves on to 6 of 6 deliveries. Tryon can get anywhere near her highest score today, that'll be great. With Laura Wolford hanging in there, strike rate of 59.64 with her 34 or 57. And she's hit 3 4s so far, has Laura Wolford. As the next ball is sent down to the cover sweeper by Chloe Tryon, and they take a single. So Wolford will be back on strike. With Nat Siver into her 5th over, 2 balls to go in her 5th over, 31 for 1. Her figures, or 1 for 31. should say. She goes into Laura Wolfhard short and wide outside off stump. Laura Wolfhard gets up on her toes, gets on top of the bounce, punches it down to the backward point boundary for a single. And the score is 83 for 4. 1 ball to go in the 25th. Run rate now up to 3.3 for South Africa. A bit of a recovery here. Siver into Chloe Tryon. And it's a high up onto the shoulder of the right-handed batter. Misses everything. I think she might have gotten a little bit of glove to that. No, byes are signaled by the umpire. And that is 25 overs gone. Jenna, it's so good to have you back. 84 for 4. And that's after 25 overs. So the last 5 overs have been a little bit better for South Africa. We're looking at the skyline here, the bar graph, bar chart. And that last over went for 7.
Sure.
So just a few less dots, but still too many dots for South Africa.
Yeah, things not looking good with the experience of Marizon Cup, who always comes in and saves the day for the Momentum Proteas. We saw her wicket fall a short while ago, which was disappointing, but we know that Chloe Tryon is more than capable of sticking her hand up and making a couple of runs.
Yes, I'll let you catch up because I know that I'm a bit ahead of you there, and I can't pause my feed. So we're in a very nice location here, but not all the amenities of home, unfortunately. Doing the best we can with what we have. And
okay, cool.
Everybody who's here on holiday with me, nice enough to let me do my silly hobby here, commentating on cricket games. Yes, please go ahead, Jenna.
Okay. Cool. First ball of the over was just a dot. Second ball, Chloe Tryon plays it out to a mid-off position just for a single. She's on 8 of 10. Laura Wolfhard on strike now. Charlie Dean is bowling her 5th over. No wickets for 16 runs, as this one is a good length just outside the off stump, finding the inside half of Wolfhard's bat and just going to mid-wicket for no run. She's blitzing through her overs here, Charlie Dean, going at a very good over rate, as this one is full and straight and worked off the pads of Laura Wolfhard. They run the first one hard, but very good work out in the deep by Sophia Dunkley, who gets that in quickly. They're only able to come through for a single. Laura goes up to 36. The team total 86 in the 26th over. And Chloe Tryon will face at least 1, potentially 2 balls of Charlie Dean's over. And she plays with soft hands into the offside. And this is much better running than we've seen all innings so far, I think, as they scamper through for a quick single there. Good soft hands by Tryon.
Yeah, that's the least that I think that's the lowest target here for the South African ladies. Just get the singles on the board. Don't let the dot balls go past you.
Yeah,
punish the bad deliveries, of which there haven't been many.
Yeah, as Wolfhard just plays one out to the fielder at cover sweeper for a single. She's on 37 of 61, Tryon on 9 of 11. It's the end of the 26th. The score 88 for 4. Charlie Dean ends her 5th over, no wickets for 19 runs.
Yeah, so 19 or 5 from Charlotte Dean. Sophie Eccleston, 6 overs for 10. So that's 11 overs for 29 runs from the English spinners.
Yeah, really
and we have a comment from Leah on YouTube.
And Wolfhard just plays this one off her legs, and that will go out to the square leg boundary. They just get through for a single as Tryon makes her way slowly to the striker's end. But Wolfhard goes up to 38, score 89. Yeah, this comment from Leah, she says, welcome back, Jenna. Out of interest as a German, what are your thoughts on my demand of give test status to every nation that wants it already. Okay, I'll come to that answer in a second. Chloe Tryon, it's a short ball, and she pulls this out to the square leg boundary. Natsova has been exciting to watch now in her second spell. She's coming back with aggression, and it's been exciting to see her bowling those short pitch deliveries. Kind of keeps the batters on their toes, but the South Africans just came through for a single. Chloe goes up to 10, and the score 90 for 4. So, Ben, I'll get to your question now, Leah.
Yeah, and, Leah's a German cricket fan, which is quite rare, I think, in terms of the German population, at least.
Yeah, I think Test cricket in the women's game is a hot topic at the moment. And it's difficult. Many people have many different opinions on it. I think that because women's cricket is such a difficult kind of game to get crowds involved in, and we have crowds involved in the white ball format, as Laura Wolfart just plays this one around her legs. They want to go through for 2, but Chloe Tryon says no, leave it at 1. And she's on 41 now, 64, the score 93 for 4. Yeah, so I think while there are crowds in white ball cricket watching the women's game, that it's difficult to then bring in a new format, or not new, I suppose, a different format of more test games, because it just kind of upsets the balance of whether it's entertaining or not. And that's not to say that women's test cricket is not entertaining. It really is. And I think that's why they shorten women's test cricket to 4 days instead of 5. Just to
it all comes back to rands and cents, or dollars and cents, or euros and cents, or whatever you use, because like you said, if there's nobody watching, there's no sponsors. If there's no sponsors, there's no money to pay the players, and playing a 5-test match or a 5-day series, that takes a lot of time out of the players as well, and they also need to make a living. So that's, and with the associate nations, they basically have the same problem with countries like the Netherlands have been able recently to sort of get up into the spotlight. Iceland have a cricket program, so it's a real struggle just to get over that line where it becomes profitable and interesting for sponsors.
Yeah, and South Africa being one of the countries who as a female team is becoming more and more professional and more equal to the men's side, it's a struggle for us as well. I mean, we saw 8 debutants playing in this once-off test in Taunton, and it just shows how the lack of test cricket is kind of not hurting us as a country, but just like it is interesting to see how many of our players have not played test cricket. And Chloe Tryon goes over the top, over mid-off. That's a maximum shot there. She gets 6 off it. She goes up to 17, and Charlie Dean really had to watch that one fly over her head. It went high and it went far. And this is the Chloe Tryon that we know.
Yes, and 100 up for South Africa after 27.1 overs with 4 wickets down. So thank goodness for that. Chloe Tryon sailed over the long off boundary. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, definitely a very good cricket shot. She's going to face the second ball of Charlie Dean's over, and it's back of a length on leg stump wrapped around the pads, and that will go out to the fine square leg boundary. Let's get through for a single. Chloe Tryon goes up to 18. Yeah, and I think just to come back to that test cricket kind of thing, test cricket in South Africa cannot grow as an international game if it's not invested domestically. And it isn't, because as a domestic cricket player, provincial cricket player, I've never played time cricket. So expecting those players to go in and play 4 days of cricket is difficult, because those players have never played anything like that. So I think the South African women did really well. But just to come back to that, to Leah's question, difficult to answer. Yes, Chloe Chan uses
Thanks for those insights.
To the pitch of the delivery, sorry, Otto, and just defends this out to the offside for no run. The score 102 for 4, 2 balls left in Dean's 6th over. Right arm over.
So we have a
full outside the off
yes.
stump and just defended into the offside. No run once again.
With 1 ball to go in the 28th. SA's best chance was to bat big, as bowling depth is their weak point unless this pitch is low scoring. Comment on YouTube from Clarion. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for listening and getting in touch. We do appreciate that. Yeah, I can't agree more with that.
Yeah, and it looked like it was going to be such a good batting track up front, because Heather said that had they won the toss, had England won the toss, they would have chosen to bat as well. Yeah, so things have kind of turned out differently than expected.
Final ball of the 28th over was a dot. The score now 102 for 4. And Catherine Brunt is into the attack. So what do you think about that decision to bring her back so early? Maybe they're trying to finish off this partnership before it gets started.
Yeah, definitely. And it has kind of gotten started. Chloe Chan going at 100 strike rates. Catherine bowled really, really well up front. 5 overs. She bowled a maiden, an economy of only 1 because she only went for 5 runs. And she did get 2 wickets up front. And crucial wickets, I believe. Yeah, she's an aggressive bowler. We know she's a strike bowler. And it's going to be exciting to see. There is a bit of a chance. Straight up, her first ball of her new spell wraps Laura Wolfart on the pads, but definitely going down leg there. A little bit of a shot, but the umpire stern in saying not out.
So it's the 2 kingpins, I would say, or queen pins, would you say, for England and South Africa. Laura Wolfart versus Catherine Brunt. Can't wait to see Laura getting on top of this.
Yeah, as a South African fan, that is definitely something we're looking for. It's full just outside the off stump and driven to mid off, but no run. Good fielding by the fielder there. Sends it back to the keeper just to keep the batters on their toes, making sure that they keep their shoulders warm by getting the ball back into the keeper quickly. Just having a look at the replay of the LBW shot on the first ball, definitely going down leg. So good call by the umpire. There's a bit of a top edge by Laura Wolfart, 3rd ball of the over, back of a length just outside the off stump, and it falls short of the fielder at mid wicket. So Laura Wolfart still safe. The score 102 for 4. Chloe Chan and Laura Wolfart just coming together just to regroup and reconcile mid over.
So Clarion carries on, says especially spin bowling, SA always lacks quality spin bowlers. We've got Mlaba there today. We'll see how she goes.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting to see what she can do. As Laura just clips this one around the pads, so it goes out to the mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for a single, which will put Chloe Tryon on strike for the remaining 1, potentially 2 balls of Brunt's over.
And then Leah says we've got a little bit more time to talk now between deliveries with the fast bowler bowling off a long run-up. Speaking for Hanover and the cricket community here, we'd watch the hell out of any red ball cricket played here, regardless of who plays it, says Leah. Yeah, I'm sure that's true of many cricket fans and cricket communities. Wait for the next delivery.
Yeah, try and just play this one out again to that mid-wicket boundary. It's been a busy region this over. And they just go through for a single, and Wolfart will face the last ball of Brunt's over. As the score 104 for 4, Wolfart on 43 of 70, and really anchoring this innings. Brunt is in, running up a run-up. She's past the umpire, right arm over, and Wolfart just defends this out to extra cover for no run. That's the end of the 29th, 104 for 4. Chloe Tryon will take strike in the new over. 19 of 19, 100% strike rate, which ends Catherine Brunt's 6th over. She has 2 wickets for 7 runs.
2 for 7 of 6 overs. That's brilliant. I mean, that's really putting a weapon into the hands of Heather Knight.
Yeah, she definitely is a weapon. We know she's capable of many, many things. Just to change it up, I think, from the spin, Charlie Dean in now her 7th over number 30 in the game, and she just pulls out of her run up there. Chloe Tryon just taken aback a little bit there. The players just all smiling and apologizing for the mistake there. Dean in first ball of the over, and she lets it out the hand now, but it's a wide. Amy Jones behind the stumps, just having to skip to her left to collect that behind Chloe Tryon. A good take in the end.
Yes, indeed. Saving the blushes there for Charlotte Dean.
Yeah, next ball much better. A good line outside the off stump. It's full and defended to that extra cover position by Chloe Tryon. Charlie Dean in her 6.1. She's gone for 28 and looking consistent, but the batters rather taking her on than Sophie Eccleston. Chloe Tryon going on a big swing there, loses balance completely and falls over onto her bum. She doesn't look too comfortable. Maybe she hurt herself on that fall. She is walking back to the crease, so she seems to be okay.
Yeah, she was gripping her thigh there as she fell over. Hopefully it's not too serious. She does look like she should be all right, I hope.
She was trying to get back into the crease to avoid a stumping chance, and maybe just pulled a little bit there in that thigh groin area. But the next one she plays nicely out to the cover sweeper boundary. They come through for 2. She did manage to run those 2 runs at a decent pace, so she seems okay. Scores 107 for 4, 3 balls left in the over. And Dean to Trion's on 21 of 22. And a full toss outside the off stump. But it's played out to that cover sweeper boundary. They go through for a single. So Laura Wolfart on strike now. Trion goes on to 22. Wolfart on 43. And it's important for her to convert here. And then a bit of a change of pace, I think, in her innings. Wraps her on the pad as she goes on the back foot, and the umpire puts his finger up. Charlie Dean ecstatic with this. A little bit of an umpire's curse there, Otto. And that'll be the end of Wolfart, 43 of 72. The timer is ticking, and on screen we're not seeing Wolfart. The timer's gone, and not going up for the review. Just catches her on that back pad, caught on the back foot and not going forward or back, the ball staying low, just missing the bat completely.
Yes, that's the end of Laura Wolfart, as you said, 43 runs off 72 balls. She hit 3 fours, strike rate of 60.5, and she departs, not getting anywhere near her highest score of 149. But at least she got close to her average of 46. So there's that. I think England, if they can get Tryon and Trisha Chetty, they should be winning this match easily. If those two ladies, Trisha Chetty and or Chloe Tryon, can put the pressure back onto England, that's the only chance South Africa have. Tumise Kukune, as I've mentioned earlier, Nadine de Klerk, the other recognized all-rounders, players who are able to bat. It'll be very tough for them to carry the load through to the end of the 50 overs with just about 20 overs to go. Kaka can swing a bat, Mlaba not so much. So we'll see how it goes. And we are joined by Coach Dave just in time. Now we see the cavalry coming through here for Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your support. As there's a bit of a break in play here, my side. Is that right, Jenna?
Yeah, there is. Seems like a
So Leah on YouTube says, we'd make a women's test team between Germany and the Netherlands, put any Lord's men's test to shame. Very fighting words there by Leah Schneider on YouTube. Thank you so much, Leah, for listening. We do appreciate it. How's it, David?
Hello, the master himself, Otto, and the legend in person, Jenna Searle. Good to be with you. I believe the wicketkeeper just nipped out there at the fall of that wicket, possibly for a comfort break. I think that's why there's been a slight delay. But Laura Volfard, I mean, trapped in the crease, double out is probably the thought in the mind of the umpire. Although there looks like there might be a faint something there. Oh, but surely she would know that.
Surely. Yeah, they're just replaying on the ultra edge. There is a bit of a wobble on that line.
Oh no. It's like Wimbledon. The technology is there. Use it. Come on. And now I'm going to leave you to it. Coach Dave, if you can relieve Jenna on ball by ball,
you got it.
I would appreciate that, and I'll be watching the comments and stuff like that for you behind the scenes.
You boss. 108 for 5, South Africa in a bit of trouble here. It was early wickets that seemed to have pegged them back. 5 balls gone in the 30th. And Jenna, I mean, obviously, England is a world-class side, and not a surprising. Not completely surprising in terms of where this game is, but you would have hoped that the Momentum Proteas would have maybe fought a little bit more. I think Laura Volfart being dismissed when she has could shift the game.
Yeah, and you say that England is a world-class cricket team, but so are the Momentum Proteas. And I do think a little bit more is expected from them here. We were talking about how we should start treating the women equally. And I suppose as the game becomes more and more professional, we expect performances to look more and more professional.
Final ball, and this one's just nipped away to the offside, and it looks like Sine Luce is off strike. No, it's not. It's Nadine de Klerk. She's made her way to the crease after the fall of the wicket there. So 30 overs gone, 109 for 5. Please do continue.
Yeah, we expect the performance to look a little bit more professional. Both batters at the crease are very capable. Nadine de Klerk has scored a lot of runs at provincial level. She's played 12 innings internationally and only scored 90 runs. But she's a very capable batter, and I hope that she'll start to find her feet here in this batting lineup.
Absolutely. She's got the experience of Chloe Tryon at the other end. But with just 20 overs to go, you've got to ask the question, is this now where you double things up? They seem to have backtracked, perhaps, on that last delivery. Perhaps there was an extra ball there, maybe a no ball. Was that something that I may have missed? I didn't see the signal coming, but nevertheless, we'll have now the 30th ball of the over. Down the wicket and hoiks it over the onside. That is a massive shot by Chloe Tryon. What a shot. She's just used her feet so wonderfully there. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, that's what we know her to do. She hits the ball really hard, and she's an aggressive batter. And I feel like she bats her best when she's expressing herself as much as possible. Often a message will go out and say, just stay in, you can't lose your wicket. But I think when offense is the best defense for Chloe Tryon especially.
A fantastic way to end the over. Now it's complete. 30 overs, 114 for 5. You spoke about the aggressive nature of Chloe Tryon, and with the retirement of Lizelle Lee, South Africa will be lacking somebody who can really accelerate things, and then hopefully Chloe Tryon is able to do that for them today with calculated risk, because it's always such a difficult thing when you see somebody who can move things along. They often end up being dismissed. You live by the sword and die by the sword. That's unfortunately sometimes the case. If you could just keep us going for a couple of balls here, the joys of technology.
Yeah, sure. Nadine de Klerk just defended her first ball, her second ball, apologies, no run. And this one, second ball of Catherine Brandt's over, once again defended off the back foot by Nadine de Klerk, straight back to Catherine Brandt, who's been unbelievable today. She's in her 7th over. She has 2 wickets for 7 runs. A very feisty bowler up front, taking 2 wickets there and holding things together very well here, with 20 overs to go, as you said, Dave. And just coming in, good length, just outside the off stump. There is an inside edge there as it goes past Nadine de Klerk, goes out to a fine square leg position. They go through for a single, and Nadine de Klerk gets onto the score, 115 for 5.
Yeah, halfway through this 31st over, and you spoke about Brandt's bowling. It has been top from her today, and sometimes you just get that day where it doesn't seem like it's going to be a blinder of a day in terms of an individual performance, but she certainly has taken this game by the horn. She's in again now, and it's a fuller this time, and tries to drive, maybe not getting her weight as far forward as she would have liked, and so relying on the hands there, as this one just is cut off in the circle, so they don't get anything for it. She's on 26 from 25 deliveries. Nadine de Klerk 2 from 4, and Brandt has got 2 more remaining in the service. South Africa, in the recent past, having lost 2 of their senior players in Lizelle Lee and Mignon de Pree to retirement, as Brandt is in again. It's a little bit of a floater this time. Maybe the slow ball there, and just whipped away to the onside square of the wicket, and they'll just get 1 for it. 117 for 5. 116 for 5, rather, and 1 ball remaining in the 31st. The experience of those 2 in your top 6, plus, Danae van Niekerk still not in the side, and so that experience, that invaluable calm head at the top, is such a gap that's currently in the South African top 6. This one is off the hips of Clark, who just works us onto the onside, but not able to pierce the field, so no run. End of the 31st, 116 for 5.
Yeah, it is potentially a gap in the top order of the Momentum Proteas side, but there are very capable players in that top 6. I mean, we know what Laura Wolfhard can do. Lara Goodall proved her worth when they played against Ireland, and I hope that those runs that she scored against Ireland would bring her confidence up and help her get through. Obviously, it's only been one innings so far, ODI innings, of course, since that series. Sunele is very capable. Mirzan Cup, we know how good she is. So yes, missing those players.
Absolutely. Right, Dean in again, and this is a straighter delivery this time, and just pushed with the angle out into the offside, and they'll scream through for just the single. 117 for 5, and our very own Werner Erasmus in our own, incognito private chat that you guys don't get to see said, "Send to me the wall Sakukune in next." I think not really suited for this type of format, and when South Africa need to get the score along. But I appreciate the thought there. Werner de Klerk just defends this next one, and so Dean will continue to search for her second. The first one being that of Laura Wolfhard, and she's Charlotte Dean only bowled the 7 overs today, but being the second most expensive in terms of economy rate. This one is middle and leg, but it's full, and de Klerk just works just to the onside, straightish this time, not able to extract anything from it. She's going to face up again with half of her balls, or half of the balls remaining in the over. Charlotte Dean in again, and this is nearly onto the pads of de Klerk. This time she does get it away towards a cow corner region, and that means they can get across for another 118 for 5, 2 remaining in the 32nd.
Yeah, I just want to comment on the running in the beginning overs. Laura Wolfhard's, the running between the wickets, there was a little bit of a lack of communication, which was disappointing.
Down the wicket comes Tryon. She's bashed this up and over extra cover, and that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot, just using her feet once again. We saw it in the previous Charlotte Dean over. We've seen it now again, and it's a great bit of work from de Klerk. Not de Klerk, rather, Tryon, to snuff out any opportunity of spin there, and it's a great bit of work to get a boundary. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, a very good cricket shot there. And as long as Nadine de Klerk can keep rotating the strike there, make sure there's clear communication between the two of them, and Chloe Chan can kind of take the reins and lead the Momentum Proteas to the end of the innings, I think that's definitely the way to go about things.
Vital here for the Momentum Proteas is to have Chloe Tran in again. Dean, for her last ball, a little bit more flight this time and a similar type shot that Tryon did attempt earlier in the over. That, sitting on that back foot almost and trying to drive off the front foot. It's a very risky shot. Her hands are good enough, but it's a risky shot because it so nearly can pop up and be your downfall, as we welcome at the end of the 32nd over, 122 for 5. Werner Rasmus, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, guys. How are you?
Well, sir.
You guys well. The score isn't looking too great, is it?
No. Jenna, you're feeling a bit cold. You got a hood going up there. Is it cold in the house?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like a hood. It's actually just my hair and headphones, but it isn't
Jenna's
too...
hood. Jenna's wearing a hood.
Yeah, it is cold.
Yeah, Jenna is, indeed.
Jenna's from the hood. Thanks, I'll be here until the end of the innings. Right, de Klerk facing up to Brunt once again, who begins presumably her 10th, and it's an immediate shot from Brunt, but turned down by the umpire. Not really confident from anyone.
No, definitely not confident. But yeah, these opportunities and asking questions are important just to keep the South African batters on their toes.
Absolutely. Right, she goes once again to de Klerk, does Brunt. Much better line and length this time, and de Klerk can only defend. She tries to think about maybe stealing a run. She's not going to be able to get away with that crime, and so it's a dot ball. 1-2-2 for 5.
Yeah, Werner. She will be... Go for it, Dave.
No, I was just saying Werner's gone AFK. He doesn't want to hear about it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nadine de Klerk just trying to rotate the strike, get some quick singles and put Chloe Chan in strike. But she'll face up to Brunt again.
Yeah, she goes right on over the wicket and drives out into the offside. Tries to steal it, but the cover fielders are only too happy to gobble it up. Clarion says Tryon is already 26 off 25, and she's now 32 off 29. Asking, is she actually batting on another wicket here?
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. But she's using her feet really well to the spinners, making sure she gets to the pitch of the ball as early as possible. I think that's been the difference.
Brunt in once again. Wider this time of the crease, and the angle comes in, but de Klerk is not going to miss out on that golden opportunity. Carved square of the wicket on the offside. 4 runs signals the umpire. 1-2-6 for 5.
Yeah, really good looking cricket shot. She made sure she placed that well. Pounced on that shorter length delivery and just to the right of the fielder at point, a little bit in front of square, but a good cricket shot.
I don't think Brunt can be too unhappy with that. I mean, she's come wide of the wicket and angling it in. She's now tighter to the stumps this time, and there's a thought of a run. They think about a run, but immediately turned on her bike is de Klerk, as Lamb isn't fooled by any tricks that de Klerk may be playing. I wonder, Brunt would have never thought, or perhaps not never, but certainly wouldn't have thought that coming wide of the wicket, angling it into the right-hander, that she would have played a shot square the wicket. Certainly not one of the outcomes she would have predicted. This one is now on middle, right over where the ball, right on the top of the stumps. Not able to work it away is de Klerk. It's the end of the 33rd. 1-2-6 for 5.
I'm going to step out for a little while, if you two are okay with that.
You got it.
Cool. Have fun. See you later.
Go defrost. Beautiful. Werner Erasmus, the man himself. 33 overs gone, 126 for 5. What would a score look like to you that as South Africa's captain, you'd think, okay, I'm happy?
If they can manage to get themselves to 240 from here, how much over 17 overs left, That would mean another 120 runs. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. Let's say they get to 220 at least to give themselves at least in the game.
Okay, 220.
I don't think it's a winning total. I don't think there's much.
Think it's a winning total.
There's not much happening on the pitch, but that does bring them in the game. And if they pick up early wickets, then anything can happen.
Absolutely. Change of bowling. New bowler into the attack. It's Lamb. She's going to bowl her off spin. I would have loved for her to have bowled to Volfart. I think, Red Riding Hood vibes there, big time.
Sure.
Lamb and Wolf. Nevertheless, she will go right arm over the wicket to Tryon, who off the back foot just pushes this into the offside. No run available. Bowling it fairly quickly here is Lamb. 71 kilometers an hour for that first delivery. I think she's going to try and rip through this over here very quickly. In again, and this time knocked down the ground, and so the long on will collect it, and they get their first runs off of Lamb's bowling. 1, 2, 7 for 5.
I saw earlier in the week that in the domestic setup in England, I think it was Salt that was caught by Pepper.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's what we want. It's like when Lily caught Dilly bowled, Lily, Willie, and Dilly. I feel like that was something. This one is just bunted onto the onside as Siva does the fielding. Clarion is saying that they'll take 220 from here. And in once again, short and hoiked away to the onside. It died a little bit on its way through to the clack, but she managed to avoid a blemish or a blunder. And gets through for a single. 1, 2, 8 now for 5. Ravi Nair said, Jenna, save yourself for the second innings now. Good man, Ravi Nair. Good man, Ravi Nair. We're looking forward to having you with us once again. This one, a lot more flight, but Tryon again using her feet wonderfully and just drives this out to the offside. They do have protection sweeping on that cover boundary, so they'll just get 129 for 5. 1 ball remaining in the 34th. In again, Lamb to finish the over, tries to push this out to long on, manages to beat the close infielder, and they'll get 1. So 130 up after 34 overs have been completed. Tryon on 34, de Klerk on 9.
Yeah, Tryon is batting a lot differently than the other batters have so far in this innings. She's batting at more than a runnable, comfortably outscoring her partners. It was Lara Wolfart made 43 of 72 deliveries, only at a strike rate of 59, trying to hold the innings together. But no one else, apart from Andre Stein and Lara Goodall, even managing to strike it above 60. And here, Chloe Tryon's on 54 of only 32 deliveries with 3 4s and a 6. But we do know this is her style of playing, so it'll be vital for the Proteas that she bats as deep as possible here.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial, absolutely. Sophie Eccleston, 1 for 10 in her 6 today. She's picked up 2 maidens as well, and it looks like she will continue once again, just maybe marking things out. Here she goes, left arm around the wicket, and a defensive shot from de Klerk, but she's able to sneak out 1, and they're going to run back for 2. This could be close, but it's safe in the end as Tryon managed to put her skates on. The throw was a little bit wayward, and that's why everybody was all safe at the end of the day.
Yeah, de Klerk is quite a busy player at the crease. She likes to push it around, run hard. It is good to see. Eccleston is not an easy bowler to get away.
No, absolutely not. That ball lands and turns and sharp bounce. It surprised young Nadine de Klerk, but straight through to the wicketkeeper without any blunders or blemishes. Right, here we go. Again, Eccleston to de Klerk, who just drops this and runs immediately, and there could be a run out, but again, Chloe Tryon is too fast. You can't catch me. So that's another single. 133 for 5.
Seeing how effective Eccleston has been on this wicket so far, Chloe Tryon's left arm orthodox might come quite handy on this pitch.
Absolutely. Something that makes me want to pull what little hair I have on top of my head out, was seeing Tron not crowning her bat as she crossed the line. There's a big shot here, trapped in front. She's been given. Try on, trapped in front. She's probably going to go ask the question. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce that has saved her. She does go upstairs. Werner Erasmus, your thoughts?
It's very close. I think it's going to hit the top of leg, but let's hope. The only thing that's going to save Chloe Tryon here is either a bit of height or maybe it just sliding down leg, but it struck her quite in front as she played all around it. But a good delivery. She got a nice dip on that one. It did bounce quite a bit, hit her on the knee roll, but right in front of leg, right in front of Minnow rather. But she does bowl with a bit of an angle, does Eccleston. So we'll see. But it was reviewed quickly. There is a bit of a mark on ultra edge, but only past the bat, so there is a bit of a gap between bat and pad.
Daylight. You can see the sponsor of the stump. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. She did get a very good stride in. Let's see if the height does save her. If everything doesn't glitch us.
Yeah, this is not our doing. The broadcast is struggling about life. We're still reviewing the decision, maybe just rebooting the system. To quote, the IT crowd, have you tried turning it off again? Right. Original decision, red. There we go. 1, 2. Yay. Oh, a review retained for South Africa as Tryon by, to quote Ian Smith, the barest of margins has been saved here this afternoon. So she will continue to fight on for South Africa, and Eccleston will not get that wicket. Whew. Sigh
just
of
missing
relief
the
for
top
the South
of
Africans. Yeah.
But good review. It was just that angle that made the difference in the end.
Absolutely. And it was the good big stride there from Tryon. Again, a similar type delivery, pushed through a lot quicker this time, 82 kilometers an hour. And this time, Tryon is certain of bat on ball there. One ball remaining in the 35th. And then I'll ask Vanna to perhaps plug his answer into why de Klerk is playing instead of Bosch. Floated more this time. Fuller pushed onto the onside and no run. End of 35. South Africa 1-3-3 for 5. Why is de Klerk playing instead of Bosch? Who's a better baller and who is a better bowler?
That is quite a tricky one. De Klerk has done quite well as a bowler in this format, but Anneke Bosch has been in very good form. We saw how she did in the test before this. So it's a tricky one. Maybe it's a thing of balance. Maybe they feel like Anneke Bosch is more a top order batting in the top 4 or so, and they'd rather have the other players up in there and then have the Dean de Klerk more in a position that she's used to. But we might see them swapping out as the series goes along.
Emma Lamb to continue, and it's just defended. It's a harmless delivery that's just defended out into the offside, and there's not much that comes from it. Ravi Nair saying it's a good question that has been asked by Clarion, and if you want to ask questions, go find us on YouTube. And this one's a floated and nearly a return catch there for Emma Lamb. Good take at long on, but they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, it's the two spinners operating in tandem. They are getting a little bit of spin, but I think it's more a case of bounce in this pitch. It seems like they are getting a little bit of extra bounce.
Down the wicket comes Tryon, chips it over, but there's somebody who's going to have to fetch that one after one bounce over the boundary. It will be 4 runs there. She's using her feet well, and that meant that Tryon could just bash it. I was trying to say that somebody's going to collect it, but it was hit so well, perfectly timed by Chloe Tryon, and 4 runs in the end. Nicely flighted again. This is driven out to the offside this time, much squarer towards the cover boundary and collected. They'll get 140 up now for South Africa. 1 ball remaining in the 36th. Clarion saying umpire got a bit trigger happy. And the umpire was wrong on both occasions, by the way. Let me just throw some shade that umpire's way. Right, this one, again, just carved out square of the wicket with the shot that is off the back foot. They think about a second, but the throw to Jones means that no second is possible. One ball remaining in the 36th.
Yeah, after this ball, I would quickly come back to that Annika Bosch point.
Lamb in again. Down the wicket comes Tryon, chips it. There's a possibility of it getting to the boundary, but plugs in the end, and easy collection there on the boundary for long off. 36 gone, 141 for 5. And Werner is going to tell us about Annika Bosch.
So Annika Bosch has played 9 matches. In terms of the bat, she has an average of 22, a strike rate of 66 with 150, a top score of 58. And as I pointed out, Nadine de Klerk might be the better bowler between the two. In terms of bowling, Annika Bosch has only bowled in 5 of the 9 matches she has played. And she's only picked up the 1 wicket, conceded 113 runs across those 5 innings. So
Eccleston to begin a new over. Full toss, and I think Tryon didn't realize it until it was too late. Try to hit that back down the ground, but only finding mid-on. Sorry about that. Carry on.
No problem. Yeah, so I'm thinking they see Nadine de Klerk as more of a strike bowler than Annika Bosch.
Again, nearly a Yorker length delivery, but hit straight into the turf and collected happily by the bowler, Eccleston. Sophie. Just 13 runs from her 7 overs today. It's been a marvelous performance from England spinners today. Full toss and bashed away. And that'll go to the boundary for 4. Just brute strength there from Chloe Tryon. It's a delivery that Eccleston will want to forget. I just complimented her. And perhaps she's allergic to compliments because that one was summarily dismissed.
Yeah, and it was very well placed by Chloe Tryon. She made sure that she gets this one right just in front of point. The sweeper was very straight on the boundary, so it couldn't run around in time.
Much better delivery this time from Eccleston. Just defended on the front foot by Tryon. No run there. 36.4 overs gone, 145 for 5. And Tryon is nearing a milestone. We shan't speak about it. This one is defended again. She thinks about setting off for a quick run, but Nadine de Klerk says, whoa, not so fast. Not so fast. Paul Mutrane and Tsepotela would probably say, I'm a fool for any superstitions that I may hold around, milestones and mentioning and, all those fun things. Nevertheless, the next delivery is defended soundly to end the 37th, 145 for 5. Tryon on 44, de Klerk on 14.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon single-handedly brought this run rate back up to around the 4 mark. It's been slow going throughout, and the loss of wickets continuously is definitely also not helped. Not a lot of demons in the pitch, maybe a little bit of extra bounce, something that Marizon Cup will target later. Good that we do have Ayabonga Kaka back in the lineup as well. She, of course, didn't play that one-off test, deciding to focus on limited overs cricket. But good to see her back. Still without Shabnam Ismail are the Momentum Proteas, but still plenty of variety in the attack. Tumisa Kakune has a lot of confidence coming into this match just based on the way she performed in that test.
Catherine Cross returning 5 overs, 0 for 19, and she will be bowling to Nadine de Klerk. Clarion saying the game is not up to Tryon and Cup's opening spell. It's going to be an interesting passage of play. She goes now, does Cross. Oh, there's nearly a opportunity gone a begging there. Wonder if de Klerk did get anything on it. We'll see by the umpire. No, it's a bye signal there. So a bit of a wicket-keeping blunder behind. Maybe it jumped a little bit more than Jones was expecting. And so that's a finger breaker, that is, though. As much as you want to look at the wicket-keeper and say, what's happened there? My word, did that spit out of the wicket.
Yeah, never easy standing up to the wickets. Went straight through her hands.
Even worse. This one is bashed. It's gone high in the air behind the wicketkeeper. This third coming around, and I wonder if that's gone all the way. Let's have a look to see if the umpire signals it. But goodness me,
I believe it's gone for
It's
4.
just a 4. Yeah, it's gone for 4 there.
But it does bring her total up to 48 of only 45 deliveries. She's brought a lot of impetus into this innings where the other players have struggled. Chloe Tran has taken the attack to England as the 150 comes up.
Absolutely. Once again, cross in again, and this one is in ducker towards the pads of Tran. Somebody who seems quite comfortable through the leg side with a slower bowler than Cross, but I mean, Kate Cross is really cranking up here, which is nice to see. You know, good, decent line and length from her as well. I think there could be something coming here. I do think that there may be something coming here. Right, Tran facing once again. This is now squeezed to the offside as Chloe Tran tries to force her hand here in an attempt to get some score. I think she's feeling a little bit frustrated, a little bit bogged down maybe. I wonder what's going through her mind.
I think she's looking for that boundary option to get to that milestone, as you mentioned earlier. But she has batted beautifully. Nadine Clark is supporting her very ably.
Right, Kate Cross in again, and it's a bouncer, and Tran looks towards the square leg umpire, and they'll get a wide for it. That's the one for the over, says Mr. Umpire.
Good take behind the wickets. Taking a bouncer up to the stumps it's not an easy thing to do.
I seem to remember Shane Warne in a certain game. I can't remember what it was, but he certainly bowled a bouncer as a leg spinner. But the great take there behind the stump from Jones. This one again into the leg stump of Tran, who's able to angle her bat and get a run for it. She's now one away from that magical milestone, but she might have to wait more than just the one ball that's remaining in this over, because Nadine de Klerk is on strike, and I think it would be foolish with the score at what it is to decline any opportunity of a run for the sake of giving her the strike for a milestone. Nevertheless, cut away, short and wide, and I'm sure they'll be screaming for two. There's a little bit of a fumble on the boundary, and we'll just have to see if they do go for two. They don't. It's a one. So de Klerk will retain the strike. End of the 38th now. 153 for 5.
Yeah, looking at that scorecard, Andrew Stein went for 14 of 21, bowled by Brunt. RBW by Brunt. Lara Goodall went for 5 of 8 deliveries, bowled by Brunt, caught by Heather Knight. Sunay Lees bowled by Sophie Eccleston. She had a real struggle of it, 7 of 28 deliveries. Marizanne Cup went for 12 of 27. Also couldn't really get going, or got out just as he was about to. And the last to go was Laura Wolfhard, 43 of 72 deliveries. This partnership, at least going along a bit, trying to rebuild things here to set up a total to defend.
Right, change of bowling. Charlotte Dean to be bowling her right arm wrist spin. Oh, and the first delivery is a dud as she pulls the handbrake and decides, I shan't be bowling it. Just have to wait for that all-important first delivery. She's in again. Rips it this time, a wrong un up front. And so well read by de Klerk as she pushes this to the onside. Now de Klerk will sit at the non-strikers end and see if Tran can pick up the milestone here. I think it's a wonderfully decision. It's a wonderful decision taken here by the English, because certainly with Tran struggles to the onside, anything that's pitched up, you'll think that it could be an option. Nevertheless, this one is pitched up and bunted through the offside, and there's a lot of work for Sophie Eccleston to clean it up on the boundary, and Tryon will collect a 50, her 9th 50 in 95 one-day international matches.
Yeah, excellent knock by Chloe Tran, saving this innings. It was reeling at 108 for 5, or even 73 for 4. She's bring much needed momentum into this innings, and still 11 overs to go after this.
Extra flight off of that Dean delivery, which means they'll just get the one, and long off will collect down there. Charlotte Dean, somewhat the leading run collector, so to speak, for the English today. 8 overs, 47 runs so far. This one's short and wide and cut away by de Klerk, and they'll get 1 for it. It's surprising that Dean is switching here between off spin and leg spin. I would have thought that she might find a better purchase with the leg spin, particularly since you mentioned, the left arm spinners were collecting things, collecting turn off of this particular wicket. Nevertheless, she's in again. Off spinner, down the wicket comes Tran. She hooves this to long on, and they'll canter through for a single. 159 now for 5.
Yeah, that 220 mark looking a lot more likely right now. That would require another 60 of the final 11 overs, just over 5 runs to the over.
Guided out into the offside now, and they'll get 1 once again. So the sweeper's working hard here in this position, and you've got to ask the question, where is the next wicket coming from? If you're the England skipper, where is it going to come from? Werner, what to you looks like an opportunity for a breakthrough?
Well, you do know that Chloe Tryon will keep going after the bowling, so maybe just give her a few flighted deliveries, stack your leg side and see if she maybe holds out. I think that's generally your best option against Chloe Tryon. She's sometimes her worst enemy, though she is very difficult to bowl to as well. And that's probably the way I would go to her. Nadine de Klerk has looked solid so far. You probably just try and bowl your best delivery, I guess. That's easy to say, but just go top of off, try and dot her up.
Speaking of dots, it's the first ball of the crossover, and that delivery just not getting away for the South Africans. Chloe Tryon predominantly on the offside with her scoring shots in this innings. Only 1 boundary to the leg side with plenty of 2s and 3s behind square on the leg side, and that's exactly where that ball goes now, as fine leg does the collection work. De Klerk will get 1 for it, and it's a leg by, so she won't get the run for it. 161 for 5.
Yeah, the Proteas are definitely fighting back here, not just laying down. They could definitely try and push to 40 here if Chloe Tryon bats all the way through. That is still a real possibility.
Absolutely. Down the wicket she comes, and she's hoofed this into the sky, and it's gone all the way for 6. Nothing pretty about it, but it doesn't matter if it goes all the way. 6 runs. It's 6.
Not pretty, but very, very effective. She got right underneath that one and launched it over deep into wicket for 6. I think it might have bounced on the roof of that small stadium over there and out of the ground. So a massive blow by Chloe Tryon. A great swing of a bat, and yeah, it went right out the stadium.
Yeah, it's a great shot in terms of the momentum of the game. It's going to be interesting to see how Kate Cross responds here. Line and length delivery, and that is bread and butter stuff for Tryon as she carves this away like a hot knife through butter on the offside, and she'll get a single for it. Great bit of intelligence here just to not get a rush of blood, to try and thrash at everything now that you've seen one be hammered away. It's going to be interesting to see how Kate Cross responds at the end, well, through the end of this over. Line and length again, South Africa just using that back foot punch to good effect. There's a thought of a second and nearly a mix-up in the middle, but everybody's home safely in the end. 1 run, 169 for 5.
Smart batting here by these two. They're continuously picking up the singles when they're not getting the boundaries, but they are getting boundaries as well through Tryon. So the run rate is definitely picking up here now. It's gone up to 4.24 to the over. The current run rate, they will get to 212. It'll take about 7 to the over to get to that 240 mark I'm eyeing.
Lea Schneider saying, very German, that shot by Tryon. Not that pretty, but efficient. Jawohl, indeed. Right, Tryon facing up once again A full delivery, and this has been smashed over the long on boundary. Bowler's name, Fetch. What a shot. Six.
Yeah, Chloe Tran really not holding back now. She's laying into the bowlers here, smashing sixes all over the place. I have to check what is her highest score in this format. I'll quickly have a look. That'll be interesting to see because she technically still has plenty of time here. Not that she's going to just look to stick around, but she does have an opportunity here. Her highest score is 92, so she doesn't have an ODI century yet, but she is rocketing along currently.
Leah Schneider saying, just like a Panzerkampfwachen for Aufschwung. Aufschwung? H. Yeah, I presume a Panzerkampfwachen was a tank or something. I know a Panzer was a tank. Nevertheless, Dean, to begin a new over, floated up to de Klerk, but magically timed, and finding the sweeper on the cover boundary means 1, and the score goes 176 for 5.
Yeah. Now these two, the partnership has gone up to what's now 70, just under 70, 69.
Down the wicket comes trying again, and she's boshed it down the wicket. Too long on, but no boundary this time, mercifully, if you're an England fan. Just the single there, and she moves to 67. South Africa 177 for 5. I'll get to the quote after this one. Dean nearly trapping de Klerk in front, and due to that misfield off of her own bowling, it means that South Africa will get a single there. De Klerk moves to 21, 178 for 5. Clarion said, we need to preserve wickets until the last 6 overs. And Leah Schneider says, or Leopard 2A7. Avoid the N connotation. Leopard 2A7 is a very good tank. If you know your Sherman tanks, fly in the sky, that delivery, full toss, because Tryon came down the wicket and turned it into 1, but only getting 1. I thought she would have absolutely thrown the kitchen sink and grandmother's cookies at that one. Good grief, because that felt like it should have gotten more of a disdainful response. Right, here we go. Oh, so nearly. There was a quicker one, flatter that time from the wonderfully talented Dean here, Charlotte Dean. She's come under a little bit of pressure in this game. 9 overs for 54 before beginning this over, but she's got 1 ball here to make a difference. That one nearly taking the outside edge. This one driven hard to a short cover, but she's done her job for today. 10 overs for 54, picking up just that single wicket of Laura Wolfart, and a vital wicket it was in terms of where the game was going and how South Africa would have driven their momentum. 41 gone, last 9 to come, 179 for 5.
Yeah, 9 overs to get 60. I'm still sticking with that 240. It seems like 240 might just be something that they can aim at and possibly defend. I don't know. This is a strong England batting lineup on a pretty good pitch. The weather is still set fair, so it's not going to be easy at all. But it is looking a lot better than they were at 108 for 5.
Absolutely, absolutely. Natalie Siver back once again. Her time today, 1 for 38, and she's bowled just the 6 overs, so also a little bit of an expensive outing for her at 6.33 to the over. She'll be wanting to tighten things up and make sure that she puts in a power performance here with a rampaging Chloe Tryon. She goes now to her. Down the wicket comes Tryon. It's lifted high into the air. Will it fall into vacant land? Wow, that so nearly could have been the end of South Africa's top scorer. Just the one there, as there's some collection work there for Tammy Beaumont.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon is blazing along. So you need to maybe just rein in a touch. Maybe choose her balls to go after, not just go after everything. But
absolutely.
This
one's short and wide and spanked away by de Klerk. There's a cover fielding there by Beaumont. She's been busy this over so far. 2 runs there for de Klerk. She moves to 23. South Africa 182 for 5. Please carry on.
Yeah, no. Chloe triumphs on 69 of 57. So I can't really tell her how to bat because she's been going beautifully. But also good to know that then Dina Clark has played a vital hand at the other side. She's on 23 of 36 balls.
Right, just tucked away off the hips and thinks about setting off for a quick one. Not to be the case, and there's smiles all around. Leah Schneider saying, yeah, I'm a war nerd. I own board game simulations of the Eastern Front that involve in excess of 5,000 playing pieces and boards bigger than any single room in my flat. Good grief. That's commitment to the craft. Right, Siver in again, fuller this time, and so all de Klerk can do is defend off the front foot. 2 balls remaining in this over. Now the question is, can Leah cook Luftwaffles? That's what I want to know.
The other question I have is, where does she build these? Where does she use these pieces then if she can't set it up in a room?
Right, this one's again short and wide and cut away. Beaumont's having to put her skates on here, and they'll get back comfortably for 2 in the end. Will this South African pair? 25 for de Klerk with 1 ball remaining in the 42nd, 184 for 5. Yeah, maybe she's got, those large plastic bins that she keeps it in and only unpacks like portions of it. 76, and Werner's got some thoughts about that partnership.
Yeah, the partnership is 76 not out. The highest 6-wicket partnership against England by South Africa. Nadine de Klerk just looking for a quick single on the offside, but it is fielded by .2. Throws it back into the keeper. That is the end of the 42nd over. South Africa are 184 for 5. Good to always see a smile on Nadine de Klerk's face. Always bright and bubbly is Nadine de Klerk. And a lot to smile about in this partnership. As I said, 76 not out. Highest by South Africa against England. The previous best was 74 by Helen Davies and Cindy Eccleston at Nottingham, back all the way back in 2000, some 22 years ago.
I wonder if she's any relation to Clive Eccleston.
Maybe as much related as I am to Murray Erasmus. As in, not necessarily.
I mean, to be fair, you're probably closer to Rassie Erasmus.
It is possible, but I don't know of any connections.
Yeah, you see, it's also a difficult one with surnames transferring between families, and then you try and find it back. Nevertheless, Sophie Eccleston is going to be bowling her 9th. She's been miserly today, has young Eccleston. 2.12 has been her economy. Just 17 runs with the wicket of Sinead Luce, in which she was bowled out. Right. First ball of the over. It's a massive shout, and the umpire's given it. This is a 3rd decision from this umpire that she's given leg before. I'm sure Chloe Tryon's got to go up. She can't think, I'm just going to leave that one out.
I think the only thing I can save is a bit of bat or glove, because that looked straight in front.
Yeah.
This one was very, very full as well, so it won't be bouncing over the top, and it won't be going down leg, but it does look like a big inside edge.
Looks like she smashed that onto her front foot. Maybe no.
Yeah, there is a massive deviation. You don't even need ultra edge for that.
So then my question is, this not doing herself any favors in the slightest with decisions like that at international level. Yeah, there's a clear edge there.
It's not looking good, because that deviation is massive. It's hard not to see that one when you're standing right there 22 yards away or 24, 5 yards away.
Obviously overturned. Obviously. Right, back to the most important questions. Leah Schneider says she can cook Luftwaffles, and they are gluten-free because her wife is gluten-sensitive. I like that. What do you put on Luftwaffles? Oh, nearly bold was Chloe Tryon. Tried to slog it out towards the offside, nevertheless, squeezed it to prevent it going through the gate between bat and pad. Right, she faces it up to Eccleston again, and it's a great ball there from Eccleston. She's targeting the pads of Chloe Tryon with that delivery. No run. And we'll have a look at Leah's answer to the next question in a bit. This one is a full toss and carved away, square the wicket on the offside. It's another boundary to Chloe Tryon. She goes to 73. and it's 188 for 5 after 42.4.
Yeah, she is dealing in boundaries. It's very similar to the one she got a couple of overs ago against Eccleston. Again, she squeezes this in front of point, too fine for the sweeper to come around.
Yeah, absolutely. When you hit it that hard and it flies away to the boundary, your sweeper's not getting it. Again, coming down the wicket this time. Cut off in the field. Straight-ish shot this time by Tryon. She's got one ball remaining in the 43rd. South Africa 188 for 5. And this last delivery is carved away backward of square, and it's another boundary for South Africa's run maker. She goes to 77, and the end of the 43rd, it's 189 for 5. And Clarion is lamenting a trigger-happy umpire, home umpire. Shocking.
Leah Snyder's second question was, our answer to my question was that she'd be hard-pressed to set up the whole front, but that those games contain smaller and shorter scenarios that are quite doable. So that does make sense. You don't put up the whole thing, but do it in sections.
Right, Anis Mohammed saying, good evening. Hello, Anis. Join us. Come hang out in the back if you're available. I'm sure the boss man will let you in. Just knock politely. And then we'll just jaw and jam and partake. I don't think they'll be upset if there's a 3 slips or just 3 slips back here. Nevertheless, Clarion said, just see out Eccleston, then smash the rest. Right, Siva, continuing after having to redo her bun that was falling out. Nevertheless, she's bowled a lovely delivery up front, and de Klerk's only able to get a single. 26 now, 41. The perfect foil to Chloe Tryon, who's seemingly living by the sword. 193 for 5 at the start of the 44th. Tryon having a gander around, seeing where her options are. She's clearly looking towards that offside and leg side square boundary, maybe looking to target any bit of width you would feel would be brilliant, and she smashed this straight down the ground. What a shot!
Good evening,
Anis Mohammed, the legend, the master. Welcome.
How's everyone doing?
Well. That's a fantastic shot. She just bludgeoned that, has Chloe Tryon. She's used her feet so well this evening.
She's looking very good.
Siva in again, and this is a better length from her, which means Tryon is only able to get 1 for it. I'm wondering what the English are hoping to achieve, and maybe either of you gentlemen could perhaps find an answer as to why, with Chloe Tryon seemingly balanced on the back foot, playing off the front foot, why they wouldn't use the slow ball a little bit more and maybe pull back their length. This one will mean that they'll get, was it a dot? Is it a dot? It is a dot. They think about a single there, but nevertheless declined. And Leah Schneider says, hello, Anis.
Hi, Leah. No, I was thinking, why don't they if they use a slow ball and pull back, if it gets picked and it seems like a very spongy sort of wicket, it might just sit up and be there and set up there to be hit. And as Chloe Tryon, as she is now, is
bouncer.
Dead.
And they think about it. No, it's not a wide. Right, 199 for 5 and 1 ball remaining in the 44th.
That's brave. A bouncer with the keeper standing up. That's brave for the keeper as well to try to.
I'm surprised it hasn't been wider down the leg side. Werner, what's going on here? Umps, talk to us, please.
I suppose they felt
it again. It's pulled away and smashed, and great bit of fielding down there to deep backward square. It means they only get 1. Sorry, Umps, can you clarify that one for me? Because that looked nigh on wide. I'm going to lower my glasses like a disappointed educator. I honestly thought that should have been wide. Umps, how are you not giving that wide?
The only reason would be that they felt like that went straight over her back and not quite down the leg side, but it did look leg side-ish to me. I would have called it, but
Surely
then
benefit
again,
for
I
the
would have
batsman,
probably
better
made a
means
couple of
you
other
let-
decisions with
get a
those
wide.
LBW calls.
Yeah, maybe they're feeling. Yeah, but if you're feeling guilty, then you give the wide. It's zero guilt, zero remorse, and it's just substandard, really, honestly. Eccleston will begin her presumably final over. It is her 10th over. 1 for 25. She's bowled so well today. And let's see, maybe she can snatch a wicket here at the start of the 45th. 200 for 5 are South Africa. Try on sweeping, and again it's in front, but this time they know not to go upstairs so as to invoke the wrath of the third umpire to waste time, because there have been 2 reviews and both turned down.
Clarion on YouTube says, just see out Eccleston, then smash the rest. That's a good plan.
Not a bad idea. But
That's a plan.
nearly trying to smash Eccleston out of the attack here before she's finished her 10. She's absolutely hammered that, but it's been wonderfully stopped close in on what you would imagine is a very wide long on. Eccleston in again, down the wicket again, comes Tryon, but it's ill-timed. And so it's just an easy one for Eccleston to field off her own halfway through the 45th Tryon in the form of her life. Down the wicket she comes. She's boshed it. It's going to bounce once. Oh, nearly brought in by long on. But it's going to be a 4 as she moves to 87. She's going along great guns.
Yeah, that was a fantastic. You just using a feek into the picture of it, doing it better than the previous ball where she nearly yorked herself, and this one getting underneath it and just hoiking it down to a wide-ish long on for 4. Great shot by Tryon.
I think
Yeah,
Werner should lead us in ball by ball to the end of the innings. All say aye. Aye, got it. Cool.
Aye.
Thanks, Werner. After this over,
Chloe
we'll let
Tryon
you
chips this one,
go for it.
and it bounces to long on. One bounce takes her score up to 88. She's 4 runs away from her highest score in ODI cricket. The Clerks on 27 of 42. I will be unable to take you all the way through till the end of the innings because my power cuts off in 8 minutes, unfortunately.
No, it's fine.
But
It's
I'll
fine.
take you up
Least.
to where I can.
Yes.
Yes.
Lead us, brother. Lead us. Lead us to
Come
the
on now.
250 that Clarion is desperately begging for.
Eccleston
on YouTube.
ends off her 10 overs. Her stint is complete. 10 overs, 1 for 30. South Africa are 205 for 5 after 45 overs. 5 overs remaining to try and set up a total here for England to chase down this partnership. Only 3 away from 100. A great recovery here by South Africa, and in particular Chloe Tryon, as Clarion says. Okay, 250 needed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you think 250 is enough? Is 250 enough?
Yes.
You reckon?
Yes. Yes. Have faith.
I would take 250 from 108 for 5, definitely.
Definitely.
But it is a good pitch, and England have a good batting lineup, and we don't have Ishmael in the lineup, so it won't be easy, as we do see Nat Silver continuing to Chloe Tryon, who comes down the wicket, tries to pull this one. It's the top edge. She goes high straight to deep mid wicket, and she is caught out for 88 of 73 deliveries, or 72 deliveries. It is 73 deliveries. She falls 4 short of her highest score. She won't be getting that century. We also won't be getting that century partnership, as South Africa now lose their 6th wicket for 205. Nat Silver picks up her 2nd on a day where she's been quite expensive. She manages to bounce out Chloe Tryon.
Good knock, that. Very good knock.
Now,
we need to do... Sorry.
Yes. No,
some more recalculations. We need some more recalculations. 220?
This is a face of somebody who doesn't do anything about superstitions in cricket.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't chance it. The moment Werner says, "Oh, she's going to get a high score,"
to be fair, I didn't say she was going to get her highest score. I said she was 4 away from her highest score.
You said something.
Shut
your mouth. It would have been Chloe Tryon with 100. No, man, Werner. Right. Here comes 50
you guys wanted to give me ball by ball. It's not my fault. As you do see Trisha Chetty coming to the crease to join Nadine de Klerk. Sure, Trisha Chetty is not too superstitious. She's averaging 28 with a strike rate of 65, but she has made 16 50s.
Oh,
A very
because-
experienced Trisha Chetty. She's over 130 matches as well. She joins Nadine Leclerc. She needs to try and guide this team along. 5 overs to go. The question is, what can they get to now with Chloe Tryon gone? Can they still get themselves up to the 240 mark? As we see Nat Silver running in just short of a length onto that off stump, defended out 2 point, who runs around to cut it off, but they do come through for a single. Nadine Leclerc still looking very solid on her side. She hasn't looked very troubled.
Yeah, I thought Anis was abandoning his post there, but he did the right thing and got the unicorn involved.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a bit late with it. So
I
then
know,
the Chloe
sorry.
Tryon wicket is your fault.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the
Yeah,
unicorn in time.
Good. I hope you have good sanitizer to wash that blood off your hands.
Yeah,
That's
I've
over
got
in
these.
again.
My brother.
Good length, just outside of some worked into the leg side by Trisha Chetty to get off the mark as soon as he got to the crease. Clarion saying it's a 270 pitch, but 250 is the best possible. Yeah, we'll see. 250 is a long way away still with Chloe Tryon dismissed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see someone just open up at one side, and hopefully, it's Nadine Leclerc can add some impetus into this innings. Trying to find the right word.
Chloe Tryon really got them into this position in the first place, so you can't have a bad word about her. That innings was really tremendous. Exactly what the Momentum Proteas needed. That's over in again. Big swing goes Trisha Chetty. A huge appeal. The umpire says not out. The England players looked convinced for a while there. Will they be going up for the review? Nat Silver is saying yes, we should be going up the review. We see some more glitches in the DRS, but England will potentially be going up the review. Did they? Yes. So they will be going up the review to see if there is any edge to that one. It was a big wake by Trisha Chetty, only a second delivery or third delivery, and she went for a big one there. And we will have to wait for Snicko to confirm or not whether England have made the right decision. But an excellent take behind the stumps.
Sure, nearly dropped there, but it was a cutter that was bowled there.
And there is a spike on Ultra Edge, and it is an excellent review by England. Trisha Chetty looking to get on with things immediately, but it leads to her downfall. So South Africa lose 2 wickets in quick succession, and the umpire will have to reverse his decision. So Trisha Chetty is out for 1 after only 2 deliveries. South Africa now fall to 208 for 7, and somebody needs to stick around with Nadine Leclerc. Maybe that person is Tumi Sekakune, who's shown that ability in the test.
I'm gonna have to fire this unicorn if things keep going.
You're gonna have to burn it, mate. It's a good take behind the stumps. Not easy standing up to the stumps to a quicker bowler, but good confidence in her ability there. Trisha Chetty's gone for a goose egg. Oh, she's gone for 1 rather.
Yeah.
Just
Jones looked surprised as well. Let's just say Jones looked just as surprised that there was that sticker on that, and she was like, "Yeah, I knew it all along." Yeah, no, that smile tells you that she didn't know anything about it.
Sell it to the ump.
Yeah. Nah, I got this. Yeah.
Ayabonga Kaka, who has come to the crease. 85 matches, a top score of 15 against New Zealand back in 2016. A lot to do here, but she needs to stick out with Nadine Leclerc. Nadine Leclerc needs to take most of the strike here with the just over 4 overs remaining in the innings.
I'm gonna be the woy pom type guy. South Africa will be bowled out before the end of the innings here.
Don't be that guy.
Nat Silver with 1 that cuts back into Ayabonga Kaka, but it does hit her in on the pad going down leg. That is the end of the 46th over. South Africa got 208 for 7 at a run rate of 4.52. This score even looked far out when they were 108 for 5. So regardless of what they do manage here, Chloe Tryon's innings has brought some life back into this match.
Will Nadine de Klerk hog the strike and go for it, or will she trust in her batting partner? That's all, but that's always like ODI cricket. Like there's 4 overs left. Do you try to farm the strike? It's not a test match. And but yeah, will Nadine de Klerk try to do everything herself and not put the trust in Ayabonga Kaka? That's going to be interesting.
You can farm the strike and still be positive.
Yeah.
We see
Just
Catherine Brunt back into the attack. She's bowled 8 overs, 2 for only 13 runs. Nadine de Klerk plays it out off the back foot into the cover region. The sweeper comes in to collect it. They do go through for a single. That takes Nadine de Klerk score up to 30 of 46. Ayabonga Kaka has just joined her, yet to get off the mark. South Africa 209 for 7.
Yeah, so she disproved my theory straight away, taking the single of the first ball and giving Ayabonga some time to play herself in. She'd better do it quickly. There's 3.5 overs left.
Oh, straight through Ayabonga Kaka goes Catherine Brunt. Played right around it, so another one falls. That's 3 wickets in quick succession. Ayabonga Kaka goes for a duck. 2 deliveries. Catherine Brunt figures 3 for 14 in 8.2 overs, not even going at 2 and over, rushing through the defenses of Ayabonga Kaka.
Dave Palm. Dave Palm. Thanks for being the guy.
They don't call me coach for no reason. You can see when the writing is on the wall. Nevertheless, that's the end of Ayabonga Kaka. She's gone for a goosey. 2 balls faced, and that means South Africa are now 8 down. Leah Schneider said this successful review is a huge blow to women's cricket. Peeps won't take it as seriously as men's cricket if they don't take reviews as bad as Root or Clarion. Clarion said Chetty just needed to take singles to de Klerk.
Yeah, but Leah, they did take a dodgy one earlier on with that LB. The ump gave a dodgy one with that LB where there was a
smashed it onto the front foot. Yeah, sticker.
So
that's it. Yeah. Absolutely. Not even a nick. Smoked onto the front foot. May as well there we go. There's the wall. There's the wall.
Go.
Raul Dravid. I'm sorry.
Sekokune is at the crease facing up to Catherine Brunt, who's been a thorn in the Protea side. She goes for a big drive and she gets an edge down to third for a single. So she gets off the mark immediately. A lot more adventurous than she was in the early stages of that test, that one-off test against England. But that does bring Nadine de Klerk back on strike. Tumi Sekokune has played 25 matches, so this is her 25th match. She has a top score of 6, and she'll look to improve upon that today, even though there's only 3.5 overs left. And again, to Nadine de Klerk, she goes for a big cut shot right off the stumps, does Nadine. A bit tight to cut, but she does execute it well. But the fielder at point cuts it off for no run.
Yeah, Sekokune will be hoping to improve on that 6 runs as her highest score. I'm not saying that she's going. We don't know what's going to happen. Just trying to unjinx myself. But yeah, Nadine de Klerk needs to maybe get a move on now, just to up the tempo, just to get the Proteas up to a defendable score.
Catherine Brunt pitches this one on middle, goes for a lap sweep, does Nadine de Klerk. She gets it well, but the fielder, Sophie Eccleston, at fine leg, does exceptionally well to cut that one off. Nadine de Klerk hustles back for the second run. That takes her score up to 32. South Africa 212 for 8.
Can we please get a review on that one at the boundary?
Yeah, please, because that looked tight.
Okay, so coming back to coach is always right. What is the first shot that Nadine de Klerk does? She immediately plays it and lets the number 9, who's got an average of 5, face a bowler who's bowled 2 for 13.
Yeah.
Presence of mind.
Good length delivery outside the off stump and cut away to the fielder on the sweeper ring or on the boundary. That takes Nadine de Klerk up to 33. She does retain the strike to the joy of Coach Dave. South Africa move up to 213 for 8.
Yeah,
but like I said, does she trust him? Does she trust the number 8?
Don't trust anybody whose average is 5. I'm sorry, if you've scored 15 runs in your career and you've played nearly 100 games, I'm not trusting you with anything. Not
you
even
need to
a
bet for our
safe
life
to not get robbed. I wouldn't trust you to protect a safe that had nothing in it. I still think you would somehow blunder that one up. Don't care who you are. Men, women, children, adults, I don't trust you. Right, we'll get back to Leah Schneider's comment after this delivery.
Nat Sever will be in for her final over of her spouse. She's conceded 54 runs at 6 runs for the over. Quite expensive, but she has also picked up 3 vital wickets. And she will be into Nadine de Klerk, who goes for a big swing straight down the ground. Oh. She beats the fielder at long on, goes to the boundary for 4. That takes her up to 37 of 50, just the type of strike that the Momentum Proteas need right now.
Just making
so
sure
Leah was saying,
I can see that.
Yeah, I know the review was dodgy, but was nowhere near Virat reviewing for a nick that was a nautical mile between bat and ball. Chloe's saying you need to bat out to the last ball.
Yes.
Yes. Prove me wrong, Momentum Proteas. Don't get bowled out before the 50th.
Short delivery by Nat Sever. Nadine de Klerk pulls this one and it bounces just in front of the fielder running in from deep in the wicket. They go for a second and there is a run out. Tume Sekakune goes for a suicide second one. For some reason, the umpire is sending that out, but I can tell you now she's out by a good 3 or 4 meters there.
Oh, no. Dave!
Go! You guys can let me know why the umpire is even sending that one up.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Maybe he needs my specs or yours.
Yeah.
I mean, not even in the frame when the bells are broken. Mate, if Buckner
no reason to waste time.
If Buckner of all people could give Imzimamul Haq out with no TV referrals in 1992 when John T. Rhodes had that famous run out by this much, surely this umpire is good enough to say, listen, I don't need to go upstairs for that one, mate.
But
glory above that.
Leg, though. He was at square leg for that run out. I think umpire was behind the wicket, so maybe he's peripheral
but that's the problem. The umpire then didn't get himself in a good position, and he should be getting behind the stump so that he has the best view from side on. So that's just then poor from his part.
Werner, you know what? Maybe he had his back to the stumps. I'm just trying to be, Sukakun has gone for 1 from 1, run out by Dunkley. Coach.
I said 220. I said 220. I said just saying.
Watch. There's going to be a first ball duck here by Mlaba. Watch this. Because you said 220. Siva's going to pick up a wicket here.
Shouldn't Nadine de Klerk be on strike right now?
She is. Yeah, she should be. Because they came back for 2.
Yeah, and
run out at the non-striker's end off the bowler's hand. That's the kind of day that the Momentum Proteas are having.
She's hurt. Did you? Oh no!
Kate Cross trying to field that last one, trying to take the catch. Her knee is now mashed potatoes, so they'll have to.
She looks all right. She's still on the field. She's just stretching it out a bit. Maybe a little bit of cramp. Maybe just a bit of cramp, or she's taking in some fluids now.
Just a hard landing. I mean, cricket fields, as soft as they look, can sometimes be quite tough to dive around on.
True.
Usually with such short grass. Yeah,
it can be a bit jarring when your knee hits the ground pretty hard, and that's ever in. Nadine de Klerk once again cuts this one, but straight to the fielder at cover, who cuts it off, and there will be no run.
It was a back of the hand delivery there from Nat Sever. Rolled the wrist there. I stand to be corrected. Maybe we'll see a bit of a replay. It looked very much like she chucked that out the side of the head. Nevertheless, she's in again.
Another delivery, and Nadine de Klerk hits this straight to the fielder helmet. Also, South Africa will not bat out the 50 overs. South Africa all out for 218. Nat Sever picks up her 4th wicket. Nadine de Klerk falls for a well-played 38, but she's not able to see out through that last 2.5 overs. So the Momentum Proteas will not manage to get to 20, but I will manage to see you guys through until the end of the inning. So that is.
We made a plan. We made a plan, Werner. We were like, we're going to scuttle the ship just to make sure you
I'll never doubt Coach again. I'll never doubt Coach again.
Yeah, no, we'll be fine. We'll make it to the end of the innings. What does she do? Catch out. Boom, run out.
Okay, Dave,
Bold.
I'm going to hop off. Will you run us through the scorecard?
I will do, sir. Right, South Africa in this first one-day international between them and the English ladies. The first Royal London one-day international. Andri Steyn and Laura Wolfhard opened the batting for the South Africans. Andri Steyn was first to go. She was LBW by Catherine Brunt, 14 from 21. Laura Goodall then joined Wolfhard at the wicket, who was then caught by Heather Knight, bowled Catherine Brunt. She was gone for 5 from 8. Eccleston picked up her first wicket of the day, bowling South Africa's Sune Loose. And then Wolfhard was out, leg before wicket. Charlotte Dean for 43, a well-played 43. Then Marizan Cup, just before the dismissal of Laura Wolfhard, was out, caught Catherine Cross, bowled Natalie Siver. Chloe Traun really hammered the English to all parts, 88 from 73, 120, and the combination of Cross and Siver once again proving fateful for South Africa's master blaster. Trisha Chetty came to the wicket, and the writing was on the wall when she tried to smash her second delivery. A great take by Amy Jones behind the stumps, with Natalie Siver picking up her third. Catherine Brunt picking up a simple enough wicket as Ayabonga Kaka was clean bowled through the gate. Tumi Sekokune run out attempting a second, and Nonkululeko Mlaba was not out without facing a single delivery, as Nadine de Klerk was the one caught there by Eccleston and Siver to wrap up the South African innings. Catherine Brunt, 3 wickets today, 9 overs and 18 runs, an economy of 2, a top draw performance. Equally as good, if not marginally better. 9 overs, 4 for 59 from Nat Siver. She was expensive, but boy, oh boy, did she strike when she needed to. Catherine Cross, or Kate Cross as she may be known, 7 overs, 0 for 40, expensive without reward. Sophie Eccleston, 10 overs, 1 for 30, great work from her. Charlotte Dean, 10 overs, 1 for 54, somewhat expensive, but she picked up the vital wicket, that of Laura Wolfhard, that changed the game. Emma Lamb, just the 2 overs from her, 12 from it. Right, so South Africa have set the English women 219 to win. We will be listening to the Full Quota podcast, and we should be back very soon at the end of the break. So don't go anywhere. My name is Coach Dave. Alongside me has been Anis Mohammed, Werner Rasmus. Earlier, it was the power pair of Otto Simon and Jenna Searle, but we'll be back with you after the break.
Cheers, everyone.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. It's a new season. It's a new cricketing season. We're starting a little bit early now because the Momentum Proteas are in the UK, and we have to talk about them. But most importantly, there's been so many changes happening in South African cricket, and Tim and I will get to that. But welcome to season 2 of the Full Quota podcast. Tim, how are you doing?
It's good to be back. It's been a tough 8 weeks. I am entirely to blame as to our extended break. If you're looking to change internet providers, think again.
Don't name.
Make sure you do it. Oh, gosh. It was horrendous.
Let's not name and
No. No.
But
it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Let's leave it at that.
8 weeks ago, so much cricket has happened. The Momentum Proteas went to the UK. They played in a test match, and they didn't lose a test match. It was the first test match they've played since 2014. And so it was against England, so we know who we call when the Momentum Proteas play England. We've got our friend Melissa to give us a bit of a sense of the test match, as well as the white ball series that's going to be happening soon. So let's bring Melissa on. and have the conversation. So hi, Melissa.
Hello. It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Likewise.
It's awesome, especially because we're talking Test cricket. Yeah, and so first question from me to you is: do we need an extra day? Should they play 5-day cricket?
Well, I'd say definitely. That is, I mean, we've seen the players come out after that game and say, look, the 5th day would have meant most likely a result. I was in Taunton the next day and it was beautiful blue skies, not a single drop of rain on the forecast, which was really frustrating. But also, I think there's so much discourse and conversation around that 5th day because of how infrequently we have test matches. It wouldn't be such a big deal to have a 5th day if we had more frequent games. But if you look at England, where 6 or I think 7 now of their last test matches have resulted in draws, because the tests happen so infrequently, that 5th day seems just more frustrating. Because you're desperate to get a result, and there's pressure from the media as well. People are going, you should do a positive declaration, you should, almost risk losing just to satisfy the crowds, and especially with women's cricket, kind of prove something, maybe to new viewers, maybe to people who haven't seen it. So there's a lot of pressure, and there's got to be more, obviously, pushing for more test matches, and then I think almost the 5th day debate can come in. But I think a lot of people would be satisfied with 4-day tests, but just more of them across the year.
Yes, so in case people are wondering what we're talking about, the Momentum Proteas played first test match in 8 years. Last time they played was against India in India. And I'll just give a sense. It ended in a draw, but there were some incredible standout performances. Marazan Cup scored 150 in the first innings. Annika Bosch with a really good 30 there. Then Nat Silva in the English first innings just blew the South Africans away with an incredible 169, supported by a returnee, and I'm going to ask Melissa about her, Alice Davidson Richards on 107, and then South Africa batting to save their lives. Dumisi Kukune with probably the best 33 you'll ever see in South African cricket, 33 of 134 balls. Marazan Cup 43 or 58 to see off the final day, which had a lot of rain and cloud cover, and we as South Africans, Melissa, were praying for rain. I'm sure you were just hoping that you could get just a little sliver of sunlight, but what a stand from Dumi. Let's talk about the performers. It's from the English on the English side. Izzy Wong, incredible bowler, got her debut, and she showed the world why she deserved to get a call up a little bit earlier, maybe at the World Cup.
Potentially. She's one of those players who just makes things happen. And there was a lot of confusion, actually, when England got onto the pitch bowling to Toomey and I think Lisa at the crease there, when England opened with Siva and they opened with Cross and then they went to Lauren Bell and you were going, where is Izzy Wong? The rain could be coming at any second on this 3rd day and you haven't thrown the ball to your most energetic, your fastest bowler. And I think it was a bold call to play her in the test match because only a week prior, the coach, Knightley, I hope I haven't got that wrong. She was saying that they didn't think Izzy Wong was ready. She had a slight niggle and they didn't want to risk anything in the test match. But things seem to have changed in a week. She got her call up and, as you said, boy, did she impress. And she's warranted that call up into the white ball stuff. And she's just one of those big players. She really makes things happen.
Yes, if you weren't watching the 100, then most of you wouldn't have known who she was. She really made a name for herself in this test match alone. Without that exposure in the 100, even when South Africa had that partnership with Marazan Cup and Bosch, she was the one that was rushing those two in their shots. They were having to play their shots a second or two quicker. When they faced Davidson and Bell, they were fine, but they were comfortable. They weren't comfortable against Izzy Wong throughout that entire test match.
And I think
so it's huge plus for her.
Yeah, and I think she made the difference because, we had a lot of rain delays, obviously, up in the commentary box to have a lot of chat and debate. And one of the big things which came out of it was that South Africa, at moments in the game, especially when Siver and Alice Davis-Richards were batting, really looked like they were missing Ishmael and Kaka so much that their bowling looked a bit flat at some points. Whilst if you looked at England, there was also that concern that our bowling lineup was going to look like it was missing Brunt and Shrubsole. We had Shrubsole up in the commentary box, tucking into food and having a wonderful time with her feet up. And Catherine Brunt was in the crowd downing pints and singing chants. So there was a bit of worry on our side too. But Izzy Wong, I think, made people just calm down a bit. And actually Lauren Bell as well impressed me a lot. They just made it look like England didn't actually miss Brunt and Siver Brunt and Shrubsole that much, and I think that kind of was the difference between the two sides, was those players who were able to step up. And not to take anything away from the South African bowlers, I mean, Cap put in a mighty effort across that Test match with the bat and the ball, and seeing her walk off after that fielding innings, she looked like a broken woman. But even as you say, Annika Bosch, those 3 wickets were vital in England's batting innings. I mean, dismissing Lamb, Beaumont and Dunkley in quick succession, she was the breakthrough. And another bowler who I think didn't quite get the rewards, but considering the pure amount she bowled, was de Klerk. She bowled 28 overs across the game, and she may not have got the wickets or looked too attacking at points, but she just kept going and kept working. And I think that was one thing which Lee's said at the beginning of the Test match, was we don't play Test cricket that much, so we're just going to go in there, throw our hearts into it entirely. And I think the South African bowlers did that really well.
Yes, and I think there are times in that Test match you kind of saw that, that come through in terms of the way in which we're approaching the game and the lack of 3-day cricket that they play, because we don't play that. And that 3-day match they played before, the week before, was the first time they actually played non-timed cricket at that level. So there's a lot of learning and and we hope that obviously the South Africans, Cricket South Africa, give the ladies a lot more opportunity. Alice Davidson-Richards, I think I've said her name. I hope I said her name correctly. Yes, her batting with Davidson-Richards was insane. Really, really good to come back in. It's because normally what you get is when you're young, get an opportunity like she had, but you can't cement a place on the side and you get sent back. It's really hard to come back in. And it's even harder to come back in a format that nobody plays that often. But she did really well and give us a little sense of where her future lies and where she's come from. And is she going to be in the white ball stuff? Because I was, apart from the fact that she was smiling at everything and every moment, she really is a great cricketer.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love her. ADR is the name we go for, because it's a bit of a mouthful to keep saying Alice Davidson-Richards again and again. So ADR, she's, as you mentioned, she's fantastic. She just loves every second of the game she's playing. And you raise a good point that, especially it's a trend I've noticed in England, that you do tend to get called up very early. And if you don't quite perform when you're at a young stage, you do get sent back to domestic cricket. And it's really hard to fight your way back in. I think there's only been 2 players who can come to mind who have managed that, which is ADR, and the other one being Tash Farrant, who's unfortunately been ruled out for the rest of the season with a stress fracture. So disappointing for her. But it's really, I think, a good sign to be sending out to the domestic setups around to say that, yes, you may not be 21, 22, but if you have a good season and if you exhibit the skills and control we're looking for, we will give you a chance. And she seized her opportunity. I think at one point in her innings, she was about 8 off 47 balls. And we were up here going, oh my goodness, she's not looking like she can hit the ball off the square. But suddenly, I think when spin came on, especially when Malava was bowling, she just came into her own a bit more, and we saw her giving herself some room at the crease and using her feet, and that innings just accelerated. She almost beat Nat Siver to 100 in the end, and it was really impressive. And I think obviously her call-up being what she brings with the ball and the bat. She's a good fielder as well. She was jumping in and out of slip and in those close catching positions. And it's also, she's a really mature player for her age. She is one of the senior players for the South East Stars. So that's her domestic setup. Her county is Kent, and I think she's captained there before. She's always been one of the senior players. She's played with Charlotte Edwards, with Susie Bates before at county level. So she's really been around these experienced players. And I mean, as we mentioned, she really sees her opportunity back into the squad, stepped up, and she has been called into the white ball squad resultingly, which I think is a format which she's probably flourishes in more. She's got fantastic slower balls. And just when she brings out that shorter ball, when she can come back in those short, snappy spells, she's a tall bowler. I think she's around the 6 foot kind of height, which you don't quite notice. And she's really broad shoulders, so she can generate a lot of pace and is handy in the def. So an interesting call-up. I think it shocked a few people. But as soon as I saw her name in the squad, I was like, bring her into the side, because having that all-rounder alongside Nat Siver, suddenly England's team just looked pumped for the batting, and it turned out to be a useful partnership.
And Tim, as Melissa was saying, that English batting lineup was very long, and looking at how South Africa came into that game, obviously the draw is a result we will celebrate, but there were things that we saw that could possibly be improved. What did you see from the side? What did you like? What did you not like from the Momentum Proteas?
Well, just on ADR, I think I'm right. I think she was on 9 or 41 balls. When she was in that first sort of hour, I was thinking, get a wicket here, and we're in. We're in. As long as they're good, we've got 5 wickets. We've caused them problems at the top there. Get them in. And what we lacked was an Izzy Wong. We lacked Shubmin, as Melissa was saying. We lacked that extra bit of pace, that extra bit of something that just wasn't there to give that little bit more of a surprise to the England batters. So they knew that the short ball wasn't really going to come. And if it was going to come, it was not going to be particularly threatening. I loved Annika Bosch's performance, but every time she looked for the short ball, she just didn't have that yard of pace that you need to bowl that short ball. So it was a little bit too samey, that bowling attack. That was problematic. And also the batting, it's very harsh to be critical on players that have literally played one test match. Literally one test match. 9 of our players were playing the debut.
If this was the men's side, we'd want them out. So just,
But that in that initial Andrew Stein, Wolfart, Giselle Lee, none of them look comfortable. At no time in their innings they look comfortable. Giselle Lee had the right idea, go out there and play shots. She went to the extreme. She went baseball, but to the extreme. She chose the wrong ball to play the lofted shot. Wolfart just didn't look right. She just wasn't clicking, and that happens. So that beginning of the innings, it needed a little bit more. It needed them to stay in a bit longer. It needed them to see off that ball for an extra half an hour, 40 minutes, and get themselves in, and then play the natural attacking play. They were chasing the ball at times, which was understandable, very understandable.
It felt a bit for me, similarly, okay. The South African batting lineup reminds me a bit of the England men's batting lineup at the moment, that actually the top kind of 3, you're going, we can kind of skittle through this. As you mentioned, Wolfart didn't quite look her normal self, which was a disappointment actually after that warm-up game, scoring that beautiful 100. And maybe it's just the kind of analysts behind the scenes for England have, she's such a hyped up player, and they've gone, well, we know your strength is the cover drive. We're just going to bowl straight to you. And they really did. They absolutely nailed their bowling to Wolfart. But it felt as if that top order was really, really shaky. And actually, when you got to Lee and Cap, that's when England suddenly went, okay, these are the big wickets, similar to a Root, a Bairstow, and a Stokes. It was an interesting dynamic, whilst probably for England, it was the complete opposite, when we've got a bit of a shaky middle order at the moment with Dunkley not in bad form, but she's obviously relatively new still to the game. And then Amy Jones, who I'm sure I'll mention later, who's in a bit of a slump at the moment for England. But yeah, it was interesting for the South African batting, but Lizelle Lee definitely brought the Bazball entertainment. And you know what? I'm very glad, because after her duck in the first innings, we worked out across her 2 test matches, she was averaging 2. I think it was 2 or 3. And if she'd got a pair, then she would have averaged 1.5, which we were desperate for her not to average. So I'm glad she came out and gave it a bit of a whack to push that test average up a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to ban that word. You can't say that on this podcast. Please, no. Like, okay.
What's that?
I'm going to ban
What word?
I'm not going to say it. It's that word. I don't want to say it. We're going to ban it. It's the phrase that shall not be named. Anyway, so I think from my perspective, in terms of looking at the Momentum Proteas, 9 debutantes tells you a whole lot. And it tells you the disservice that has happened to South African cricket for women's cricket for years. And I'm happy that they got the test match, happy they got to play. Yes, we always want to win, but we're always up against it, especially with Ayabonga being unavailable, Shabnim unavailable as well. When you're out your 2 spearheads, there's nothing more that you can do. And that's what essentially South Africa's bowling attack kind of missed. The odd, because obviously with those 2, they make you honest. And I love Tumi. She's got a lot of development ahead of her as a bowler. And she's very accurate as a bowler, but that accuracy comes when you're bowling against and gets wickets when you're bowling with a Shibnim on the other side. People want to take you on, and that's when you get your wickets. And I think it kind of felt, even with the Mlaba, they just kind of felt like they didn't have that partner on the other end. Even though Anneke Bosch was getting wickets, you could still get runs on her. Happy for Anneke Bosch. I think she should be a mainstay across all formats in the side. Happy she got an opportunity. And yeah, like it's about building, and for me that was the thing. But the one thing that I think the ladies took away from this, and I hope that we get to play another test soon in the next year, is the character, the fight on that final day that Dumi showed. She came in as a night watchman, and she effectively batted out the whole day. And there was a cover drive she played off the back foot with all the timing in the world. And you just sat there going, okay, we see you. And I was really impressed by her, because she was 2019 Emerging Player of the Year, and she hasn't gotten a lot of games in the white ball formats because of Aya and everybody else coming back looking to World Cups. And so you kind of felt like her development is stagnated. But that innings elevates you as a cricketer across the board. And so I was truly happy with that. Melissa, last point. What did you think of the South Africans? And yeah, what were you impressed by out of the 4 days being at Taunton and having a test against a non-Australia, a team that isn't Australia?
Well, that was a relief to begin with, because it was nice not to be absolutely battered for once. And yeah, I was so excited when the test got announced originally, and exciting against opposition. I was disappointed we're not having a later test in the summer when India women come over. I feel as if it could be something within these multi-point series that there should be at least one test in each series. But as you mentioned, it was fantastic. It started. Disappointing, it was scheduled for only weekdays. A lot of people have piped up about that, because a lot of people want to come see the women's test because they happen so rarely. But to be able to get time off work, and then also for those who aren't familiar with UK geography, Taunton's right down at the bottom of the West Country. So it's not exactly a central kind of game. Fortunately, the ODIs and T20s coming up are scattered across the country, and we've got a few more games in the Midlands. But that was a bit disappointing, and also the advertisement of the game wasn't particularly good. It was overshadowed by the men's test match against New Zealand the week before, and the men's test match against India the week after. And I think a lot of the governing bodies, and actually the kind of ground it was at, for which is Somerset Cricket Club, could have done more to advertise it. But speaking of South Africa, Tumi was an absolute star, and I know we've spoken about her before on this podcast. when we were actually I think in some kind of rain break, we were talking about the prospect of a night watcher, and I said, I'll send in Toomey. People looked at me and were like, no. She can't really bat. She can't really bat. And I was like, I don't know. I was quite impressed with her defensive technique in the first innings. Oh, that was fantastic. So thank you to Toomey for proving me correct, because I don't think anyone defended as well as her. Maybe ADR in the patience at the start of her innings, but those two combined were fantastic. She played the straight ones in such a solid defensive technique you'll ever see, and had such good judgment outside the off stump. I mean, some of them she was leaving off length in the end, which you don't see as much in the women's game as well. When the ball was in her area, she played a shot, and as you mentioned, it was probably one of the most important kind of 33s she'll ever get in her career, and actually a career best. So she was the standout for me. And as you mentioned with her bowling, hopefully more and more across the series we'll get to see her with ball in hand, because only through games will you get development. But yeah, I was impressed by her. I was impressed by Malaba, who I think we mentioned, it never felt as if the South Africans had a kind of an alliance with two bowlers working in correspondence to help her out, but actually she stood her ground really well. And there was a lot of talk up in the commentary box of the flight which she gave it, and similarities to Eccleston, which is a lovely comparison. And she was positive in the field. She was chatting to the crowd. So yeah, really, really impressed with those two. I think, I mean, obviously Marizine Cap having to bear the weight of the world on her shoulders, and that 150 in the first innings, she was the anchor in that innings, and we had that supportive role from Leeds for a bit with her 27 earlier in the innings. But her and Bosch looked the strongest in that innings. I wish Bosch could have gone on to get a few more, but yeah, she was absolutely fantastic. And actually, one final member who I think always goes under the radar, or normally is Jafta behind the stumps. I think she did a really good job.
Oh, she was amazing.
She did fantastic. And I love a wicket keeper in glasses. You don't see that too often. She really, I think she did an interview before the game saying about how, obviously, because there's this lack of longer format cricket, it's really hard to stay on it with the ball, not only having to go down into the squat position, endless deliveries, but just in terms of concentration, because they're not used to that. And also that role of the wicketkeeper to be the one who's hyping up the team. When the other team's on top, we could still hear her voice out there, calling at the players, getting them all riled up and being noisy behind the stumps. And again, she had a grin on her face the entire game. And yeah, I'm excited to see her go on with the gloves.
Yeah, I think the thing with Sinalo is the batting. We need to see a little bit of improvement in the batting too, for her to push Trisha Chetty out in the white ball format. And look, I think her test cap will go a long way in helping her, better her game. Yes, Tim?
Just wanted to ask about those deep balls. This was the first, and it was a marked difference of what the English bowlers could do compared to the South African bowlers. The English bowlers could swing it throughout the test match, particularly Lauren Bell. Whereas the South Africans, they swung it, but not by nearly as much. That was.
I think you mentioned that, the South African bowling attack looked a bit samey. You had a lot of right arm seamers who were all doing the same thing and slightly nipping it away, a slight bit of movement off the pitch. But England came in with that variety. You had the experience of Kate Cross, who came on and bowled the ball on a £2 coin on the pitch every delivery. Izzy Wong, who we've spoken about. But yeah, Lauren Bell, really, really exciting to see her name in the list. It would have been interesting to see who would have scraped into that spot had Emily Arlott not been suffering with kind of post-COVID symptoms. For anyone not familiar with Arlott, she was called up to the test squad last year, didn't make it into the squad that time, and then made herself unavailable for this test finally because she was still suffering breathlessness from having COVID the week before. But they're quite similar bowlers. They're both really tall. They're not express pace, but they both get that really sharp inwards movement. But Lauren Bell, she will swing an old tatty tennis ball probably in its 5th year
Good evening and welcome back to the first ODI between South Africa and England, this women's ODI. It's the second innings now. South Africa won the toss and elected to bat first, and they put on a total of 218. England is into bat now. Marizon Cup first ball in. It's short and wide and played out to Laura Wolfhard at point. A good piece of fielding there. Hi, Dave.
Hello, Jenna. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Are you feeling a little bit warmer? Did you have a good cup of tea or coffee or something to defrost?
Yeah, and the heater is now on, which I'm grateful for.
Splendid, splendid. We'll hope to see if cup is warmed up here.
Yeah, second ball of the first over of the second innings was just a good length delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Emma Lamb, but nipped a little bit back in and was quite close to that off stump in the end, but went through to the keeper, Trisha Chetty.
Clarion saying, even my prediction of 220 was not got, let alone 250 that looked possible.
Yeah, it did look possible towards the end when Chloe Tryon was in, but it wasn't meant to be. As the third ball of the over is bowled back of a length on off stump, and this time finds the bat of Emma Lamb, just defended out to mid-wicket for no run.
So a comment that you made, and I want to dig in a little bit more, and maybe you'll be able to unpack a little bit more as to the reasoning behind it, and I'll take it after this ball.
Full and wide outside the off stump. It is called a wide outside that off, the wide line on the offside. So Marizon Cup will have to bowl that one again. There's one on the board, and that'll put England up for a start here.
So the comment you made was, the closer we get to professionalism, the more you have to expect professional performances from the players. And I'll get it from you at the end of this one.
Yeah, full on the off stump and just defended to mid-wicket. No run once again. Emma Lamb not off the mark yet. She's faced 4 deliveries. There's one on the board from the wide delivery.
Certainly a challenge, because on one hand, you want to say, yes, you must perform at an international level that is quality in line with the big three, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. Next one, back over length, played off the back foot into the cover region, but fielded by Chloe Tryon there. No run taken off the bat yet.
Difficult to produce players at that quality and level if the structures below don't support that type of performance. So it's like chicken and egg stuff. You know, you want them to perform so that you can get money to put back into pipeline, but the pipeline needs to perform so that you can. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. Short and wide and cut away by Emma Lamb. A wonderful looking cricket shot. And there you go. The first runs off the bat for the English ladies team. And that goes for 4 to the boundary at a point region. 2 short and 2 wide there by Marizon Cup, but pounced on by the British batter.
Because we've seen the ladies in New Zealand getting equal pay now. So does New Zealand cricket now expect the women to really just go out there and absolutely smash things? And is there like a kind of a KPI to say, and obviously they're not going to drop their pay, but were there certain conditions like World Cup semi-final, you know, those types of things, as we see Ayabonga Kaka will partner Marizon Cup this afternoon?
Yeah, well, you definitely hope that the processes start to improve. I mean, you can't expect as soon as you get paid an equal salary for the next day, the next month even, to go and win the World Cup. So yes, the processes are being put into place, but it is something that would take a little bit of time. As Ayabonga Kaka is in here, back over length outside the off stump, some very nice seaming in off the wicket, far outside the off stump when it landed, but making its way onto middle. And it's just defended by Tammy Beaumont, mid-wicket region for no run. Yeah, and I think in South African cricket, in South African cricket, I think it's starting to get there. It's not where it should be. As Ayabonga Kaka just bowls this one again, nipping back in towards the right-hander, defended by Tammy Beaumont, back down the wicket for no run. And they currently are in the top 6 provincial cricket teams in South Africa. provincial contracts, but only 5 per team. Which is scary. So yes, it is a step in the right direction, but it's a very small step. And I think South Africa can't expect for tremendous change to happen unless something at domestic level changes in a drastic way. As Ayabonga Kaka just misses her line a little bit there, and it's played around the corner by Tammy Beaumont to a fine leg reach, and they come through for a single, which will put Emma Lamb back on strike.
So then let me play a bit of devil's advocate here. New Zealand cricket, there's budget for both men and women to be paid equally. Could we not use, after this one?
And again, missing her line again, Marizon Cup doing the fielding at that fine leg boundary as Emma Lamb just tucks that one around the corner, almost identical to Tammy Beaumont's shot there. The score goes up to 7 after 1.4, and Ayabonga Kaka getting a lot of movement with the ball.
Absolutely. Some of that money back into development so that you can produce those performances that you're looking for.
Yeah, definitely that should be the idea around it. As Kaka finds her line outside the off stump and the ball holds nicely, just defended back down the wicket for no run. Yeah, it should be the idea, and the pipeline should be invested in. But unfortunately, because there's that huge divide between the level of provincial cricket and the level of international cricket, they're struggling to bridge that gap because it's so big. As Ayabonga Kaka finishes her over with a dot ball, and it's just defended back down to Kaka by Tammy Beaumont, which finishes the second over, 7 for no loss.
Okay, let me ask you a question. South African context. They say tomorrow every female player gets a contract, guaranteed. At provincial level, every player, 1 to 15, 16, whatever the size of the squad is, everyone. Or they invest that money all into pushing the level of school cricket to the equal height of where boys cricket is. I'm talking boys schools like Cares, St. John's, Stillians, all those, Grey and the lot, after this delivery.
Okay, it's back over length outside the off stump and played with a flat bat. It makes contact with the bottom half of the bat and just dies out as it goes to the fielder at point, Laura Wolfart. There are 2 slips in for Marizon Cup, and that one was just a dot ball. Yeah, that's an interesting question, Dave. I do think girls' cricket in Gauteng is at a tipping point. I'm not going to speak too much about it.
Sure.
As this one is.
Let's look broad picture.
Yeah. Full outside the off stump and driven to mid-off. A good-looking cricket shot. Full face of the bat by Emma Lamb. They go through for a quick single as the fielder was just hanging back on the ring there. Yeah, it's difficult to say because which schools do you invest in? I mean, girls' cricket is so different to boys' cricket at school level because you don't have those big girls' schools playing cricket.
But if you that's what I'm saying. That money goes into the big girl schools so that cricket is a priority above any other sport. Cup in again, and this is just defended off the back foot, no run. I want to dig deep here because I want to understand, is it the pipeline or is it the professional? Which would you prefer? Because you can only have one in this instance.
I'd say pipeline, but a mixture of pipelines.
No, you can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
School cricket, club cricket, and provincial cricket has to improve across the board. I'll explain a bit about school cricket in the girls section now after that ball.
Left alone outside the off stump, no run. 2 balls remaining in the third, 8 without loss. Go. Sorry, I've stolen your job, but I want you to unpack this more.
No, you go.
So, to hear this.
Sure. So a lot of cricket I'm speaking from my experience because I grew up playing at CGL. A lot of it is based around hubs. So a lot of players of color coming from Soweto hubs, Dobsonville hubs.
She's cleaned her up. Marizon Cup has the first South African wicket in between bat and pad, and that's the end of Tammy Beaumont. She averages 41, but in this instance, she's gone for a single, and what a way to break through early on. The South Africans needed it. The great delivery, just nipping back in, and Beaumont was beaten all ends up out of the turf. It didn't bounce as much as she would have hoped. 1 down.
That was an excellent delivery, Kapi. Not really too successful with the bat today, but definitely showing her worth so far with the ball.
Right.
So yeah, to come back to your question, Dave.
Yes.
And girls cricket it's like that, and there's a big private school in Gauteng now that has a lot of players. There are 4 players from that school that are now in the SA under-19 squad that is playing against Namibia in the next couple of days, which is exciting. And there are kind of only 4 schools in the province at the moment who can actually half compete with that school. So it's difficult to say then which schools do you put the money to, and how do you compete with other girls' sports at school level, like hockey, like netball, like volleyball, like swimming, because that happens in the same term. So yeah, because cricket is seen at a school level at a boys' school level as a boys' sport, and it's played at the same term as other girls' sports, it's difficult. Yeah. Okay, I think you've disappeared. I'll just describe the last ball of Marizon Cup's over there. So dot by Sophia Dunkley. She's in at 3, which is interesting. I was expecting to see Heather Knight. But a good change-up. Sophia Dunkley, very capable with the bat. And she's now in with Emma Lamb. They're chasing 219 after 3 overs. The score is 8 for 1. Marizon Cup being the main wicket taker. Tammy Beaumont scored 1 off 8, which didn't look too comfortable. And Ayabonga Kaka back into the attack. She's getting a lot of movement with this white kookaburra. It's swinging in the air and seaming off the wicket. It was wide outside the off stump, but left alone by Emma Lamb. Goes through to keeper Trisha Chetty. And Ayabonga Kaka and the ball in the English weather conditions doing many, many things. As the wicket, Tammy Beaumont just swinging in, seaming off the wicket and just going through all defenses of Tammy Beaumont. This one tucked around the corner by Emma Lamb as it goes down to the fine leg boundary. And Nkulekum Laba collects that one at fine leg and just gets it in to Trisha Chetty. They go through for a single. The score 9 for 1. Emma Lamb on 7 of 11. Hi, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I was frantically trying to get somebody to let me in. Yes. Kaka in once again, and this is carved behind point. It's a lot of work here for Cup to do the cleanup work, and she does so in the end as they get through for 12 on the scorecard now. But the point is, in an ideal world, cricket should be prioritized. Yes, we all agree on that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
The semantics are another point, but yes, good. Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm going to ask you about boys cricket now.
Please do. This one is just defended off the back foot, and you can take over ball by ball. Go for it.
Yeah.
Tell me about boys cricket. What?
Cool. So how do boys schools cricket, does that happen over weekends, or do they play matches during the week?
So it's a duplicate both. So there's Wednesday T20 fixtures and then Saturday 50 overs.
Okay, Ayabonga Kaka is in back of length outside the off stump. Lots of swing in towards the right-handed Sophia Dunkley as it's just defended off the back foot for no run. Okay,
and there's mandatory club cricket on a Sunday if you want to be selected for provincial. So there's 3 games a week, and I think that's that at high school level is way different to the amount of cricket the girls are playing, and it shows. It has nothing to do with necessarily skill, but you play more cricket, you're going to get better. Primary school, they're playing Saturday, Sunday, they play weekday as well. They're playing tournaments in the off season. In the winter, there's still cricket. I mean, we saw the Josie Cup that recently was completed, the LPL. There's a whole lot of tournaments that are just ongoing at all levels. And just the sheer amount of cricket.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying if the money could be poured into schools cricket for girls, they could be playing, because there's not, like you said, there's not as many girls' schools playing cricket or any schools playing specifically girls' cricket. And
Yeah.
that's the problem, is it's sheer numbers for the talent pool.
Yeah, as Marizanne Cup is in. This one is full on leg stump and whipped away by Emma Lamb. She's
stump
looking
off
great so far. And that goes for 4. And to that square leg boundary, she's been so good presenting the full face of the bat and taking full advantage of the missed line and length from the South Africans so far.
Yeah, it was leg stump half volley, and if you're missing it at this level, you need to reconsider your life choices. But the sheer number of hours playing cricket as Cups in again.
Yeah, back over length outside the off stump and rocks onto the back foot by Emma Lamb and cuts that through a point region. A little bit of a dive over the ball there by the South African fielder. Was that who was fielding?
Marizanne Cup. No, not Marizanne. Laura Volfart, isn't she the famous?
Yeah, she is.
You see, she takes screamers like that in the black ODI and then dives over that one. So it's like, well, although maybe just out the reach of the right hand. Cup in again.
It was a good effort. Full outside the off stump and driven hard. This time Laura Volfart at point puts her body behind the ball and makes sure she stops that one. No run taken.
Make sure. Absolutely. And I think a good view of how men and women's sport can be equal is hockey. Hockey is a thing that, both men and women are fairly similar in terms of world rankings. And it comes down to the fact they both play a lot of hockey.
Yeah, it does. Full on off stump and just guided down to third man. Emma Lamb just opens the face there and makes sure it gets wide of the two fielders in that slip position. They go through for a single. Score goes up to 20. Emma Lamb on 16, Sophia Dunkley on 2.
My question is, do girls' schools mandate sport every term? Because I know for certain the boys' schools, the big boys' schools, you play a sport. I don't care what you play a sport. Cup in again.
Yeah, it's full outside the off stump and driven beautifully by Sophia Dunkley. And that'll race away for 4 to the cover boundary. A lovely pick up there by her, making sure she hit it out the middle of the bat, piercing the gap between cover and point.
Half volleys. This is what your coaches do. Some of the lazier coaches, they just drop balls and then you smash them and you look good in the nets. Because they say, no, you'll never get it at international cricket. Sometimes you're going to get a half volley. But are you able to handle the swing and seam movement of Kaka? Cup in again.
Yeah.
Oh, was that?
There it is. Traps her in the pads. Pitching just outside the off stump.
Literally trapped in front. Literally.
Everyone's a bit perplexed.
Can we go upstairs for that one, please? No.
No one's really sure what happened.
Hold on. Werner Rasmus, if you can hear us, tell us, please, brother, what happened there? Because, no, come on. Somebody, Simon Gear, someone, let's get an ump to answer the question. How is that not Archie's ball in front?
Yeah, got stuck between her two pads. Interesting decision. And now they're showing nothing on screen.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to avoid the obvious.
Yeah, so that brought up the end of the 5th over. England on 24 for 1. They are chasing 219. Emma Lamb on 16. Sophia Dunkley on 6. Kakab into the attack. Her 3rd over. Again, missing her line. The ball swinging and seaming a lot towards the legs of the English batters. Wraps it around to square leg and they come through for a very good 2, making sure they ran the first one hard. Emma Lamb goes up to 18. The score 26.
It's a good start here by Lamb. 18 from 16. Dunkley 6 from 7. These English batters have been putting Marizanne Cup to the sword. It's frustrating, when you're running in as a bowler, as Aibonga Kaka is, and your partner at the other end is getting absolutely tonked. It's difficult to build pressure and consistency. Yeah,
you have to bowl in partnerships. As the second ball of the over, good length outside the off stump, just defended into the offside for no run. In 3rd ball, once again, good length and seaming in towards Emma Lamb. Just defended once again into the covers. No run taken.
Yeah, something that I think would certainly help women's cricket would be a lot more primary school focus. The love of the game, as Kaka's in again.
Yeah, once again, good length on that off stump, nice and consistent the last 3 balls. This time, using the swing off the bat, just plays it out to the leg side, but once again, no run taken.
It's outrageous to think that you should focus primary school cricket over high school cricket in terms of girls cricket, because there are high schools that are playing girls cricket, but not that many primary schools that are girls cricket focused. Yes, there are a couple of players in the mix of playing in boys cricket, as that one's just defended without a run. There are, there's 3 or 4 or 5, but when they get to high school, they come from all of the different primary schools, and then they specifically look for a certain number of schools that have girls cricket so that they can focus. Just worked around the corner this one at mid wicket, and they'll get through for 1 as Sekokune just fumbles that one in the field. 27 for 1 after 6. Do you think that's somewhere where mini cricket as well?
Yeah, it's not outrageous to think that should be the focus. However, club cricket in South Africa women's club cricket in South Africa has one age group and one age group only, which is open. And you don't want to be putting primary school girls into an environment playing against much bigger, much stronger women. So it is difficult. And I think a lot of girls kind of filter into the boys' primary school section, which doesn't allow for growth for players who have slower starts.
Cup. And again, much better line and length, just defended, no run.
Yeah, so a girl who is, let's say, 9 years old, who is maybe a little bit clumsy, she can't really fit into a boys' side because the boys are already a little bit stronger. Whereas if there was an all-girls team where the girls were allowed to make mistakes and, amongst peers, amongst girls who they're actually friends with at school, then it's a different story and those girls can be given the time to succeed.
This one is smashed away to the boundary. Emma Lamb has taken a liking to Marizan Cup. 4 runs to her. It's 31 for 1. And there's going to be a hard decision here. Do you continue with Cup? She's been punished to a lot of parts of the ground. A bit of a flashy shot, and it could so nearly have gone to the hands of Laura Wolfart. But it's still as a captain, I want to itch because I'm saying you've been hit for, was it 2-3 boundaries in the previous over? Another one here. I know you must strike bowler, but you've got to strike. You've got one. I need a second one early here if we're going to have any chance of defending this. This is a defended line and length. Great delivery there. And no run. 6.3 overs gone, 31 for 1. Please continue with your point.
Yeah, so it would be ideal to have girls cricket at a primary school level. But to start that, you'd have to convince primary schools, I suppose, to start girls cricket. And I think, once again, it's difficult because cricket is played at the same time as other school girls' sports.
Swimming and netball and athletics and all those things. This one's knocked into the onside square of the wicket, not lick it. And they'll get 2 in the end there. So 33 for 1 are the English in search of 219. There's 2 balls remaining in this over. What about action cricket?
Oh, hold on. Before we get to action cricket, I just want to say I was coaching at a primary school and coaching grade 7s because that was kind of the only age group that they wanted me to start with. And I could only coach them on a Friday afternoon because they were busy with other sports during the week and only seeing them once a week.
And again with the bouncer, and it's just taken comfortably by Trisha Chetty. There's a look, and it's just 1 for the over. Yes?
Yeah, so only seeing them once a week was really difficult for girls who didn't even understand the rules of cricket. So it's a big bridge. It's a big gap to bridge. Yeah, so and it's difficult. And then I was just starting to get to the girls when first term ended, and they said I can only start again in the 4th term.
Right, over pitch this time. It's a leg stump half volley, and Lamb sumptuously whips this away off her pads. And it's another boundary here. Cup 29 from her 4 overs. It's very expensive. 7 gone, 37 for 1.
Yeah, good cricket shot there. Yeah, so it's really difficult to kind of keep that going when primary schools aren't really that keen to give full power to a girls' cricket team. But I think that there's definitely a start, and with the Women's World Cup being such something that brought on so much entertainment to South Africans, that people are really understanding the game of women's cricket much more better, I think. So, yeah, things are hopefully going to be moving in the right direction within the next few years.
True priorities here at the ground as the English spare players, numbers 12 and 13 presumably, are petting it. Excuse me, petting a dog. So this is the kind of stuff we like to see on our TVs. This one is knee height and whipped around the corner, and so they'll get 1 to fine leg. Lamb on 29, Dunkley on 7. So action cricket.
Yeah.
Could that be an option?
Yeah, I don't know too much about action cricket. I'm just involved on a social level, as Kaka is in.
Yeah, over pitch this time and nearly dispatched, but also missing the outside half of the bat. Maybe a bit of a slower one that time from Ayabonga Kaka to deceive the batter there.
Yeah, she is so good with changing up the pace of her deliveries. Yeah, so I don't know. Action cricket is, I don't know. I have issues with it, so I won't talk too much
Kaka,
about
and
it.
again, this one is shorter, nips back into Lamb, who's unable to beat Chloe Tran in the covers. No run there. But surely it's about more cricket, and action cricket is shorter than traditional cricket, so at least they're playing cricket.
Yeah, I think in my view, the vibe of action cricket is very adult orientated because it's in an enclosed space and there's a bar and a lot of alcohol is involved, especially at certain times of the day, and that's when girls are not at school. So I mean,
onside, no run.
So I do understand as a parent not really approving of a young girl going into that environment and playing action cricket where there's a lot of alcohol involved, which is scary for a parent.
Kaka in again. This is over pitched and smashed away through the covers. Wolfhard looked like she may have gotten a fingertip to it, but like any good goalkeeper, she can only watch as it floats to the back of the net. It was a smashing shot. Kaka over pitching and all too easy. Let's have a look. Does she get a fingertip to it? Nope. Wide, and it races to the boundary for 4, and de Klerk is on retrieval duty. So my question, why not in the mornings on a Saturday morning if they're not playing Saturday morning cricket? Because you're saying that this one is cut away down to 3rd, and that'll be picked up by Cup, and they'll get through for 1. If they're not playing club cricket because they're too young to be in that environment, what's wrong with the Saturday schools league action? I'm trying to come up with solutions here. Maybe.
Yeah. So I don't know. From my experience, I think action cricket is run a lot around money, and if you can't afford to play action cricket, then you don't. So I do feel like even at international level, so there's an under-21 team that has been selected now to go to Australia, and you have to pay somewhere in the 40,000 rands to go per player. And if you can't afford to do that, and there are fundraising initiatives to help players do that, but if you can't afford it, then you can't go, which like takes a whole bunch of players out of the equation completely, and you're kind of questioning, are the best players playing international indoor cricket? And I think that's what makes action cricket a completely different sport to outdoor cricket.
With a change of bowling now to begin the 9th. She's right home over into Lamb, who just defends this off the back foot. No run available. I see what you're saying. Could the same not be said about hockey? At an international level, you pay to play.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm throwing bullets here. I'm not holding back. I want to ask the questions because I think it's good that we have these kinds of conversations. De Klerk in once again. She's going to pass the umpire right now. She does. And it's a fuller delivery this time. And Lamb walking down the wicket, trying to maybe upset the length of de Klerk. And de Klerk was happy to just see her coming and adjust the length there.
Yeah, I think it's really good that we're having open and honest conversations where we ask these difficult questions, because potentially people who are listening just think, oh, we should be playing more cricket. And yes, ideally we should be.
De Klerk in again, and just opening the blade is Lamb, but she's not able to get the pace off the bat that she would have liked, and so she finds Wolfhard no run.
Yeah, and we should be playing more cricket, and that is what the future of women's cricket in the country needs. But is it realistic, and do the listeners understand the challenges that we face as
Bless
women?
you. De Klerk on off stump there, and just bunted down the ground for no run. And a couple of comments quickly from Otto said, the more eyes on the women's game, the better. Go, Gorilla, go. Tell your friends and ears by Ravinia. And then he said his 2 girls weren't even invited to practice at their primary school. It's a bugbear of his.
Yeah.
It's not an easy environment. This one is off stump and tucked away to the onside, and they just saunter through for a single. It was a great bit of cricket. Just walking across the stumps was Lamb there. Emma Lamb, just getting the single. So 44 for 1 ball remaining in the 9th. I'm not expecting Jenna to have all the answers. I think that's something that everybody needs to understand, and she's not the spokesperson for all of women's cricket and all the solutions. De Klerk, and again, this is fuller. It was wider this time and spanked on its head as it goes to a deep backward point. Chloe Tryon does the fielding, and there's 1 run in it. So end of 9, 45 for 1. I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing. And Jenna happens to be the victim here. I don't know.
Yeah, but there are lots of things to think about when it comes to women's sport. Like a girl's menstrual cycle could change the way that her body works and change her interest in sport completely. She can stop wanting to be athletic. And I think those are things that people don't really think about, and how your hormones as a girl, how that changes, and how you go through stages where you really just it's difficult to get up and do things. And I think it's not something that people always understand and realize. Yeah.
Absolutely. Things that definitely have to be taken into consideration. Something that is being taken into consideration is that Marazan Cup was struggling with the ball. So Tumi Sekokune will relate. Smooth transition. Smooth. So like soft serve ice cream. Tumi Sekokune, 20 wickets in her one-day international career. She's going to come right on over with Trisha Chetty up to the stumps, and it was short and hammered, but what a great stop there at mid-wicket by Ayabonga Kaka. Nearly caught a bullet there. My word, they only get 1 for it, and the score goes to 46, but boy, oh boy, did she slam that ball.
Yeah, it was hit really hard, just pouncing onto that one. And a very good effort in the field. Ayabonga Kaka diving to her right with one hand, just stopping that for sure boundary.
Short and wide. That could have nearly have been a wide if she just left it, but cut away. And 1 run there to Lamb as she goes to 36 now. England 47 for 1 in pursuit of 219.
Yeah, every run on the bat adds to confidence. However, leaving a wide gives you an extra ball, which adds to the scorecard.
Yeah, the worst thing is that you get bowled off the subsequent delivery that you left. This one is much better from Sekokune, and it just comes back into the right-handed Dunkley for no run there. 47 for 1, halfway through the 10th.
Yeah, Sekokune, just a change of pace. Definitely a lot slower than Marizan Cup is. A different type of bowler. Exciting to see what she's going to do.
Okay, here we go. Halfway through her first over, Sekokune.
Dave's gone again. That's cool. I'll take ball by ball. Back over length outside the off stump, and played off the back foot by Sophia Dunkley into the covers for no run.
Looks like a bit of a shin killer, that one. You can hear the clang of ball on bone at that point. At the end of this over, I'm going to ask a question, but it's lighthearted, don't worry.
Okay, lighthearted ones are good too.
Yes, lighthearted. We're going to change it up. Otherwise, people think we're only talking about difficult things. But that one was smashed on the ground. It was overpitched and just, banished with disappointment, disdain, and disgust. Dunkley moves to 13 and 1 ball remaining in the 10th.
Yeah, this is very exciting batting to watch here. These 2 young batters at the crease now really taking ownership and making sure they're punishing every missed opportunity by the South Africans. Doesn't always look pretty, but it's getting the job done.
Yeah, looking forlorn was Tumi Sekukune as she jutted out a leg to try and stop that one. Better length this time, and good take by Trisha Chetty. Ends the 10th, and that is the end of the first 10 overs. Whether we'll be replaced or not is yet to be decided. It's supposed to be Anise and myself, but nevertheless, question. One person to bat for your life and one person to bowl for your life in any format of the game, dead or alive, go.
Oh, that is a good question. I'd say for my life,
They have to score Sophie... 50 to bat.
Okay, Laura would bat. Who would bowl? That is a good question. Okay, I'm going to come back to that.
Good. In comes de Klerk. This one's short and wide, cut away, and there's no one covering the boundary and at cover. And so another boundary for the ladies with 3 lines on their chest. 55 for 1 at the start of the 11th over.
Okay, while I think of my bowler, for you, batter and bowler.
For me, to bat for my life, Brian Charles Lara. And I'll give you the bowler in a sec. De Klerk in again, right arm over, and it's a ball that nips into the body of Emma Lamb. Much better, but she is absolutely flying at the moment. Emma Lamb, 100 struck at the moment. My bowler, probably Adele Steyn. I think for me, his ability to adapt. Prime Dale Steyn. I'm not talking about injuries every 5 minutes. Dale Steyn. I'm talking about prime Dale Steyn, where he picks 7 for in India or million at home. For me, as much as I saw Grant Elliott smash him in the 2015 World Cup, this one is worked down to fine leg as Kaka does the fielding, and they get through for 156 for 1 halfway through the 11th.
Okay, I think I've settled on Diana Baig from Pakistan, who would bowl for my life.
Bowl for your life?
If I had to choose other people, but if I could choose myself, then I would. I trust myself with the bat.
You back yourself. Okay. Okay. This one is full and just driven out, but not finding any gaps in the field. If your bowler had to bat again, or had to bowl against your batter for your life, would you survive?
As myself, if I had to bowl to myself.
So you said you're the bowler. If you had to bowl against the batter you've selected, as de Klerk comes in again, it's short and wide and hit with the toe end of the bat, and Sekukune does the fielding. That brings up the 50 partnership for these two, coming together after the early wicket of Tamsin Beaumont. Really rebuilding the innings for the English women here.
Yeah, I think if I was bowling to myself batting, I'd hope that my batting skill would win because I'm primarily a batter. But if I was bowling to Laura Wolfart, I do believe Laura would probably win.
Punish. Right. This next one is just a single this time as Sekukune does the fielding in the end of the 11th. 59 for 1.
Yeah. Yeah, this partnership has really been so vital. It's looked so much more attacking than the South African opening partnership did, or first couple of batters partnership did. Really taking advantage of the South African bowlers. Both looking comfortable, hitting the ball out the middle of the bat, and playing confident cricket shots where I felt like the South Africans were playing in their shell.
It's always a difficult one. The first game of the series, and South Africans notoriously are poor out the gate, like a bad horse at the Durban July, like Usain Bolt. Rubbish up front, but once there's a bit of momentum, you feel okay. Now there's a bit of oomph behind it. Dunkley facing up to Sekukune to begin the 12th. It's wide and tapped on its head as Dunkley thinks about an option through the covers, but Tryon resolute in her defense. Interesting, protector on the back of her helmet is Dunkley. she's got what presumably is a spine protector. This one is overpitched and boshed down the wicket. What a shot! She's absolutely milked that. Lovely shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a very exciting zone to see Sophia Dunkley scoring in. We saw in South African batting innings, Chloe Chan accessing that zone once or twice, and that was successful for her. And Sophia Dunkley playing nicely in the V, making sure she's going as straight as possible, beating both fielders in the ring at mid-on and mid-off. It's a very good scoring option.
And it's always something that coaches will go on and on about and saying, come on, play in the V early, play in the V early. And she's done exactly that. She's done it again, as this one is wide of the last delivery on the onside. And it's hit the stumps from the throw from the boundary. Lovely stuff, though. But to no avail, as everybody was home safe.
Yeah, that's Laura Goodall on the boundary for you. She has one hell of an arm. It's just lovely to see that she's getting the ball in quickly. She struggled a little bit in the World Cup fielding on the boundary, but I think straighter of the wicket, she's a lot better attacking the ball. Yeah, but she's definitely an arm that you want on the boundary.
So, Sekhukhune. Absolutely. Sekhukhune, with 3 balls remaining in the 12th. The stumps have been put together once again, like a Jenga that has fallen over. Sekhukhune bowls a much better line this time and driven out square of the wicket, and Lamb can only smile as it's collected comfortably at point. Umpires have come under a lot of stress and presumably will come under a lot of criticism in this game. It can so desperately change the nature of a game. As Sekhukhune is in, defended off the back foot by Leonora. It can sour the game for both sides when umpiring is as bad as it has been today.
Yeah, it definitely can. Although an umpire's job is a really difficult one. Every decision has to happen so quickly, and I think it's a high stress kind of job.
No, absolutely. I don't disagree with you. It's just the standard that we set. This one is it's an overpitched delivery that was nearly a return catch for Tumi Sekhukhune. She stuck her hand in the air. It was in the hand and it just bounced up. And she's got a smile on her face now. A tap on the back from Chloe Tran, but that so nearly could have been South Africa's second wicket.
Yeah, she did really well to get a hand to that, just full stretch, sticking her hand up to get hand on that, and then chasing it to try and get it back to attempt a run out. Very good athleticism.
Oh, that so nearly could have been a second. You just needed that just to stick. It was one of those where it was there but not there. Nevertheless, end of 12, 65 for 1. De Klerk will now begin her third. She's been expensive. 10 from her 2. In terms of the context of the game, you're chasing 219, you have to be frugal. This one is a better delivery from De Klerk, rather, not Cup. And no run available there.
Yeah, the South African bowlers really need to bring it back, hold their lengths, be consistent. But not too consistent for the English batters to take advantage of that and get used to the line and length.
Absolutely. De Klerk in once again, passing the umpire. The way with delivery, and that'll be called wide by the umpire. She's not happy with that width offered. And so she's got to improve upon it if she wants to keep these English batters quiet. There is zero room for error in terms of this total, as the boss himself steps in. Hello, Arto.
Hey, guys and girls and everybody in between.
Pulled away to the onside. There's nobody there. It's going to trickle into the boundary. It's another boundary for Emma Lamb. She moves to 46, 4 away from a 50, and England are 70 for 1.
Yeah, she's really impressing me. I could be mistaken, but I think it's only her 4th international ODI appearance, and she's looked really aggressive, really confident and calm out at the crease, and really taking full advantage here.
Strange how some players can just
Let me
feel at
check
home.
that for you. You're quite correct, Jenna. That is Emma Lamb's 4th match.
The quality we have here at Guerrilla Cricket South Africa. That one nearly had Lamb trapped in front. She managed to waft it away to the onside. Looked like kind of a helicopter type shot, but in front of the pads, it didn't look like she had control. But at this level, absolutely she had control. Doesn't have to look pretty; it just has to be effective. Right, Lamb on 46. De Klerk in again. And it's a similar type delivery. She's a stifled appeal from Nadine de Klerk, and the umpire is now unmoved. But when there was a smash onto the front foot, there was no safety on that pistol. Let that gun go off like a child playing with a cap gun. I'm just throwing shade. I'm just throwing shade. Anis Mohammed, there's 3 slips in a gully here. This is brilliant. Caught in the middle.
Yeah.
Beautiful, right?
Okay, so Gully will move out. I'll leave you guys to it. Enjoy.
I thought he was gonna join us. No, it's fine. You do what you need to, Otto Simon. No run there, by the way, if anybody was keeping an eye on the game, because we've become silly now that Anis is around, and I fully blame myself.
I just have to say.
Where's the unicorn, Anis? Where is the unicorn? This is why we dropped the catch. Yeah. Think about your life choices. This is wide, and this is cut away down to 3rd. Good bit of work there to cut that one off, and Nadine de Klerk's on the floor. Genuinely reevaluating her life decisions, or maybe she's just landed funny in the crease there.
Yeah, she is scuffing it up with her spikes there. Yeah, it was a little bit of a misstep on that front foot and just falling over there a bit.
Yeah. Not what you want to see from your fast bowlers. That's an ankle killer. And that's how the physio ends up using up all their tape on tour. That's why players, I'm sure you see that players, they start the series wearing short sleeves, and by the end of the series, they're wearing long sleeves, and you don't see the tape that they're hang on to. End of the 13th, 71 for 1. Somebody else can call ball by ball.
I'm going to step out because I have another shift after the next 12. So you guys have a good time.
Cool. Anis, call the ball, sir.
Yep. I'm here.
Lamb's nearly got a 50. I'm going to say it loudly. Lamb nearly has a 50. A 50 is a possibility for Lamb. Watch your wicket here. Come on.
As Mlaba comes into the attack, 9 matches, 4 wickets, average of 71. Economy rate of 4.28 and a best for 2 for 41. South Africa would want every one of those 2 wickets right now. This one, just edge, gets a thick outside edge and runs down to 3rd man for 4. An innocuous start by Mlaba.
And it's a 50 for Lamb.
Do I have to
made an ODI 50? Just in 3 games. So she's off to an absolute flyer here. And get the slip in.
Definitely.
Left arm spinner to a right-handed batter. Can we please get a slip in?
As Mlaba is waiting again.
Nope. Now somebody's called.
Wait, there she comes in.
Let's chuck a slip in there. Yes, common sense.
Finally.
Watch her drop this next one.
Trisha Chetty had slipped. No, Trisha Chetty, sorry. As she comes in now. Left arm over. 4 defensive from Lamb. Very, 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 very good for defensive there. Chloe Trion at slip as Mlaba comes in again. This one outside off again. Cut! And this bounces short. She sticks her foot out. The slip. Chloe Trion tries to stick her foot out to stop it, but beats that and runs down to that third boundary again for 4. And under edge there, too close to the body to cut. And Glover seems to have been getting the better of Lamb here, but unfortunately, just going for runs. She shouldn't be discouraged by this. As she comes in for the 5th ball of the over. 4th ball of the over. This one down the leg side. and it is called a wide mistake.
When will we learn to trust coach? When? Please.
I know. I put my faith in coach from now on. I've made the hashtag trust coach, as this one is outside off. Lamb leans over and plays a ramp sweep over the top, and it runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4 in the air. Chloe Churn might have been in business, or a leg slip definitely would have been in business, as it just runs down to the boundary on the bounce for 4. 12 of this over right now.
Can't be setting fields for international cricket. Deep square, 45 in the ring. Mid-wicket close in. Look, then your deep square comes and fetches it.
This one drops it a bit short, and it is helped along, helped on its way down to a deep backward square, where it's cleaned up on the boundary, and they come through for 2.
So let's
single. Sorry, they only took 1 day. The score is 85 for 1 with 1 ball to come in the 14th over.
I'm going to set a field for Mlaba here that would pick up a wicket.
Yes, definitely. Well, they seem to be just finding the gaps right now as Mlaba comes in again past the umpire. This one is on middle and leg, and it's just worked to the leg side, where deep backward square has to run in and cleans up, and they come through for the single, and 86 for 1 after 14. Target is 219, Lamb on 16, and 60, and Dunkley on 22. 15 off that over. Not a good start by Clubber, but now I'm waiting for coach's field.
Okay, so you have mid on cow corner.
Yeah.
So mid on in the ring, cow corner out, mid wicket in the ring, square leg up, because it's still a power play. You still have square leg in the ring. 45 slip in place. You have backward point, but a very backward point, close in catching at cover. You have long off back.
Oh, to make it, you okay? For that,
and then nobody else is ring.
Yeah,
I'm telling you it'll pick up a wicket. Because why? You're saying, okay, if you're going to hit me against the spin, you've got to hit me really well. And so even if you do manage to get it, I've got that insurance of cow corner being on the boundary.
As the cock comes in, this one defended to a mid on for no run.
The cock.
Yeah, like I was thinking of that same thing with your field, is that you're forcing them to play against the spin on the offside. Left arm spin. She's turning it. She's
turning it away from the right hander. That's why I've got somebody at catching cover, because if they miss time or ball, thank you very much, wicket.
Yeah. As the cock comes in again. This one, is outside off, and is bunted into the ground over the cock's head, and it is cleaned up by a mid off this time for no run. Score remains 86 for 1.
Okay. De Klerk. The cock is the wicket keeper for South Africa.
No, De Klerk. Sorry, I apologize.
No worries. Abdul Raf is saying, will you cover the whole series? Yes.
Yes. Big appeal for LBW this time. Umpire is unmoved.
She's hit that.
Oh, De Klerk.
She learned. You can't hit the ball onto the pads and then still be given out. That umpire learned it after the first time she gave try on out after smashing it onto the front foot.
They're going up. They're going up.
No, man.
It's going over, isn't it?
No, man. She surely hit that. Anyway, Abdul Raf. Yes, we will cover the whole series. Leah Schneider. Hi, Otto. I look forward to Friday.
It's happening Friday.
The next game?
Oh. No, there's no edge there.
I thought she nicked it. Honestly, then the ball came back a mile, because I thought she smashed that.
That moved.
See, we don't have the stump audio, so if there is a nick, we can't hear it straight away.
If it's moving that much, it's missing leg.
Yeah, jeepers.
I think it's missing leg. Umpire's call down the leg side. I would suggest, because that one's come back from outside off, and it looks to be hitting, and it's high. It's on the
back pad. above
Yeah, but just above the
the
flat.
pad itself.
Yeah.
Nah, it's missing. Honestly, thought that she'd nicked it. She'd smashed
Just
it.
from the it moved, yeah.
Right, green light up front.
Outside off.
Red, red,
It's
red.
hitting.
Oh,
it's
my
hitting!
word. That is a fantastic review.
Oh,
No,
it's
man.
hitting.
Well done, Sine Lise and Trisha Chetty, because
So
I thought it was going over.
I thought it was missing leg with the way it came back that much. So that means that the ball hit the seam, snuck in, and then swung back away. But a fantastic wicket from a de Klerk. And it is 86 for 2. Lamb has to go for 6. Sophia Dunkley, sorry, has to go for 22. South Africa might have a bit of a sniff now. Feel they might have their tails up. And
another one here.
Yeah, another one. One brings two.
Another one here.
One brings 2.
Speaking of women's cricket, I'm thoroughly excited for the Commonwealth Games in which the women will participate. And I seem to remember South Africa
won the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
It was a weird. It was also a weird thing.
1996. I want to say 96.
97. It was after the World Cup. Wait, 2000 and the 96 makes sense.
Because isn't
there a World Cup here too? 96 was a World Cup.
Sri Lanka.
Too. Yes, and that's where.
But remember, the World Cups have now switched to odd years. They used to be even years. So, anyway, Leah Schneider saying she's making her Gorilla SA debut on Friday.
Yes! Okay, I'm there. I'm there for that. I'm 100% there for that.
It's like a what's the word I'm looking for? It's like that SpongeBob. 3,000 years later.
Yeah. just what? Coach, we have to be on with her.
We must ask the gods to allow us, permit us. The bosses.
The bosses.
Like Howie Mandel, deal or no deal?
No deal. Come on.
So what'll it be, Sharks? Right. Back at the cricket, 14 and a half overs gone out of 50. The English need 219 after South Africa won the toss and were summarily dismissed for 218. And it is an exciting prospect for the English women to take a 1-0 lead in this series if they can just bat. I think the English batting lineup is far too powerful. South Africa without the powerhouse bowling of Shabnam Ismail. Nevertheless, Nat Siver, one of the leading run scorers in English cricket in 2022. And, already got a test 100 as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, there's that. Nevertheless, here we go.
Oh, yes. It was the Commonwealth Games was 1998.
Isn't that the International Knockout Cup? I thought
no, that was 99. Because it was Commonwealth. There was a very great period there because South Africa won the first Knockout Cup, and then won the Commonwealth Games. But Commonwealth Games was the first, I think, tournament sort of thing that Sean Pollock was in charge of post Hansi. So yeah.
Well, Leah says she's looking forward to being on air with us, and we are equally as excited. 41.71 is the average of Nat Siver. 90 games. She's been around and is a top draw in world cricket. Black's looking for that second magic ball. Is she going to find it? Big smile on her face. She goes now to Nat Siver.
De Klerk and now past the umpire. This one outside off and just blatted to the offside where it's cleaned up at mid-off. Mid-off who comes around and they come through for a single. Lamb now on strike. Score moves to 87 for 2. 2 balls to come in the 15th over. You want?
Sorry. I want more test cricket. Women, men, everybody. Everybody just play test cricket, please.
Yes.
No more pajamas. No more hundreds. No more IPL. And yes, I've just said no more IPL. This one is guided down to third for just one.
It's no looping one down to third.
I want more test cricket.
Yes, and I think Test cricket also gives us, as commentators and fans, more time to talk about stuff not relating to the game, to entertain ourselves. But as de Klerk is now at the top of her mark, coming in again for the last ball of the over, past the umpire. This one banged in a bit short, outside off, as Shiva, who doesn't have an eye in, hoiks across the line, and it just trickles down to mid on for no run. Yeah, I like the score is 82 for 2 after 15, target of 219. I like the vibe of Test cricket where everything it's a bit slower, and you can have more of a conversation about cricket relating issues, also not about cricket, and just get sidetracked and have fun.
Birds of South Africa, brought to you by Simon Gear and Ken Borland.
Yes, one of my
15 over conversation about the parakeets that are currently outside the commentary box. Legend.
That is like that's some of the most entertaining stuff. You're like, oh, okay. As Nglaba comes in for her second over. This one outside of Beaton, outside off. Good ball.
Oh, that was a great delivery to begin.
Don't think Lamb knows too much about what Lamb is dishing up. This one, pitch out just outside off, and just holds its line a bit, playing for the turn. And this one again, playing back to it is Lamb, and Laba. It plays back to Laba, who gets a bit tied up with Shiva as the ball beats her and goes to mid on, and they scamper through for a single, 89 for 2.
I want to hear Australian commentators try and say Nkululeko.
As this one is on a leg side-ish and worked down the leg side as they come through for 2, as it's cleaned up by deep backward square. Nkululeko. Wait. All right. Yeah.
Namkululeko.
No, it's more British. I apologize for that. Mlova in this one. Also a bit straighter. This one, it just sits up a bit, misses everything. I think Shiva might have got some bat onto that, and it trickles down the leg side where it's cleaned up by the slip, and they come through for a single, 92 for 1.
Oh, yeah.
Second last, fifth ball of the over as Lamb takes a double step down the ground and is just pushed to mid-wicket for no run. To the covers, sorry, not mid-wicket, covers, I apologize, as this one is outside off. Lamb gives herself some room and cuts it to the sweeper on the offside boundary for 2, as Trisha Chetty just grabs it a bit too early and it bounces off of her finger. Score is 94 for 2 after 16 overs. Yes, as we've seen replays. Are you excited for the World Cup? I know. Okay. Are you for the World Cup in Australia? And we're not going to sleep for a month. And right after that is the Test tour. I think that Dave is frozen. Okay, so here we go. In the 16th over, 17th is about to be bowled. England are 94 for 2, chasing 219. Lamb on 64. Shiva, who's new to the wicket, is on a 3 as Sekakune comes in back into the attack. She's had 2 overs for 12 runs. Just want to confirm. Yes, to Mr. Kakune. 2 overs for 12 runs. And she comes in now. Good Yorker left delivery that's dug out by Shiva for no run. Straight back to the bowler. Field can now be spread since it is, we didn't mention that it's the end of the power play at the beginning of the 15th. But field is spread now. 94 for 2 as Sekakune comes in for the second ball of the over. This one full on, middle and off, and it's dug out again. A misfield at mid on, and they come through for the single. Just need to check for 2. They come in for 2, just dove all over the ball, did Nglaba, and they come through for 2 quite comfortably as Ndaba drops down to the long on boundary now. There's the fielding change. We look at the wicket. We've got a mid on a short fine leg, a deep backward square as Ndaba comes in again. This one down the leg side, and it beats short fine leg at 45 and runs down to the boundary. Just swept on its way by Natcheva. You can't bowl at her there. And it goes for 4. And that's the 100 up for England after 16.3 overs at a run rate of 6.3. Doing the quick maths. At a run rate of 6.06. So they are motoring along. The first 50 coming off 59 balls, the second coming off 60. They are accelerating, but that should maybe come to a bit of a halt now with the field spread if the South Africans can get their lines right. As Sekekune comes in for the fourth ball of the over, and this one is bunted over the head of mid-on, who's just come back up after being sent down to long on, and it goes for 4, 104 for 2. Natcheva is taking a liking to Tume Sekekune, and it is so the South Africans seem a bit shell-shocked at the moment, not knowing what to do. They just need to take a minute just to calm things down, as this one was just bunted over the bowler's head for 4. Tume Sekekune coming in for the fifth ball of the over. This one is outside off stump and driven well, and it is cleaned up by the sweeper on the deep backward point boundary. Have a boundary, and there's overthrows, a poor throw from the boundary, and they come through for the second. Score moves on to 105.
Pish!
You back!
Gentlemen, greetings.
Trio.
Yeah, Bo! How are you doing, Bundela?
I'm doing fantastic. I hope I should say the same for the ladies in here. The Proteas having a tough one, but hey, man, let's see what they're going to do.
They just need to slow things down a bit.
I'm going to have a break. I'll see you gents in a bit.
Joe, would you like to take over ball by
ball? Are you well, David?
I'm good, my brother. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you for having me back.
Great. Let me have a rest, and I'll meander this direction in a bit.
Enjoy. And Anis, I have no problem. I can take over the ball by ball. How are you doing, Anis?
I'm good. It's just a bit cold. And I hate the cold.
Can you look at how I'm dressed with my hoodie and my extra jacket? We're trying as hard as we can, but we're going to bring the people hot cricket. So let us all strap in with Nonkululeko Mlaba bowling to Emma Lamb. First ball of the 18th over. She comes around the wickets with her left arm off spin, and the ball is gently worked away to the long on fielder. And it's 1 run to begin the 18th with the score at 107 for 2. Impressive batting here from the English, Anis.
Yeah, I just think that the Proteas just need to slow things down a bit.
It's very tough for that to do with Skiver also rotating the strike alongside Lamb. She goes onto the back foot and she just plays that onto that long on field again, and another single to 108 for 2. Easier said than done here, Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, but they just need to stop the flow of boundaries. So if you can giving them singles now and then, giving them singles is fine, but it's just the confidence of the bowlers. Oh,
exactly. Maybe they need to bowl more like those. Emma Lamb was going for the sweep, completely missing it, and the ball just missing the off stump, a dot ball. She comes in for her fourth ball now, Mlaba. Emma dances down the pitch, but they moved that mid-wicket fielder, and she runs across to stop the single. It's a dot ball for the fourth ball.
Emma Lamb doesn't know much about Mlaba. She's been struggling against it today.
It seems to be tough, but she gets that sweep shot away. Anis, you cursed Nonkululeko Mlaba there. A stunning sweep shot from Lamb. and she gets the boundary for the English. You're saying that she can't figure out, and she just went for the shot that is guaranteed there, Anis.
I apologize for that. I apologize. Because she looked like she was struggling for a while against her outside off. She was struggling, but that was a bit too straight. They're a bit too straight.
Exactly, and that's why she was actually comfortable to just go down on one foot. And you know, when things are tough, they always say just sweep the spinner. It's a safe shot.
Yeah, except against Anil Kumble.
For Emma Lamb, she'll be happy that Nkululeko Mlaba is not Anil Kumble, and she plays that on the cover as it's covered up at the sweeper. It's just one run to end the 18th. The English are on 113 runs, and they still need another 106 to win, and they have a handful of balls here, 192 to score that 106. It's a tough task for the Momentum Proteas. As you can see, even the chase says the same thing.
Yeah, if you look at the worms are getting further and further apart now, as South Africa were held in check by the English ladies, and we see that cluster of wickets at the end. South Africa losing 4 for 13 at the end.
It was a tough one. It was a tough one. And you can see the extreme difference with that part, with the partnership before this, going for a lot of runs. But Sekhukhune comes in again. She bowls it full on the off stump. It's dug out by Emma Lamb, who's now on 70. And it's a dot ball as it's picked up by Midoff.
That's the line, I think, to Emma Lamb, on off and just outside. But that's the line to everyone. On off
exactly.
Just outside off.
So Sekhukhune must bore us with that delivery.
Yes. It's time to play boring cricket now. To slow things
down. She
down.
goes for that again, pulls the length back just a little bit. It's aerial. It's teasing both the fielders, but Marizanne Kap can't get to it. Neither can the cow corner, and the ball lands safe for Emma Lamb. And we were talking about that line outside the off stump. It was the exact same one, giving trouble to Lamb. But luckily, her wicket was not stewed, and she was able to keep her on, so she can keep cooking here.
If we look at it, that was a great shot. Perfectly bisected the two fielders.
Definitely. Sometimes cricket fortunes favor the brave.
The brave, yeah.
100%. A skipper works that for just a single down to log on. 115.
Yeah. Let's just see. Nothing new on YouTube.
People don't love us. Go to One World Sports Radio on YouTube and comment.
Definitely, please. Come on now. Come on, guys.
The ball is moved on to the deep mid wickets, and it's just one more run added to the score there, Anis.
Yeah, I think I'm liking it that we can see that Lamb it seems to be struggling, but she's getting away with it, chancing her arm. It's just that the fortune isn't favoring South Africa, as you say.
Sekhukhune bowls that good length again. But that thing we were talking about here, Anis, that South Africa must stop the run flow, but the English batters are able to steal those singles every now and again.
They're just managing to find the gaps at the moment. And I think the South Africans are being guilty of just drifting too straight every now and then, just giving the English batters a freebie.
Just like that one, Anis. Just like that one. Sekhukhune goes behind the legs of Lamb, and she just works it away behind the fine leg fielder who is up on the ring. 4 runs added to the score, and it's a very tough one now for the Proteas. Exactly what you were talking about there, Anis.
Just straying down the leg side this time, and just helped on its way. With fine leg up, that is a very, very, very poor delivery. Not bowling to field. I feel that a couple of the South Africans have been guilty of not bowling to their field. We remember during the World Cup with the tight ring offside field. Maybe they need to introduce that.
Something for Sone Loose to think about, and it's tough when your bowlers don't act up to the plan. But she calls the trusted hand of Marizanne Kap, who too also just went for a little bit of a beating earlier on.
but she did get the all-important opening wicket, so she can be forgiven for going for some talent. The talismanic Marizanne Cup, who comes in now.
Can she do it now for the South Africans? It's Natalie Skiver, who is on strike, currently on 18, and England need 98. She starts off short, and Natalie Skiver plays a brilliant pull shot. She plays it in front of square and splits the entire leg side field, and it's 4 runs added by the danger lady for England here.
That just shows her placement of it, playing it in front of square, means that she saw that ball early, and she made that. She was on the back foot, and she was prepared for that shot, and she had all the time in the world to play it. She just had to pick a gap.
You don't want to mess with Natalie Skiver as well. Can't give her those gifts. She's on 22 in 14 balls. Gap for the second. She recovers well. Here does Marizanne Gap. They go for a quick single. Ayabonga Kaka covers it up well, but misses the stumps as the ladies cross for a single, and it's 126 for 2.
Marizanne Cup persisting with the back of a length line. This one didn't set up as much as the previous one, which was a bit too short. So, but the mission has already been accomplished. They've got a boundary of the first ball. There's no pressure on the batters for this over.
Indeed, and they keep on getting those singles as the very slow ball from Marizanne Gap drifts to the hip of Emma Lamb, and it's just 1 run to Seko Kone, who cleans up on short square leg.
I think that this pitch looks like if you bang it in, the ball's just going to sit up and die in it. So maybe a more skinny bowler. Again, South Africa is missing someone like Shabnam Ismail, who is a very skinny bowler.
Would have been an excellent addition to this lineup, but as it stands, Marizanne Gap must be the man or the woman to take up here, because she's the most experienced, and she did so excellently in the test match as well. But it's 1 more run added to the score, and England need 90 runs now to win.
It was basically in the test match. It was basically England versus Marizanne Gap.
Hey man, she wore her Super Cup. She wore it and she performed, scoring that 150. But it's 1 more run added again, and England are getting these nagging singles, and they are chipping away at the score ever so steadily here against the South Africans.
But if you think about it, if they didn't get the boundary of the first ball of the over, this is a very, very good over.
And she closes it off even brilliantly here, Anis, but Natalie Skiver up as she guides that again to long on for another single to end the 20th over. England are on 130 runs, still needing 89 runs from a majestic 180 balls. So certainly the run rate is not the issue here for the English women to bring it home. South Africa must find something special.
England just need 2.28 and over. Under 3 and over. As another change, as Ayabonga Kaka comes in, and now the spark that we've been looking for might come.
She has been the most economical bowler as well. So maybe the pressure that she builds up might ignite that spark indeed, Anis, and bag the wickets that South Africa are so much longing for here.
Just need to keep it tight. Just keep it tight. Even and just hope that on the other end your bowling partner does the same. Just a couple of overs and a mistake might be made.
Boom, and it's a thunderous shot from Skiver as she drives that straight to the hands of cover. It's Ayabonga Kaka who starts with a wide full delivery, offering the drive to Skiver, but it's well protected by the fielder.
She's doing it to the wrong ball, to the wrong batter. Lamb seems a bit more suspect outside that off stump, but naturally seems to be hitting tracer bullets everywhere she goes. As Laura Wolford is in the firing line that time.
She goes wide and Natalie Skiver follows the ball. She reaches it and smashes it over the in-ring for a one-bounce 4. Magnificent shots and a shot of a lady in confidence. It's 134 for 2.
Getting the outside off of the bat there, trying to play through cover, but getting the outside off of the bat, flying over point, slashing at it, and it just goes over gully, bounces a couple of times, and beats third to go for 4.
Adventurous batting. It forces a mistake from Ayabonga Kaka, who bowls a beamer as she was going for a slower ball. Skiver gets her hands onto it as she pulls it out to the long mid-wicket field, and it's 2 runs added to the score. Skiver will be upset that she missed out on that one.
Yeah, ball just slipping out of her hand, going for that slower one, and it just was there to be hit baseball style, and it just gets the tailwind of the bat and goes.
The home run was there, and those are the runs she was looking for, Anis. She goes from the leg side and through the covers with a slicing cover drive. And as you heard that moan from Anis, it is worthy of the shot, and it's a wonderful boundary there.
That one was absolutely beautiful. Just on the front foot, leaned on it, and just pushed through, beating extra cover. And it goes all the way along the ground for 4. Fantastic shot by Nat Shiver.
Skiver continues, and this time she is a 360 player, a complete protractor, as she slides on over to the offside to whip that over the fine leg fielder. What stunning batting, leaving Ayabonga Kaka with no ideas.
Gee, just stepping across, playing the ramp sweep. What? For it's fantastic shot. I mean, the shell shock. It's like, no.
It's a crazy shot. It now makes those 3 boundaries in this over. She's gone for 14, Anis.
She just needs to. I think Lizelle, not Lizelle, captain just needs to give her a couple of words just to calm her down.
It's a tough one. She's a lady with a massive experience, Ayabonga Kaka, for the last ball of the 21st. Ooh, almost. If she missed that one, Skiver. She missed that one. She was going for another ramp, but she luckily gets a small connection to it, and it's a dot ball to end the 21st over. England are on 144 for 2 and still need 75 runs from 29 overs.
Damage done though. 14 runs off of that over. As Ayabonga Kaka, her comeback over, struggling a bit, just with both line and length, trying to do too much, I think. And Nat Shiver obliged and took her apart in that over.
And you don't mess around with Natalie Skiver. She has a strike rate of 92 in her career, and that career of 89 matches. So she has a knack of scoring a lot of runs, and she scored 169 in that test match. So she's clearly going through from where she left off.
Yeah, she's in the form of her life. Well, not form of her life. It's just, she is playing fantastically as Cup comes in again.
And Ember Lamb continues in the same march of line that Skiver was on. She sweeps that and plays it on the knee, and Marizan Cup goes straight. It's 4 runs behind square, and she was going for a slow ball that didn't pitch, and she has been punished.
That is not something you like to see, and it's not something that you like to see from a South African team that is known for that has fight in the DNA. It seems like they've just resigned to the fact that they're going to get torn apart in this game.
It's a mental game now more than anything, as Marizan Cup goes full outside the off stump, and it's driven by Emma Lamb to the sweeper fielder. It's just 1 more run added, but as we have been saying, the story as old as time in this inning, those boundaries per over are really hurting South Africa.
Yeah, just unable to put a finger in the. Oh, I can't say that. Dude, you just put a finger in the dam, and it's just leaking runs.
It's absolutely carnage. It's going everywhere, but the ball has been played to the cow corner for just another single. And again, they are slicing like a scalpel. And these wounds are going to end up stopping the animal of South Africa here. As we've been saying, they are slowly starting to lose their heads.
Yeah, just the slump in the shoulders, the body language isn't good.
But Sekhukhune does well to clean that up. The ball was drifting to the pads as Kap misses her lines, just like it was the case with Ayabonga Kaka. And that brings up the 150 as well for the English.
Well played. This third 50 coming off 30 balls.
I knew you were going to love that one, Anis. I knew it.
It over. No, guys.
I knew you were going to like that one. 30 balls for that 50 is ridiculous. And Skiver left off exactly where Dunkley was at.
Turn it over. Oh, no. Come on. It's Marizan Cup comes in and just delivers a dead ball, just pulling up in her follow-through. Oh, the ball slipped from... She was going to try another slower ball. That's why the ball slipped from her hand.
How does she recover, though? She recovers with a brilliant delivery, though, Anis. She does really well. Another slow ball on a very good length, and it tips the shoulder of Skiver's bat as it just runs over to point for no run. Very good ball.
Very good ball. She had it too early on the shot, and it just beaten there. Unfortunately, no closing catches, but why would there be when there's absolute carnage and the bowlers are going at 10 and over?
It's very tough out there for the South Africans. And it brings the end to that over right now. South Africa still needs to defend 67 more runs, but the equation lies on the balance of the English as we currently look at it, needing only 68 more runs from 168 balls. And it's a question now of what does Sane Loose do? It's so dark here for the Proteas.
Yeah, needing less than 2.5 runs and over, looking down the barrel. I just don't want to. I hope there's some fight left in this team, because just being resigned to the fact that you're in for hiding for nothing. It makes it difficult to watch and difficult to call. Love to see some fight back.
But Ayabonga Kaka must do something about that. Coming in for her 6th over, the ball is looped onto the very full length, and the ball is worked away to the cow corner for just another single as Emma Lamb knocks on the door of that century, currently on 85 runs, and so does Skiver for the 50.
Yeah, the ball from Ayabonga just dying in the air. I think another slow ball.
And she's changing up her pace well. Might as well do that as they run for the second here, Anis. And they tested the arm of the long-on fielder. Very lackadaisical in their fielding. We were talking about the slump in the shoulder. Maybe that was a result of that as Sekhukhune got to the ball a touch too late.
Just a bit of a juggle there, a bit of a misfield from Sekhukhune. Just delaying a couple of seconds before the ball could get thrown in.
A tough one as Ayabonga Kaka follows up with a ball that is down the legs, and it's swept away by Skiver to the fine leg fielder. And it's one more run as it's 155 for 2.
I'm going to have to fire my second unicorn.
Let's go. Boom. That is what South Africa need, a miracle much like a unicorn here.
Yeah. So I'm firing my second unicorn. I will, after this ball is just played to point, I'm going to hire a llama. She's a rainbow llama, and she'll be here for the next game. She'll be here for the next game.
We love our little pets here. They must provide magic as Ayabonga Kaka fails to pitch the ball. Another full toss as she tries another slower ball, and Lamb works that to the cow corner fielder. Another single earned here, and it's now really painful for the South Africans.
156 for 2. With one ball to come in the 23rd.
Dances down the track, does give up. She covers the ball outside the line of the off stump as they run back for the second. and it's well played as the skipper works that to the cow corner once more, and it's 2 runs for the end of that over. It's 23 done, and England are on 158 for 2.
The field is quite spread, so the singles are on offer. It's a bit too late. If they could have done this from overs 16 to 20, maybe we would be speaking a bit differently, because instead of going for 14, they could have been going for a runner ball. But like I was saying, just not too disciplined with their lines. And I think that's what's costed the Proteas today.
It might also be the pressure that is on the bowlers' shoulders, because they need to defend a very low target here of 218, as Nadine de Klerk continues for her 5th over, one of the wicket takers to Lamb. Lamb goes onto the back foot as she muscles that in front of square down to the cow corner, and it's just one more run as she moves to 87, and it's 60 runs needed now for the English to claim the victory.
There is tons of protection on the boundaries now, but the horse is already bolted, so the bowlers just have a job to do now. Just try to get through, take it as deep as possible, because I think we all resigned to the fact now 2.23 and over is needed. Oh, it's tough being a bowler out there today.
You need that big match mentality as de Klerk comes in to try and get a wicket. The ball has been splayed straight through her. It's a cracking shot from skipper. It looked like she put no effort at all, and the ball has been driven straight down for a wonderful boundary.
That is a fantastic shot. Just
crazy.
Cracked for. She has a fantastic hand-eye coordination, because she whipped that from outside off, and it just hit it straight back down, just to just beating the set of stumps at the non-strikers end, and it's gone for 4 straight down the ground. Beautiful shot.
She goes for the same angle again, and now from 49, Natalie Skiver, with just 31 balls faced, reaches yet again another half century, and in her 90th match, it is her 18th 50, and it has happened in a flash here, Anis.
Yeah. She's a strike rate of 161.3. She is she scored the 50 as fast. Oh no. Yeah, she just got stuck in.
She has been it, and she has been an excellent partner for Lamb, who plays that full delivery from de Klerk down to the long on fielder, and it's yet again another single, and Lamb now 12 runs away from her own massive milestone in her 2nd ODI.
I think Lamb's going to have a word with Skiver and just say, just slow down, just leave enough runs so that I can get my 100. 54 needed from 158.
Stunning cover drive there from Skiver.
Oh,
brilliant cover drive. So much power behind it. Even Seko Kune couldn't stop it. She put her body behind it. It ricocheted, and it continued on its path down to that long off boundary. 4 runs added, and it's a tough one here. It's not even Seko Kune there. My apologies.
Oh, yeah, that's the captain. Just getting down, slipping in a divot, I think, and Spike's getting stuck. We can't see. Cameraman didn't pick it as this one outside off again.
It's a painful one there for Sunelus. She would want to set an example of leadership for her lady team there as the captain, and she couldn't defend her bowler. De Klerk now, she has gone for 29 runs from her 5 overs. That economy above 5, and it's way higher than the required run rates that England needed. So the South African bowlers are being taken apart here, and it's not even brutal, Anis. It's very calculated. It's so strategic, and from a cricket-loving perspective, a wonderful watch.
If you're an England fan, yes. If you're a South African fan, no. England need 1.898 runs and over, less than 2 runs and over to win this game. It is, yeah, it's hard watching.
You disassociate the emotion and you enjoy the game. You're going to see the beauty in what the three Lions are doing. As Emma Lamb is on 88 to face Nonkululeko Mlaba.
I'm not that professional yet. I'll wear my bias on my sleeve. This is hard to watch.
Oh, the pain. Then you will watch in pain as a dot ball begins the 25th over. Luckily enough for you, you can give yourself a pat on the back. No run scored after a long time with these two really stealing these singles.
169 for 250 needed of 155. Something, a bug flew in Mhlaba's eye.
Buying time to continue bowling.
Buying time.
It's tough. As you said, it's tough.
Slow down.
Left arm off spinner continuing around the wickets to the left, to the right-hander. Another small fumble on the field, allowing a second run between Lamb and Skiver. And it moves the score to 171 for 2, with England now needing less than 50 for the victory.
Just Audrey staying just a bit of a fumble there. Just going through the motions now are the Proteas.
It's a very tough one, and they need to hold their heads strong. Anything can change in the game of cricket. A wicket here and another one. Something might crack.
If there's any justice in the world, Mlaba will get Lamb.
But Lamb getting the better of Mlaba with that little battle between them. Another single earned, and on to the 90s she is. She's now on 91 from 83 deliveries.
She needs to have a word with that. Only 47 runs left to get.
It's reminiscent of AB de Villiers' 92. I remember watching that game, that test match where he almost scored his first 100, but was denied by Pollock. I'm like, no.
It's like Timba Bavuma on 98 being stranded because of more than more.
It's like, oh my God. But the team comes first at the end of the day. That is what the game is about, and as painful as it is, and is as painful as it is to watch for the South Africans and yourself, Anis, England draw one step and ever so closer to the victory, needing 46 runs with halfway of the inning to go. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a hard watch. Even my DSTV, my stream. Please bleep that out. Said no, they can't do this anymore.
I'm so tired.
You can't do this to me.
And the chief destroyer has been Nat Skiver. She just came through and she has not given a single ounce of I'm gonna lose my wickets here. 34 balls, 55.
Even though you have Emma Lamb, who's contributed the most, you have Nashavia, who basically broke the back of metaphorically of the South African bowling lineup, just coming in and just destroying them, just bobbing them to all parts.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. Playing them at all parts is not to say that there's one place that you can bowl at and nullify her scoring. She just decides, okay, you're pulling it there, let me do this. And she plays it on the other side of the field, much like you would expect from someone like AB de Villiers.
Yeah.
And she's finally beaten after a long time. De Klerk almost gets the outside edge with a ball that bounces a little bit extra, and Chetty does well behind the stumps.
Yeah, De Klerk trying to prove a point now. Too late. But it's not like Nachiva just came out bashing. She was cold and calculated in her shots, and they were good shots.
It's been brilliant cricket to watch. It's the third ball from Skiver, and she continues. And she does not have the legs. Skiver was going for the big one against De Klerk, and as you said, De Klerk was out here to prove a point, and she does. Skiver, the danger woman, she must take the long walk back. And it's the third wicket gone for England as they need 44 more runs.
Commentators curse strikes 55 runs too late as, as the South African fiery princess gets one gets the better of Nachiva, and she's caught by Bosch on the boundary. Oh, I was about to say that only one of the shots she played was a loose, streaky one. They went for 4, and then she goes and she does that. I need to have been talking her up this entire time.
That's what David was trying to do before he left. Go, Nats. And you didn't pick it up. Well, neither did I. So, hey, it's fine.
So, Emma Lamb is looking fantastic here.
She is looking great, but I'm not going to lie. The way that she's played and controlled this inning, she deserves this 100.
She does. She does. I think that was one of the things that South Africa was missing. Chloe Tryon coming in and doing that job, but but not left with much support after she came in. So yeah, not didn't find much support. A couple of 40s. People, the ladies played themselves in and just gave it away. For once, Marizanne Cup not amongst the runs, as we see Heather Knight come in.
See, and that's the big difference between the Momentum Proteas and the Three Lions here. You can see every next batter to support Emma Lamb is just as dangerous as the previous one. Heather Knight now coming through into the crease, the captain. But is that Emma Lamb was still on strike on her 93 to de Klerk.
Yeah, we look at Heather Knight, 125 matches, 3,456 runs, highest score of 106 and an average of 36.77. A vastly more experienced English team. They've been in every sort of position. But yeah, it's so after this one, beaten outside off. It's just so disheartening. Victor wants to slaughter. Go on.
But the way de Klerk has been bowling, she's just that glimmer of hope. She still has 4.1 overs remaining as she begins her last ball of her 6th over. 2 for 30 are her figures, having bowled brilliantly. Now to Emma Lamb, she drifts to the leg stump and it's worked down to the square leg fielder, down onto the boundary. She retains strike as she moves to 94 as the over comes to the end. It's 26 gone now for England. They have on 175 runs for 3 and showing the true potential of this pitch that South Africa couldn't do since they won the toss and elected to bat first.
Yeah, well, there was a comment earlier on YouTube saying that this is a 270 pitch. South Africa just not taking advantage of the conditions and maybe being 30-40 too short.
And you can see going at this rate, England are well past going through the 300-run mark. And having Emma Lamb and the captain in Heather Knight out there, you won't put it past them to cover this total very quickly from now onwards, but in a smart manner as they continue getting those singles. Emma Lamb pushing it down to the long off fielder for yet another run as she goes to 95.
Oh, Emma Lamb's not going to give a wicket away. She wants that 100. She's going to do what you have to do. Just leave 5 runs. I'm getting this 100 today.
She's taking her time. She's no longer rushing. She's no longer smashing.
Yeah,
she's
they don't
very
have to
calm.
rush.
And it's Heather Knight now, though. And Heather Knight being creative in her very first ball, reaching out the off stump as she paddles that behind the backward square fielder. And it's 1 run added, bringing Emma Lamb back onto the strike to face Nonkululeko Mlaba coming around the wickets with her left arm off spin.
Push that one down to the long on off boundary, and they get the single 179 for 3.
And it's nice and easy here for the English now. It's very nice and easy. If you're an English fan, you are drinking your tea, are relaxing like the Queen, and Mlaba must bend her back and try to keep pushing as she bowls that one in a good length straight to the stumps, but an authoritative defensive shot from Knight. Third ball, Knight dances down the track. She plays it over the mid-on fielder. There's no one at long off, and the ball bounces a couple of times on its way to the boundary. A fist pump there, and the captain gets her first boundary with a splendid shot.
Yeah, just over the head of the bowler, the safest place to hit it in the air. And it just runs down for 4. So the bleeding won't stop. 36 to get off 139.
They are playing so magnificently. Heather Knight's going again for the pedal sweep as Nkululeko Mlaba drifts behind the pads, and she is thoroughly punished. Heather Knight gets 2 in a row as the ball rolls behind for yet another 4. And it's 187 for 3 here for England to bring the end to the 27th.
Yeah, that one just string down the leg side, and Heather Knight has no problem stepping across her stumps and just helping it on its way. No protection down at fine leg or at 45. So a pretty risk-free shot with the ball not turning that much. Just helping the ball on its way down to the boundary for 4. That's the end of the over. 32 to get. 136. MLM! 4 runs away.
You know, even those times when you were playing your game, if this was a game you are playing on PlayStation, you would play restart.
Yeah.
You would stop playing now. So it's real life here for the South Africans as de Klerk comes for her 7th over. South Africa's most lethal bowler in this match. She must produce something here to Emma Lamb. The ball is played wide and Emma Lamb plays it behind point. And that has been a tasty treat that she has served for us. And what a way to get to her maiden century in her 3rd match. And she has stamped her place in the England camp. What an inning in 91 balls. And she has stood strong from the top of the order.
Definitely. Fantastic knock from Emma Lamb. Getting a maiden 100, 15 fours in that knock. Well played. And a raise of the cup to you, ma'am.
You cannot hate, Anis. I am so sorry. That was such a
that was a great. This is a great knock. It's just.
I'm sorry, you must admit, even though it hurts, and she finally mistimes one as the ball gets that extra bounce from de Klerk, hitting the shoulder leading edge, and is running away to the cover fielder rather, and it's 1 run. Was it a 1 run? No run.
No run. Yeah, no, I'm not hating. It just hurts so much.
And she deserves those celebrations, and how fitting that she's done it in front of her captain in her very 3rd game. She played well in the test match as well, just scoring 39 runs. You know, it might not seem big, but given the context of how England started, the potential was always there.
Definitely, yes. This one is just a bit straight and defended was defended back to de Klerk for a no run.
Very, very, very difficult, but de Klerk has been keeping her head and trying as much as she can to keep her economy, and the English team are doing exactly what they did during the World Cup, which is to give a loss to the South Africans, given the trajectory of how this match has been going so far.
South Africa getting a lesson in the pacing of an innings. Just they're getting the singles there, 193 for 3. England require 1.16 and over to win.
You know, what you do now with South Africa, you try to do the things you've been experimenting with in the training camp. You just have fun to close off the game because it's already done, and you'll never know, something might come. As Emma Lamb faces de Klerk on 101 onto the back foot, she punches that through the point fielder, and the sweeper cleans up Sune Loose throws from the boundary, and it's 2 more runs added to the score, as now England need just 24 more runs.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Maybe South Africa should try just having a bit of fun out there, treating it like a practice match.
And de Klerk continues with a very good length. That's one just jagging back a little bit back to Emma Lamb. The pitch has been dead, and a wonderful batting display as England capitalize thoroughly on top of it. They are on 193, needing 26 runs for the win. Oh my God. Where is your llama?
Hold on. Give Laura Wolford an over.
Do something along those lines. You can say, hey, Laura, you are so close to getting your 50. Maybe you're going to grab us a wicket somewhere.
And the llama's here. The llama's here.
Let's cross fingers. Nope, they bring in Sekhukhune, who was heroic in saving South Africa in that test match. Yeah, she was very good, but now she has been going for 8 runs and over in her 4, and she will need to defend something that looks very helpless for South Africa, as she will be bowling to Heather Knight, who is on 10 from 6 balls.
Now, yeah, the Proteas aren't going to defend this. I think that they should just go out there and have a blast now, and try to make something happen and make it seem a bit more competitive on paper, I guess.
And there's a saying that says that once you do something just for fun, that's when you do it at your best. Because you're not really thinking about it. You're just like, let me go. So maybe that's what they need to do as Sekhukhune comes for her second delivery to Heather Knight.
Fantastic.
Into the block hole, she yorks Heather Knight, but she shovels it out, does the captain. Dot ball.
Oh, that was a fantastic york.
They're
trying things.
And it seems like her lengths are now working, Sekhukhune. Let's see what she does for the third ball. Another one into the block hole. She is doing well. Those
llama.
singles now longer coming. We told you. Told you about that llama. Here it is.
All of a sudden, to me,
things
like,
are happening.
Wait, llama.
The lines are working. The lengths are there. And Knight hasn't scored in 3 balls.
Ew!
Oh, magnificent bowling. Very good length from Sekhukhune on that 5th stump line, drawing the drive from Heather Knight, and she misses it completely. Trisha Chetty with the collection.
Fantastic ball there, just beaten outside off, trying to force things along.
Mm.
For no real reason why Heather Knight had to play it.
That's the pressure that comes with collecting dot balls, but she releases the shackles just a little bit, does Heather Knight, as she guides that down to the deep backward point fielder, and it's just 1 more run added. A good over so far from Dumi Sekhukhune.
194 for 3, 25 to get. Heather Lamb got to 100, 101, and Knight on the captain Knight on 11.
Captain Knight. But it's Heather Lamb it's Lamb on strike rather, Emma Lamb, and she digs that out as it was pitched full outside that off stump, and it's a dot ball to end Sekhukhune's over. A very good one, as it only went for 1 run. And after 29 overs, the English women are on 194 for 3, needing a quarter of a century to win this match.
I would love for Heather Knight to come out to the Knight Rider theme song. In it. I would love that. That would be amazing. And can you imagine if Emma Lamb came out and Mary had a little lamb?
Nah, she'd think that we'll be taking her for children, and she'll clean us up just like she's doing today.
Yeah, no, okay.
Maybe someone was like, "Hey, man, Mary had a little lamb, and she got pissed. She's like, you know what? I'm going to show you." And she just went ham, smashing all of us.
Yeah.
Oh no, she didn't go ham. She went lamb because
Yeah, she went lamb. Oh.
first ball from de Klerk to start her 8th over. The ball goes to the leg stump and it's just played away down the leg area. And it's one more run added to the score. And the show goes on for the English women, 195 for 3.
Just attacking the stumps there, trying to go for the LBW. Bringing Emma Lamb. Sorry, Emma Lamb.
It's very easy to make that mistake, huh?
Yeah, Heather Lamb, Emma Knight. No.
But now de Klerk might as well go for broke. Go for the stumps. You hit, I miss. She has the protection, the cow corner, the long on, and the deep square leg fielder. She comes for the third delivery, tails back in just a little bit, and the ball is worked off the back of her length down to the cow corner. And it's one more run added to the score. Heather Knight onto the strike.
The Knight, yes, Heather Knight on strike now.
What's the name of the car?
Kit.
I forgot it. Kit! Oh! And it's de Klerk almost kitting a wicket of Knight there, but she couldn't put it in the bag.
Well played.
She just works, it goes to the point, and you know, she played it poorly. She must take some lessons on playing things well. Thank you, Anis.
Yes, and I. Yes. Oh no.
She is on strike now, and the ball is played well by her. Very good bowling by de Klerk here. We must not put that out of the window. She's attacking those stumps, and she is making the batters take risk. It's just that every now and then she just drifts onto that leg side too much, allowing for those singles. But when she gets that line going, she gets it going really well with that ball tailing back onto the right-hander as well.
Definitely pick of the bowlers so far.
Mm.
Oh, and this one is pitched up and it is gone high in the air, straight over her head for 6. I need to stop complimenting people and just oh, the pain.
And just as she was going well, just as we were complimenting her, she slightly overpitches. It was a slight overpitch because Heather Knight danced down the track just a little bit to cut that and turn it into a half volley, an explosive straight drive for a 6. It's a cracking shot, and it's a runner ball per 50 here.
That's fine. It's the second and third that's the problem.
They were doing so much, and it's a great way to bring 200 for England as well. Now on 202 for 3 with that 6.
Just managed to keep it quiet until the lofted straight drive for 6. So England need 17 runs of 120 balls, 202 for 3. The llama isn't working. The llama came good for a little bit.
It did its thing.
Did its thing and then said, nah, that's a lost cause. Even the llama's given up on us.
It tried its hardest. You know, we're going to give it a pat on the back. And now it needs to do something with this partnership. Now currently on 27 runs. It's causing some damage here for the South Africans because it's gone for the same amount of balls as well.
Yeah.
Here we go. We have Sekhukhune continuing, and she pitches it short. It's been whipped away in front of square and straight into the cups of Ayabonga Kaka, who completes the catch. And it's Emma Lamb with a brilliant 102, who was going for the big boy, and she falls short with a good catch at the boundary. It's 202 for 4 now. And a standing ovation, deservedly so.
Deserved standing ovation. Well played by Emma Lamb, almost taking England home as a Wyatt comes to the wicket. Oh, caught by Bonga Kaka, bowled by Sekhukhune. The score is 202 for 4. Well played, but South Africa just getting a consolation wicket there. 12 runs to 17 runs to get off 119. Emma Lamb just falls short of seeing her team home.
It was that partnership that really, really scarred South Africa's chances of getting anywhere close. That partnership between Nat Skiver and Emma Lamb. And now it's all said and done. But it's the game of cricket, and you never truly know what can go on. A wicket here, a wicket there, wicket, and something might give. But that might be the hope speaking here.
Yeah, it's the hope that gets you. That's always been my line. It's always the hope that gets you.
You're a Manchester United fan.
Oh, I'm a Liverpool fan. So what can I say? Hey, I think that the biggest thing, the person that must feel the most hard done by is Nklaba, because she had the better of Lamb for the majority of the time that she was bowling to her. All those outside edges, just running down to the boundary for 4 was seriously unfortunate.
But unfortunate now, Danny Wyatt is in the crease. Did Sekhukhune get a touch on that? No, she didn't. No appeal, as the straight drive was hit straight back into the stumps by Heather Knight. No run.
Danny Wyatt, 94 matches, 1,489 runs. 129 is the highest score, which he scored against South Africa earlier this year, and an average of 21.9.
So she knows her way around the South Africans. And now bowling to the captain, Heather Knight, the ball keeping slightly low, and she guides it in between backward point and the player at the deep boundary. And it's just one more run added, and it's Danny Wyatt now on strike.
Yeah, 203 for 4, 16 of 117 balls, and a required run rate of less than 1 and over.
It's difficult when you need more runs than when you need less runs than you have overs in hand. It's like, what?
Yeah, if you can bowl a maiden and it doesn't matter. Yeah.
It really doesn't. It really, really doesn't. And it's another run added, which just shows the patience in which England are looking to close this game off. Danny Wyatt, the new player on strike. Heather Knight playing a supportive role to Emma Lamb, but also playing very well herself. She's now on strike against Tumi Sekhukhune. And it's just guided away to the fight to the point field. That's 1 run.
So we were saying that 270 was par. It seems like South Africa was 100 odd short, 150 short.
A lot of. Can you see the amount of overs that they have left?
Yes.
That's crazy. How many runs could be scored in 115 balls? And it's the last ball played, and it's whipped in front of mid-wicket. What a great shot from Danny Wyatt. Looked like a helicopter, and it flew away from her bat, and it goes to the boundary. 4 runs added, and they just need 10 now.
That was so well worked off of her legs, and it was a really wristy shot. It's something very akin to what you'd see in the subcontinent, because there was a lot of bottom hand in it, but well worked. Just waiting on it and playing it right under her eyes and just whipping it away. All the power coming from the speed of the bat was just generated by the power of the wrists there.
Oh, and the timing of it was sweet, 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 sweet. Even the cuckoo bird comes out to say cuckoo to that shot. And it's Ayabonga Kaka now. She comes in through for her 7th over, needing to defend 10 runs. And she starts off with a ball that is full outside the off stump, driven to the sweeper. And it's 1 run and brings a Danny Wyatt onto the strike.
I wonder if during the press conference we're going to hear, it's our first time playing with the Duke ball. And
we were trying to understand. It's the first of 3 matches, so maybe they might come back for the series, as Ayabonga Kaka bowls this one very wide, offers too much width, and it has been sliced by Danny Wyatt, who scores her second boundary in her third ball, moving to 9. And it's 5 runs now needed. And a splendid cut shot. Wonderful batting.
Danny Wyatt just showing that she really loves feeding on South African bowling. Like I said, her highest score was scored against South Africa in the World Cup in earlier this year.
And she's looking to close off the show now against Ayabonga Kaka. Kaka gets her lines working brilliantly now. Good ball. That would have been hitting the middle stump, but it's been worked to the extra cover for 1 run, bringing Knights to strike with 4 more runs in 111 balls remaining for England to clinch the first match of this tri-series.
Well, that's Nelson when it comes to balls, so it's my foot's up.
Are you crossing your fingers? Are you crossing your fingers?
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Not out. Go upstairs. Go upstairs.
They've got nothing to lose. The time is coming down. What has happened with that ball? It was beautifully bowled. Nice and full. And they are going up here, Anis. They are going up. Got nothing to lose after all.
Yeah, 111 ball. Told you the Nelson balls. Yeah,
and Kaka has been going for those stumps. The previous ball going to the stumps. This one, she got a little bit more greedier. Let's see what the ball looks like.
Oh, that might. Oh, umpire's call.
That looks tricky. Ayabonga Kaka gets the ball. Ayabonga Kaka gets that ball to move into the right hand as well. But that is a tough one to call.
Oh, it's a long way down. This is a long way down, but you can see all 3 stumps. Well, you can see leg stump behind her. So that means she's playing it pretty straight. But she is a long way down the track. Ball tracking. Hitting. Gone! Told you. Hit in line, all 3 reds. And she has to go. Ayabonga Kaka getting a great one. 111 balls. Yes.
And South Africa finally get that wicket, bro. They finally... But now it's going to be a tough one because there's just 4 more runs needed. And they had nothing to lose. And it worked for them. Hitting that leg stump, very full. Playing all over it was Heather Knight. And unfortunately, she has been stuck. Played 20, faced 21. And it's LBW Ayabonga Kaka.
Oh, that wicket made me so happy, especially because I called it. My foot was up. I was like, don't cross your fingers.
We all heard from your celebration, and you called that Nelson 111 brings a wicket, and boom, in she strikes. And because of that, we introduced to Amy Jones, who is coming in for her 68th match. Yet another player in English colours who has an average of above 25. And she has a best of 94 against the Indians. And in her bag are 10 50s as well.
We take it for granted, but that her best score against India was in India, which is a huge feat that can't be underrated.
And now on home ground, 4 runs to win. Ayabonga Kaka bowls, and she plays that on the up straight into the cover hands of Sune Loose. And she starts with a dot ball, and it's still 4 more runs to win here with Amy Jones on strike to Kaka.
Ayabonga Kaka's speed is up all of a sudden. She's bowling over 100 k's an hour.
She's hungry for the finish, and another very well bowled delivery on that good length outside that off stump. Going for another drive on the up unsuccessfully, and it's a dot ball to end that over. 32 have been bowled. England are on 215, having lost half of their wickets and 5. They need 4 more runs now, and it's 18 overs still in the bag. That required run rates, though.
Yeah, no. 0.22 and over. I've never seen a collapse that bad before, so I don't think that's on the cards. No matter how much hope I have.
Oh, so tough. And it's Danny Wyatt now who scored 2 boundaries in 4 balls. Ready, and it's one blow away to end here. Sekukune coming through. Ball is full, and she cracks that. She finishes the job with a 1 bouncer. And that ball over mid-on brings the end to the match, and England have won this first match of the Tri-Series by 5 wickets, and it's an authoritative start by the home team here, Anis, and they will be happy to go on with this series.
A comprehensive win by the English ladies, really giving the South Africans a lesson in pacing of an innings, and just teaching them how to play on a really flat deck. Just outplayed in every department, it seems.
Every single department. And it's even worse given that South Africa actually won the toss, and they said that they will bat first, and they set a score of 218, and that was courtesy to Chloe Treon playing brilliantly for her 88, and Laura Wolfhard starting it off with her 43. But all of those efforts, Anis and our wonderful listeners, were not enough, because Emma Lamb responded with a stunning century to start the inning off. And after the loss of Temi Beaumont for 1, Sophia Dunkley, who played well for her 22, Natalie Skipper came through, and she demolished the South African batters, scoring 55 from 36 balls. That strike rates at 150. And Heather Knight took her place and plays a captain's knock, supporting and seeing Emma Lamb into her century. But unfortunately, she fell short and couldn't carry the bats through as she lost her wicket for 20. But luckily enough, Danny Wyatt with her 3rd boundary in 5 balls, and she closed it off for the 3 Lions. And with her 14, it brings the victory to England by a massive 5 wickets, and having 107 more balls to spare. Thoughts on that, Anis?
Yeah, just I think the Proteas were in a bit of shell shock with Nat Shiver just demolishing that the bowling lineup, coming in and just going like a rocket, and he's smacking everything like a tracer bullet. But the fielders would much rather just avoid the ball than being behind it to field it. But yeah, it was insane. As we look at the South African bowling, the normally talismanic Marizan Cup bowling 6 overs for 45 runs at 7.5 and getting 1 wicket. Ayabonga Kaka 7 overs for 41 with 1 wicket at 5.85. The most economical and the pick of the bowlers was Nadine de Klerk for 8 overs, 44 runs, 2 wickets at 5.5, and Tumise Kokune 6.1 overs, 44 runs, and 1 wicket at 7.13. Also a bit expensive, but probably the unluckiest bowler was Mglaba. Sorry,
it's gonna come.
It's gonna come. It was 5 overs, 43 runs for with no wickets at 8.6. But that doesn't tell the whole story, because Mglaba had the better of Emma Lamb for the majority of the time she was bowling to her. Emma Lamb just getting the outside, getting the edges, just not finding the fielders. So yeah, that is she must be feel very, very hard done by, very unlucky that she didn't get a lady 2 balls in, to be honest with you.
But nonetheless, in all those efforts, she got no wickets, and 5 wickets is the victory margin for the English ladies for the first match of this Tri-Series. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening to One World Sports Radio. It has been myself, Pendulo Makubane, Anis Mohammed on the other side, bringing you that last stint. Stay ready. On the 15th of July will be the second match. We will be bringing you ball-by-ball action once more as One World Sports Radio. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell everyone who was not here to come and join in the crew. We'll be on YouTube. One World Sports Radio. You will catch us there. You can also find us on our website, 1WSR.com. Follow our ball-by-ball action. We will be here to give you. And you can find us on our Twitter and our Facebook as well if you want to join in the comments and be part of the commentary team. But apart from that, it has been an absolute pleasure bringing it to you. And we will see you on the 15th to see how South Africa will reply to their first defeat in this tri-series.
Bye, everybody.
Peace.